Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Death Slam Invitational. We've got the final day, day 2 here. There's only 4 teams that remain. We've got Hydranation, Valhalla, we have PKP and Little Troops, but only one of them will be the champion. Here's a couple of reminders. First of all, you can donate to the prize pool, type !donate. Right now, the total prize pool that we have is roughly around $2,200 US. I have to check the exact amount, but that's roughly where we are. First place will get 55% of the prize pool. Second place gets 30%. And then third place gets 15%. Fourth place doesn't get anything. So, if you'd like to support it, that's a great way. ! merch to support it as well, which will help support Death Slam events, etc. Now, we've had a special word from Yoshi. For those that haven't seen, Yoshi typed in the Deadlock Discord an hour ago that there's a patch coming this week. So, patch this week, everybody. So the tournament, this is going to be the last tournament before the patch. I mean, maybe Night Shift's going to be before the patch as well, depending on when it comes during the week. But very, very exciting stuff. So we're going to get new heroes. We don't know how many. We don't know the details, but Yoshi's word has spoken. So be ready for that. It's going to be really exciting stuff. As far as today, we're starting off with the upper bracket final. I'll let the caster talk about that a little bit in detail, but the first match of the day will be Valhalla versus Hydranation, as per the title. Thank you guys so much for watching, and enjoy the show. I'll leave it off to the desk.
Welcome everybody. This is day 2 of the Death Slam Invitational Finals. As Deathy said, we've got Valhalla versus Hydranation coming up here to decide who will be the first person going into the grand finals. I'm Soren. I'm here with Mox as my co-desk analyst for today. We won't be actually in the match. We've got other casters on standby for that, so we'll just be covering like the kind of the pregame and then the draft as well. And in between matches, we'll give our own thoughts on how the matches are going and so on, so it, etc. Mox, how do you evaluate this matchup? These are two pretty stacked teams.
Two titans of North America, as it were. Obviously, Hydranation tearing through this tournament as much as they do in any other tournament they kind of run through. We know that their roster is extremely stacked, but if you look at the kind of overall health of the competitive setting in Deadlock, you might say that Valhalla are currently, the number 2. And you could see the way that it's lined up in this tournament. They are in the upper bracket finals before grands. I think that's what technically they'll be called, as we see there. But yeah, so the Valhalla are definitely in contention, and they want to, take a chunk out of Hydranation. If they'll be able to overwhelm them, would be an amazing thing to see today. But I think it's going to take quite a lot for them to do so.
Yeah, we saw both of these teams kind of stomp their respective opponents yesterday. Hydranation against Little Troops, Valhalla against VFA Dragons on stream here. And then everyone else has made their way here as well. We got PKP versus Little Troops in the lower bracket. We won't be able to cover that match, but we'll see the winner of that match face the loser of this one to decide the second person going into the grand finals. But yeah, Valhalla versus Hydranation, probably the two best teams in North American Deadlock right now, so this should be a pretty exciting match. What kind of heroes might you have seen that you think you're looking out for these particular teams to focus on?
I think it's been pretty standard the way that we've seen tournaments been rolling lately. I think Yamato is easily might be number 1 priority because obviously she's picked her ban every game, and I think teams are more likely to ban her than let her get through, because unless you're Amber side where you guarantee first pick and you want to take a chance of trying to get her, I think it's just something that you have to ban out. Other than that, we've seen the rise of Paradox a little bit more and more as we're seeing the better players pick up and show how strong the character can be. And we've seen a couple of holidays get through, although in most recent tournaments she's been banned quite a lot, so we've not seen a lot of play. But I think based off of yesterday's results, the games that she did get in, she wound up winning for the most part. So I don't have the exact stats on that, but Holiday's an overwhelming force, and I don't expect we'll see a ton of her today. But, those are the big flex picks. Outside of that, we've seen a lot of fun things out of Abrams's and Furnaces, but I think these teams can utilize the rosters, the entire Deadlock roster as it currently stands, in some interesting ways. I hope we can see something kind of different to shake things up. There's been, metas developing, and it's kind of the importance of running a large bracket tournament like this, and you can really see how teams kind of evolve throughout their picks and bans.
Yeah, and something that we've seen evolving in these drafts is that the team that's on the Sapphire side might not be prioritizing those high damage heroes like the Yamato or the Holiday the 7 even, or Warden, but they might try and prioritize like the pick heroes. We've seen Viscus be pretty high prioed lately, as well as like your Moenkill and Paradox type heroes, going sometimes in the first half of the draft, when normally we see those put later on. And teams are kind of mixing up the strategies and seeing what they can do in the draft to try and secure their heroes at every stage of the draft. And it's made for some pretty interesting ones, I think. What's kind of your take on that? Why are we seeing that now?
I want to say that it's almost limit testing, because I feel like, as we watched games yesterday, I watched one of Hydranation's games, and it reminded me of something I was telling my team in scrims, where it's like sometimes you have to push yourself into the worst situation to test and see if you can make your way out. Now, I don't know that that's necessarily like the tact that they went for. I just want to say that those heroes are, strong, and that's why they're getting picked first and they're the first phase, I should say. But Moenkill is an incredibly powerful character, and especially in the right hands, like I think people forget how much damage goes along with the fact that the character just essentially doesn't die with the right pilot. And the same case can be made for Viscus. Like the amount of mobility you get between Puddle Punch and Goo Ball, not to mention that you can save teammates, save yourself, and the kit's just like so wildly overtuned. And it just may be a sense where they're finally showing, like, if you want to go damage first, then we'll take the utility first, but the utility is going to outweigh the damage because we're going to outplay you on that front.
Yeah, Viscus is one of those heroes where if his numbers are good, then he just kind of feels oppressive, because he does a lot of different things at once. He's not generally been highly regarded until recent weeks, but now that we've seen the return of some pro matches like the Deadlock Night Shift, like this tournament here, people are starting to pick him up again and realize, oh wait, his numbers are actually decent. But we'll have to see how highly exactly these teams will prio those heroes as we head here into the draft. Hydranation, being the top seed coming into this, will have the Amber side, so they'll get the first set of picks and bans. Do you think that they go for the Yamato, or do they try and get it themselves?
If they think that that's the number one hero in the game, then I think if you're playing the full effect of the sides mattering, then you don't ban Yamato and you wait to see if you can get her. Should they go for a holiday ban, as it looks like pretty good opener? I might expect if Valhalla either bans Yamato or bans Paradox. She's been getting a lot of... Oh, Vindicta's another good one. Yeah, how could we possibly forget the power of Vindicta in some of these pro players' hands? But, like we talked about, the Yamato is going to go first overall.
Yeah, this seems like pretty much preset strategies going on here. It's Holiday, Yamato, and Vindicta are kind of the three that have been rotating out between who gets banned first versus gets first pick. So Hydranation will end up with the Yamato, which we've seen them put that into the mid lane and just kind of dominate there and use that to snowball the rest of the game. So Valhalla are going to have to put someone pretty strong there, but they've got a couple of options. As you said, they went with the Paradox, but they also grabbed the Warden, who's strong at pretty much every stage of the game. So to mitigate that, Hydranation now have Viscus and Mirage. Both of those have pretty good tools against Paradox and Warden, so I like that set of picks there for them.
Mirage can get upset a little bit having to deal with Silence Wall, but I think it's like such a niche thing that, like, and it's such a strong character in the world where the teleporters are gone off the side lanes. Like, you're going to be seeing such map control just be very oppressive in the hands of Mirage here.
Yeah, and one of the things that Hydranation is focused on as well is just being really strong in lane. They pick a lot of lane bullies, and they've got kind of 2.5 here. I feel like Viscus is strong in lane, but not oppressive. Except, actually, really, in the hands of Low Main, I guess, you could definitely say he's oppressive. Low Main is a force of nature on Viscus, and we've seen Hydration pick him up as well and do pretty well, so the players of Hydranation are making Viscus look even better in lane than he normally is. But Valhalla have now picked up the Infernus, recognizing that they need to have some damage to be able to deflect these Hydranation players early on in lane. But we head into the second phase of bans. They're going to take out 7, make sure that that's not a late game scaling threat they have to worry about. That Shred is gone, so not as many people to burst down a Warden.
Yeah, I think yesterday, maybe uncommon, maybe just because it's not the most prioed pick, but I think we got to see a Lefa 7, and I'm not sure that we've seen that too many times in tournament play, and it was a clean house performance. He wasn't the top fragger, but the top assister in that game, if I remember correctly. So 7's still a good carry, just a ton of shred, and obviously with Stormcloud provides a bunch of AoE objective controls. So Geist off the board as well, extremely oppressive. And Kelvin's going to get picked up, so we're going to have the nice Fire and Ice lane, of course, for Valhalla's side. Great save support, and doesn't shy away from dealing damage as well.
No, I like this pickup from Valhalla. Kelvin has a decent amount of pressure in lane, but then anytime that he loses or falls behind in lane, he's got the idea of just kind of playing safe for a little while with the heals and then the Ice Dome to protect the objective if necessary. So another hero who's going to be able to stave off Hydranation's aggression and maybe even turn it around on them depending on how the lane matchups shake out. If anyone is going to be able to beat Hydranation at their own game and win in the lanes and then snowball from there, it's got to be Valhalla. So they're looking to kind of play them at their own game here.
Not to mention the very famous Buds and Furnace, who I believe will be piloting that. As long as I have the roster spots correct. Let me double check that I'm not being a little stupid here. Oh, that is Buds on Valhalla, so I imagine that will be his character of choice. Hydranation opting for Mo and Krill, which, you know, we touched on Viscous and Mo and Krill early in the drafts. Like, you might just see a big tanky flex here. Hydranation running it down with these really, really strong early mid-game. I mean, they're kind of strong all the time, aren't they?
Yeah, there's not really a big weakness here so far for Hydranation. I guess you've got Viscous for the utility, but then you've also got plenty of damage going on in tankiness. So yeah, just a general all-arounder draft so far from Hydranation. Valhalla is a little bit more squishy, and there you go. There's an Abrams for your extra tankiness. So Hydranation very beefy this game. I feel like Valhalla's going to have to pick up a lot of... Well, most of the Shred is already gone, but there's still like an Ivy as an option for Shred of resistances, and then you could also have anti-heal options. The Shiv, I think, is a good option there, kind of an anti-tank with the Execute and things like that. And now the Lash is their pick hero of choice alongside the Paradox.
Lash is an interesting one. I think it's going to be just to try to control all of these big, heavy frontliners. The less you get them moving around, the better. Obviously, Yamato is going to be kind of immune to that. Viscous, not really going to care a ton. It's going to be interesting. Lash is very strong, but there's also tons of really good spirit defense options in the game. So that kind of like play in between those two characters is going to be interesting. It might just be wind up that Lash is going to have to be a huge setup character in a Viper. I just want to double check that that's correct, but that is a super interesting last pick flex here from Hydranation. Obviously has been very popular in EU, and it's been gaining more and more popularity. I think we've seen AVG playing it quite a bit in different places here and there, so that's a super interesting late pick here.
I really like that as the 6th pick here, because Viper can be really strong if there's nobody to be able to match her, and one of the main ways that you do that is with hard CC or just like knockups, things like that. And Valhalla haven't drafted really much of that at all. You've got the Lash with the Ground Slam and maybe like Kelvin Ice Beam, but other than that, you have no way to stop this Viper from sliding around, being hard to hit, and getting infinite ammo. So I like this because it's also going to let them pressure the objectives a lot faster, where that was maybe something that they were missing. Yamato, Viscous, Mirage able to do objective pressure decently well. Mo and Krill, Abrams not so much, but now Viper. If a Viper's on your Walker, it's already dead. So I don't know what to say.
Yeah, and with not having Mirage to like answer those counter side lane pushes like faster than most characters in the game, they're gonna have an interesting play there to deal with like two really oppressive side lane pushers. I've not really known Buds and Furnace to build a lot of debuffing, but a world of like Ricochet plus either a suppressor or a move slow might go really, really hard here in this game. You really only have Kelvin to kind of slow this Viper's movement down on average, so I'm not sure that he's kind of the player to kind of purchase those items, but we'll see. It could be a really nice tactical adjustment if he sees fit. But both the teams have a fairly nice draft, I would say. I'm not sure. I'm not sure you wouldn't ever take Hydranation's draft though.
Yeah, I do like their draft just a little bit better because they've got the tankiness, and then just having Yamato, Viscous, Mirage is really strong. Valhalla, as you said, have a pretty good draft of their own. I just feel like they've got a little bit too much squishiness going on. You've got the Infernos, the Paradox, and the Lash, who all have tools to be able to survive, but if they get jumped on by someone like a Mo and Krill or an Abrams, they will go down pretty fast. So in general here, I like Hydranation a bit better. Valhalla, I feel like if you build for a dash Infernus, which we've seen a lot more of lately, you might be able to answer some of these issues here, but you gotta be careful not to get stunned up by the Viscus or the Moan Krill or the Abrams. So a tough job there for Buds if he's on that Infernus to be able to stay safe while dashing around and getting his damage in.
Yeah, I think the dash would actually be kind of smart. I know Buds is typically more of an M1 player, so I'm again like not just sure that that's his play style. Maybe he adapts it, seeing the same things that we do and the possibility. But that and the build path of the Shiv is going to be really interesting, because I think when you're dealing with these big health bars, the closer you get them to execute range, if he gets Abrams down and he gets Yamato down, like there's an angle where there's a lot of plays to be made. That being said, they've got Viscus save, and you know these players are probably going to be buying Counterspell at some point to deal with that. You just shut him down once with Counterspell and he can't execute anymore, so it's going to be an interesting match. I think Valhalla have a lot to deal with in front of them, but you know, we've seen Paradox do insane work, we've seen Wardens do insane work, so I think a lot is going to be on this Warden's plate more than anybody else to make sure that gets ahead, has a good lane, and is able to deal damage through the mid game in order to get through these chunky health bars.
Yeah, Counterspell is a really good shout because it's good against a lot of Valhalla's comp. It's good against Lash with both the Ground Slam and the Death Slam. It's good against the Shiv Execute, the Infernus, Concussive Combustion, Paradox Swap, Warden Cage. There's a lot of really good targets here for Hydranation to just be able to nullify half the kit of. Not quite as effective against the members of Hydranation, although some of it still is with like the Yamato Power Slash and Mirage Tornado, things like that. But Counterspell, just a good item right now, I suppose. So we'll have to see how Hydranation and Valhalla choose to itemize against each other in that regard. But I feel like you're absolutely right that Hydranation will be picking up Counterspell if things start to get a little bit hairy for them.
Yeah, how does he even get to that? You look at the strength of all these like early game heroes between Abrams, Yamato, and Moan Krill, and Viper loves to get off early, although her laning is a bit slow to start. Like she wants to ramp up at like that 15-minute range, and there is a path where, you know, if you can find a way to shut down the Viper and find a way to make sure that, you know, very likely the Lefa Mirage has a slower game, like maybe you only have to deal with Yamato and Abrams, you know, breathing down your neck the whole time. Like maybe just maybe you can buy yourself enough space with that.
It's gonna be tough. I feel like this Yamato is just gonna have a massive game, as she always seems to on Hydranation. I think it's usually like Rokane or AVG who pick up that one, so look for them to have a really big game because Yamato's just so strong right now. She's good at taking the early lane, she's good at taking the Guardians, and then can rotate around for quick executes onto any problematic heroes from Valhalla. That's something that we've seen Hydranation do a lot recently, is as soon as they have a single one lane, they rotate out the weakest and the strongest members to be able to shut down any problematic players from the enemy team. But Valhalla also showed us a bit of that against VFA Dragons yesterday, so they're at least familiar with the strategy. They've studied up on Hydranation's VODs, and they're going to try to be looking out for the same thing. So we might see some pretty interesting rotations here, especially after the first Guardian drops.
Something to keep an eye on. Obviously, you know, the game is still in its infancy, and we're learning a lot about how these teams can rotate and manage and adjust things, and we'll be keeping a particularly close eye so we can take a look back and see if we notice any of those trends that kind of dictate how, you know, minutes are won and objectives are controlled as this game and series goes on. It's the best of three, the first of the upper bracket final today, and it's going to be an exciting one.
All right, well, there's only one way to figure out who is going to be taking this game, and that's by getting into the match here. We'll throw it off to our in-game casters.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jord, and I am joined by Tridanium over here on my left. We are going to be your casters for the next two series, so be excited for that. I know I am. Tridanium, my friend, how are you doing? How are you feeling about this draft? Are you excited for today? Lots of questions, and we can talk. We have plenty of time to talk about them.
No, I'm super excited. This is like NA's two best teams right now, what I believe is the two best teams. Hydranation, probably one of the best teams, you know, we've seen in NA. And then Valhalla coming up with a close second. I think they're both almost an S tier. I mean, Hydranation definitely an S tier team, and Valhalla coming up right behind them. So seeing these two teams battle it out here, I'm super excited for it.
Yeah, and just to talk about this game in particular, Hydranation, Valhalla, both teams, you know, pretty, I'd say, standard, you know, kind of tore their way through the opening bit, right? I mean, maybe some hiccups here and there, but both 2-0s pretty much going all the way up until this point. Both teams proving they're probably, number 1 and number 2, if not close to it, in this North American region. And looking at the draft, I think they got something special planned for us here today, which both fighting for that possibly number 1 in NA spot, who can secure the grand finals, that minimum of second place, which if you guys were on the stream earlier, Deathy kind of came up and talked about it. The prize pool is split between first and third. So first gets about 55%, second gets 30%, and third gets about 15 or something like that. I think I mapped that correctly. But regardless, fairly big difference between first and second. So these teams are going to be fighting for that money and also for bragging rights, right? Like, it's early on in Deadlock. People want, to secure that they are some of the best teams in the North American region. And, as we're about to get back into game here soon, I think both these teams have prepared some drafts that are going to be very, very interesting for us today.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, we talked a little about the drafts earlier, talking about how, Hydranation does have a very interesting draft. They have a strong front line with good damage. Mirage, Viper, 2 great characters, M1 characters. Mo and Abrams leading the front line. And then you have Yamato and, who was the last pick over there? Viscous. Giving up some utility, some support, and then Yamato is just a great character right now, dominating the lanes, and she can do whatever. So honestly, that is a very, very strong. But I'm looking at the Valhalla side a little bit more. To me, that's a little bit more well-rounded in my eyes, and I think to me, they have great damage, great utility. They have great pick characters. Lash would be dominating, early to mid game, especially before they buy counterspell, so they can be roaming around kind of almost free. But they do have Viscous to to hold them back. But aside from that, we have on the later end, you have Infernus, Warden, and Shiv to close it up at the end there too.
Yeah, I guess for me, the way to sum this one up is, a lot of playmaking on the side of Valhalla. They have that Paradox swap. They have the Lash engage. They have the Kelvin to back everything up. But on the side of Hydranation, they have a really good team comp in order to shut all of that down. They have the Viscous Cube. They have the double front line in that Abrams and that Mo and Krill. But here we go, getting into these lanes. We have Valhalla versus Hydranation. Just to introduce both of the teams here. You probably know them already, but we might as well give them their fair shout out here. Hydranation is going to be Rokane on this Mirage, AVG on that Mo and Krill, Lord NM is going to be on the Viper today, Lefa on the Yamato, Hydration on the Abrams, and Lomain on that Viscous. And for Valhalla, we got League over on the Lash, Death Slam in the Death Slam League, so you got to put up a good showing there. Fishcake is going to be on the Shiv, DMB over on the Warden, Zerbzy on the Kelvin, Scout, of course, on the Paradox, and Buds is going to be on the Infernus. I mean, what are we thinking getting into these lane assignments here?
I mean, we're always looking at the middle lane at first. In my eyes, that should be your strongest number 1 lane. We do have our Yamato and Viscous, which is one of the strongest lane compositions right now in this patch. With Viscous being able to save anybody's life at the moment, being very tanky, being able to dish out tons of damage, and Yamato slowing fire rate, dishing out tons of burst spirit damage. That is a strong lane to go against. And on the other side, we're looking at Warden and Paradox right there. Not a bad lane either, but not as good as Yamato and Viscous in my eyes.
Yeah, definitely really interesting, especially recently. I've been seeing a lot of the Viscous build Express Shot pretty early.
Yeah.
They just go for that early kind of burst gun damage, and you hit someone with an Express Shot right click as well as a splatter. That's like 500 damage. Like, it might even be more. I'm not even joking. It's pretty ridiculous what the damage can come out for on the Viscous. He's supposed to be kind of a more utility hero, but it definitely does a lot of that early game damage. We're seeing a bit of action over here on this right-hand side, I believe. No, it's actually going to be the left-hand side here. The Mo and Krill in that Mirage. I guess we can talk about this lane as well. It's going to be that Infernus and Lash putting out a lot of pressure into this Mo and Krill Mirage that are really just going to sit here and take it. But I think they have the sustain, they have the poke, they have exactly what they need in order to take this pressure. So it looks like it's going to be a strong point for Valhalla to try to, bring this into their favor. But it's going to be difficult because that Scorn and, just Mirage in general, it's really hard to push into.
No, definitely, I agree. I think both sides, you kind of see the same thing here. We both have two great debuff M1s with the Mirage and Infernus, and they have the frontline characters. Lash being able to do frontline just a little bit, but it has that burst damage. Mo being able to frontline a lot with that big tankiness, but having your Mirage behind you, one of the best laning characters in the game, I think that's a very strong side for Hydranation in my eyes. And on the other side here, we're looking at this composition. We have a Shiv Shiv Kelvin versus a Abrams Viper. Now, this looks like the weakest out of all the lanes. And, you know. Oh, we get AVG taken out in the middle lane right now.
Yeah, actually, so I was wrong. A couple of the shoutouts of the names might have been a little bit incorrect. Most of it, I believe, was correct, but the difference being Leffa is actually going to be on the Viper and AVG over on the Yamato, who does go down early on. The aggression from the Paradox and the Warden was just a little bit too much for them to handle. And honestly, that was kind of my big worry for this lane, because yeah, the Yamato does have a lot of that burst damage with the Viscous, but before ultimates and before, you know, you get all these cooldowns up and running, they're pretty squishy, right? Like the Yamato makes one wrong step and you get flasks, you lose a stamina, right? The Paradox hits you with a well-placed bomb or in a carbine. Like, that's half your health gone immediately. And I mean, definitely a lane you've got to be careful with.
No, definitely, I agree. I mean, Yamato loves to get close and personal. And typically, Warden likes to punish that, you know, with his flask, his cage. And then if you're stepping back for any point at all, Paradox is going to hit you with that kinetic carbine and bring that HP too low for you to really get in there and do anything. And I think that's what Viscous is there for, to kind of counteract that. But, you know, sometimes misplays happen and you can't really counteract everything.
Yeah, you definitely cannot counteract everything here. And just to talk about, you know, kind of in the middle of what you're saying, talking about this right side lane a little bit more over on Hydranation, that Viper and that Abrams, I mean, they're pretty much just going to be pushing this lane in permanently. I'm not sure they're going to be getting too much kill pressure, as the Kelvin and the Shiv are a little bit too much on the sustained side in order for them to get that damage in, unless they misstep, of course. But they should just be tanking this lane. But actually, big play here. Hydranation secure both buffs, and the gun buff going over to Viper means that now they actually do have a little bit more of that kill pressure, a little bit more damage, and a bit higher mag on that Viper as well. It just means more damage in general too. So definitely could be something to take a look at, as we're getting some action over here in the mid lane, actually.
Yeah, no, huge bonus for Viper. I mean, gun buff on Viper this early in the game, especially with them having dominant in the lane right now. And it looks like Kelvin's actually pushing in with his Ice Beam, getting some good damage onto Viper. He's almost at half HP now, but he does have that gun buff. AVG coming in, ulting up, putting up the Shadow Transformation, pushing in, looking for a kill onto low, or protecting low main from death. Actually takes out Scout on Paradox here.
Yeah, Paradox, or sorry, the Yamato here against the Warden here. The Warden making some great plays, a wall bounce into the melee, but it's not going to be enough to get around the corner. DMB going to be going down to AVG to even up the money here. A little bit of a payback kill from earlier, as AVG almost at that 5 now. Recovered definitely very, very well, and is starting to get a little bit more into this melee build, actually. So the Yamato going up, you know, with a couple more of their frontline characters on their team, decides to go for this melee build. I know, I'm kind of foreseeing maybe a bit of chaos in team fights in the future.
No, I definitely are. I mean, typically you see like either Spirit build, and then I think I've seen gun build come back in popularity, but then that melee build is definitely quite strong right now. Kelvin's actually chasing this Viper now, chasing him down up to the where the buff should be. I don't know what Viper has planned here for against the Kelvin, but looks like he's jumping around, trying to get as much damage as he can on his Ice Path. AVG actually gets taken out in mid lane. I don't know by who, by what, but he is taken out right now, so that trade is out. Gets that revenge off from Scout.
Over here on this right side yet again, things still pretty even overall in this game, as you know, the right side starting to break open a little bit. This and this Kelvin are definitely two people I'm looking at as we get further into this game. Not necessarily for the damage portion of it, but I feel like this Shiv is definitely going to build a little bit more on that tanky side. But hold on from that just a moment. We see a little bit of an engagement over here on the middle of the map. A great parry from AVG over on to Scout on the Paradox, and not too much, just a little bit of a trade of health bars, but a great little play to clear the wave and to stop your tower from taking so much damage. And speaking of towers, Trid, taking a look at the towers here, I mean, that mid lane tower from Hydranation is looking pretty weak, but overall, I mean, everything else is pretty high up still. The team's doing great defense so far.
Yeah, no, both sides are actually not, actually both in Sylvan. Actually, Lash gets grabbed by Mo here, but he actually manages to get out. Uses his grapple to get his HP back. Mo actually gets taken out by Rokane. League is dead right now, so they are at a 2v1. Hydranation is taking the left lane down. Buds here fighting for life. Actually takes out Lord NM. And he is still in a 1v1 situation with Brocane. Actually gets taken out by Brocane. Brocane is actually winning the lane now. And he's going to be able to push that tower down.
Yeah, that Jin's mark, that was stacked up all right. That's about 200, 300 almost damage just from the stacking itself. So well done there from Brocane to get that double kill. You know, a little 2 for 1 there. So definitely not the worst fight in the world for Valhalla. Definitely recoverable. However, a lot of tower damage going over to them. At the same time, it's going to be a fight over on both sides. The Shiv going a little bit lower, trying to put a little bit of damage onto this turret, while also staying healthy on their own. Oh, needs to be careful though. Viper going down. The Shiv with a great place, slice and dice, is going to get the execute. And now they have the pretty much the world to themselves here. They should be able to get this tower down. Over on the left-hand side, that tower did go down for Valhalla, so this would be an even trade if they can take this one down. It looks like they will do it. Just one more slice and dice will do the trick. And now back again, it's even. These teams going pretty much for neck on neck right now, as the Viscous goes back in, tries to get a couple more kills on the way out, but it looks like both members of Valhalla should be able to get back in time.
And the Hydranation's middle tower actually goes down now, so AVG looking for revenge. Fishcake actually goes down, and he is looking in, he's going in, he went with the Crimson Slash. Shadow Transformation comes out right now, and he takes out DMB with the kill, with Mo grabbing him on the side. He's looking for more, he's actually retreating now, so he's happy with what he got, and he's going to see what he's going to get next.
Yeah, I mean, AVG definitely doing very, very well for themselves. 9.2k, definitely a really good spot for the Yamato to be in. Another kill for Valhalla now goes over onto Lord NM. The tanks, you know, not doing the greatest so far. The Mo is a little bit lower in money. It's so Lefa, honestly. That's something I didn't really expect going into this. Obviously, the Viper, a little bit easier to shut down in this competitive play. I mean, compared to Solo Keyword, definitely more of a menace of a character, right? But, you know, I wouldn't say it's completely shut down as of yet. It is still only 10 minutes into the game, and you're only about 2 to 3k down on your upper carries, you know. So, not too big of a deal. A little bit of solo farm will bring this Viper right back up into play if they don't keep shutting him down. So, it's definitely something to keep looking at as we kind of scale into this mid-game. And another thing that we need to look at here is the urn has been picked up by Lord NM on the Mo and Krill. Hydranation might look to take a play for this urn.
Yeah, it looks like Hydranation is actually rotating over to the urn. I'm surprised that Viper actually does have this little of a farm. I thought they were dominating the lane, but it looks like they're recovering that by giving him the solo lane at middle. But right now, it looks like Lord is bringing the urn over, and he's getting...
Oh, Melvin getting ultimate by the Mo and Krill, who gets that combo, gets that early kill, and now with no Ice Dome, it's going to be really, really hard to defend this urn as the parry comes on in, and it looks like the Shiv was not able to stop that urn there. Hydranation get the first urn of the game, up now about 4k or so in this game, so nothing crazy, but here we go. We might be seeing another kill here as Scout could be going down. The lethal venom is just not quite enough. The Paradox gets away with 1 HP, and now Lefa has to run away. Should be getting out of this one just all right, but that kill, that could have been really, really pivotal rather for Hydranation to get this Viper kind of back online, but, you know, Viper now has to go back to base.
I'm slowly seeing Hydranation actually kind of pull away right now. They got their urn, they're getting you know, advantage on kills, and they're actually pushing in the... If you're looking at the left-hand line, they're pushing into the Walker pretty hard, 2v1, so they're getting a lot of map control right now. They're getting a lot of soul control, they're getting a lot of the game control at the moment, and hope they might be pulling away soon.
Soon they might be, but they're gonna have to get careful. We're gonna have to be a little bit careful about this fight as the cube comes on in, and that's just so good from Low Main, just pressing that perfectly timed cube to get out of that situation. The burrow now from Mo and Krill should be getting him out of this fight here, but the spirit damage from the Warden might be just a little bit too much. The Puddle Punch is not enough to get him out of there. Lord NM dies once again, and Valhalla are looking to get some momentum off of this kill here as they're chasing down Low Main. They have the ground slam, they have the dash, they have the death slam, they have everything, but a great parry from Low Main's gonna keep him alive a little bit longer, but it's not gonna be enough, as that's 2 kills now for Valhalla. A pause comes through, so we can just talk about it a little bit. No, just a little bit of a BM pause, I feels like, I guess, from DMV there in the mid lane.
Definitely...
Yeah, a little questionable on that one, but a great play from Valhalla all the same.
Zerbsy looking up, pushing up this right lane here, looking for something here, and then he's going to be pushing in. Rokane holding his tower. Scout, Buzz looking for something here. They want to push in. They want to get some revenge here. Valhalla looking for anything he can at the moment. And Hydranation, they're taking their lead. They're holding their lead right now because they have an advantage at the moment. They have a soul. Actually, the souls are even right now, but they do have a objective advantage right now. And they're trying to hold on to that as much as they can.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of an objective damage, or objective advantage rather, here. As Leffa running away into the underground. A parry is not going to quite catch there, as Valhalla are starting to just run through this game. It feels like they finally come back. Now they're going to be taking on AVG here on the Yamato, who will be going down, and that's going to be a 3-for-1 for Valhalla. And this is exactly what they need when you have this comp that they've drafted, right? I mean, Hydranation can shut a lot of things down, but if you can catch them on a couple of these plays, I feel like this Infernus, this Shiv, this Warden especially, is going to start, to take off and be really, really hard to stop. As Hydranation, they have a good amount of damage with that Viper and with that Yamato, but it's damage that you can easily shut down, right? You can definitely shut down that Viper pretty easily. The Yamato, you put, a curse, you put in a silence wall from the Paradox, definitely characters that you can put a pretty easy time into shutting them down. And besides them, they don't really have too much to work with. I mean, later into the game, the Mirage is not going to be enough on its own. So, Hydranation, I'm starting to worry about him a little bit.
No, definitely, yeah. I mean, as we move in from the early game to the mid game, Valhalla does have the comp that is going to help them get more kills, get them back in the game a lot more. They have better pick characters. Lash, Paradox, and Shiv kind of like moving around in the game. They're going to be able to create opportunities and openings for them to actually come back into this game. And it looks like they actually are. They're 4K ahead. They got 3 kills. They got another one picked up from Leffa. They are looking good right now moving into this middle game.
They are looking very, very good, and that's exactly what they need here as they're trying to take down, Hydranation rather, trying to take down that last Guardian over on this middle here. But no, it looks like it's going to be yet another kill for Valhalla, as AVG should, with all that pressure, come and get this Guardian on the right-hand side. And there you go. The Guardians now all down for Valhalla and Hydranation, so they are about even in objectives now. However, it is a 5k soul lead, almost 6k soul lead for Valhalla, and even though it's 15 minutes into the game, that little soul lead at this level is really all you're going to need, and it's going to be even more now as Zerbzy takes down AVG on the back end of that Guardian take, which allows Valhalla now to take this urn, and they should have a fairly easy time depositing this one. As here we go yet again, Leffa now is going to be the one going down. He was going to stall it for now, but let's see if it will be enough. Here comes the Viper yet again. The Death Slam is going to be onto Rokane by itself, but here comes the combo, as it looks like League might have bit off a little bit more than he could chew. Has to run away now. No more combo, but there is the Jin's Mark stacking up. This could pop at any moment. The Lash is trying to get away, but no, the Jin's Mark is going to be more than enough to take him down. The urn goes through for Valhalla, but they're losing 2 members. They might lose even more, but on the other end, it looks like they're trying to take a walker. Craziness all around the map. Everything is exploding, but it looks like Hydranation are going to be able to defend this walker, and whether they get the kills or not, that's still a great play for Valhalla.
No, it definitely was a great play for Valhalla. I think they traded out what they needed to trade out. They got their, in the last about 10 minutes, they have more kills. They got more walker damage, and it looks like they actually take out AVG too, which is huge for them. So I think overall, Valhalla is getting those trades off really well, and they're taking advantage of Hydra being out of position right now. Buds actually gets taken out too. So Valhalla, even though they are getting the trades off, the Hydranation is keeping them in and actually getting those trades back for the same cost.
Same type of trades going through here. Another 1-for-1 here. It's actually going to be a 2-for-1. Valhalla getting yet another kill, and they're slowly starting to take this soul lead and run with it. It's about 8k now. 101k to 93 for Valhalla, Hydranation, respectively there. As the map starting to open up a bit as well too. The walkers, if we take a look at just some of the health there, pretty much full HP on the walkers for Valhalla. The mid lane, getting poked down a little bit, but over on that left-hand side, that walker for Hydranation is looking incredibly low, and we're actually seeing Valhalla trying to take advantage of it right now as they're sending 3 members over to that lane.
Yeah. After all of that fighting, take a look back at the objective situation. Actually, AVG gets pulled out by Scout. And Valhalla actually has free reign onto this walker now. They actually take that down. The only person coming in to save it is Rokane, looking to see if he could trade anything off, but he's actually just pushing the wave back. And Valhalla coming out with a successful walker.
I really like how they played that too. The Paradox did not show themselves on the wave. It was just the Infernus there for a little bit. AVG thought he was more than enough to push that wave back, and then out from nowhere the Paradox comes, who I believe already has the silence on the wall. Correct me if I'm wrong there, but it looked like he does have that silence already, which means that there is absolutely nothing AVG can do, as he can't press ult. You don't have the stamina to go back through, the walls blocking you off, right? So really it's just curtains at that point, and then your walker goes down. Valhalla doing a great job at kind of masking their play there, and now all they really have to do is play defense, get your power spikes until this next urn, which should be happening in about a minute and a half here, but Buds needs to be careful. Could go down here, but manages to flame dash away, and Valhalla doing a great job right now at just keeping this game at their pace.
No, definitely. They keep the game at the pace really well right now, because Hydranation looks like they're actually on the back foot. You look at the right hand side of the map, they're playing more defensive, playing around their walkers, and Rokane actually trying to push up on the left side here. Actually gets caught out. And the Buds with the stun coming out and gets nobody at the moment, and Lomain's rolling away, seeing what he can run over at the moment, and he actually gets nobody. Rokane gets taken out, and they are looking for more here. Hydration actually gets taken out as well. Fishcake is sitting there at 1 HP. Valhalla coming out with 2 kills for none here. And they're just dominating this middle game a lot more right now.
Yeah, and that's exactly what their comp does, right? They have those damage spikes on a couple items. The amount of engages they have too. They have the Paradox swap. They have the Lash Death Slam as well. There's so much in order to look out for. And even if you do end up buying a counter spell for Hydranation, it's so early in the game where you're now barely doing any damage, if not any damage at all, if you're getting that 3k item this early on in the game. And even if you do, it's not really going to block much. You still have the Death Slam, you still have the, you still have the Shiv running at you, you still have the Infernus, but here we go. We're going to be seeing a little bit of a mid-boss fight here as the Crystal is coming down, but the Ice Dome is going to be stopping for now. AVG's coming in with that Yamato ultimate to stop it for now. The Paradox Wall goes in the middle here, but Valhalla gets 2 of them. Hydranation get 1, but it's already going to get used as Lefa goes down early. Here comes another execute. The fight is being won by Valhalla. It's a 1-for-1 for now. We'll see how it goes as the fight developing in here. DMB goes down using one of those rejuves, Lomain as well, so it's going to be a 5v4, but check that, League goes down as well here. It looks like Lefa starting to do a lot of the damage here, but might get focused as there goes the execute. The Shiv is on fire. Fishcake getting yet another one here onto Hydration, who does not get executed, but he does go down all the same. Hydranation losing that one 4-1. Valhalla are just doing so incredibly good in this game as they now secure the buffs. They do have that urn as well, and they're free to push whatever they want.
Valhalla free to push anything they want, indeed. I mean, what a great mid-boss fight right there for them. Honestly, they came out with 4 or 5 kills right there, and a couple buffs there for them to take. And right now they have free reign over the map. They can take it where they want, and right now they are taking the urn. Get some better lead for them, pushing out. And for Hydranation, they only have a couple members for them to defend. They have 2 people here. We have Lefa and Lomain looking to try to defend the urn, but it does not look like it's possible, especially with the Kelvin Dome protecting that urn for a free urn.
And that's the strength of that Kelvin, right? When you play these kind of mid to late game comps, right? When you hit that power spike, the Kelvin just defends all of your carries just enough so that they can get the damage output they need, and damage output they are doing right now. No rejuves for any team, but the damage is all coming through for Valhalla. Hydranation's not going down without a fight, though, as they are trying to go in here, but the Warden ult comes out now. The Majestic Leap is enough to get into the backline, and all the damage is going to be putting AVG incredibly low. Lefa goes down, Lord and M went down earlier, and it looks like the Yamato as well as the Mirage are going to be going down here as well. Valhalla might have just secured this game already, even though it's only the 22-minute mark, as this this middle walker looks like it will be going down, as the defense from Hydranation is just not there. They try all they will. It just looks like they have so much to fight against. Valhalla are not losing a single person. I say that League does go down in the end, so Hydranation gets a little bit of consolation for their efforts, but man, I mean, I'm not sure if they have a really good way back into this game.
No, it doesn't look at all. I mean, Valhalla just taking advantage of what little they had in the mid game, actually. Early on, Hydranation looked like they had the advantage, and it looked like they had the lead, but Valhalla took advantage of their strength in the composition with their pick characters and, having Lash, Buds, and everyone so early in the game, these are great characters coming to the mid game with, and they take advantage of that and are pushing their lead, and they're not holding back. They're putting the pedal to the metal right now, and they're pushing forward, not letting Hydranation come back at all. Brocane looking for whatever he can. He actually comes in with a tornado, gets a couple people there, but he is going to be fighting for his life at the moment. And we're looking at Fish Cake just dashing with his slicing dice, looking for whatever he can.
Looking for something. I mean, Hydranation has not given up yet. They get 2 kills, but they lose 2 of their own in response. Fishcake ends up going down as well, so it will be a positive trade so far for Hydranation, who are just not letting Valhalla get away with that for free. They take down most of the base, however, that doesn't mean that it's over yet. It looks like Valhalla managed to come around and kind of return the fight back to about even, as it will be about a 5-for-5. Hydranation just running at them, not giving up. I mean, that's their comp though, right? They have the Moe and Krill, they have the Abrams, they have the Viscous. They want to sprint at you, and they want to deny all space for your carries to play. And there you go. That's kind of the first time it really has worked all game. As we see Hydranation, the only one back up, so it's not going to be too big of a deal. The gold is still, or the souls rather, still going to be heavily in favor of Valhalla. But they still have all their walkers, they still have the lead, they still have pretty much everything they want. That's really just a bit of a consolation prize for Hydranation and just a second of breathing room, but it's still kind of odd stacked against them.
No, for sure. I mean, Hydranation, they actually finally made use of the composition where fighting as a team actually benefits them the most, and I think that's the first true team fight we've seen so far, and then they actually came back as even as possible, or maybe even on top, even though they're being 20k behind. So closing the gap just a little bit, as little as it can be, to actually try to bring themselves back into the game.
Hey, 25k behind is better than 30k.
100%, yeah.
I mean, I'll take that any day. You give me a 25k soul deficit, I'll still probably lose, but it'll look slightly better, right? As Hydranation looking to prove me wrong on the losing part at the very least. They still have not given up. And that's kind of the difference with a lot of these teams, right? Is that the best teams do not give up. And we saw this earlier in the tournament, actually, in one of the games Hydranation played. They believe they were a little bit lower down, but enough of that, as they are going to be going for another engage here. Scout fighting off a little bit more he can shoot, getting caught out by the combo. That's 4 ults now already for Hydranation, but all it takes is 1 from DMB to push literally all of them back from their walker. A great defense so far from Valhalla. However, they do lose 2, and they might have to reset, as Hydranation looking like they're going to be the ones backing off for now. They have another wave to play with, but I don't think they will be doing too much from that. Just going to take a little bit of jungle over on this top left side of the map. And Hydranation, they're not done. I mean, that's really all it takes with their comp, right? You find one good combo early on in the fight, one person out of position, and Valhalla are not going to have the fight that they want. So they still, even though they are ahead 20k now, it still is not easy for them to close out this game, right? They have all their walkers up, so they can just play defense off of that, but your team fight has to be flawless, or Hydranation are going to punish you.
No, 100%. I mean, Valhalla, they do have that lead, but they did get 2 taken out by them right now. And, Hydranation really wanted to push that walker, but they could not. Even though there was only 4 alive and they had 6, they still couldn't push the walker freely. So even though they did have a small win there in the team fight, they couldn't push what they needed to do and do what they needed to do and get that walker down. But instead, they're going to take the map, they're going to take the urn, they're going to try to bring that soul lead down closer from Valhalla as much as they can before they start charging in head first without thinking. Because, we're looking at one of the best teams out right now, so honestly, I think they have a rhyme and reason, and I think they have a cold-cut plan here of what they want to do. They want to make sure they get the farm up, they want to make sure they're closing the gap before they do anything rash, and they're actually, only 10k behind now from the 25k earlier.
Hey, you know what's better than 25k? It's 10k. And that's where we're at right now. I mean, Hydranation somehow managing to come on back. They used the space that they got in order to secure a lot of the farm, but now they need to be careful, though. A great swap from Scout. Going to be putting Hydration a little bit lower, but it's not enough to kill the really, really tanky Abrams. All the members of Hydranation are actually fairly tanky. now, except for Lefa, who's in the middle of about 3 people here. He has the fortitude, so he can heal up later on as long as he doesn't go down, and it looks like he will be safe for now, but now is Lord and M, and Lomain is going to be very, very low as well. Bud's now getting chased down, but it looks like the rest of Valhalla is there to support him. Valhalla seem to have regrouped here enough to take out 2 members from Hydranation. ABG and Lord NM are down, so if Hydranation can get back, it's not going to be the end of the world here, but a great little chase from the Shiv might have put him actually in a little bit too much trouble here, as it looks like Bud's going down, Zerbzy going down. Hydranation turned it back around, as it's going to be a 3-for-3. Every single fight is so incredibly close, but you still have a Shiv over for Valhalla. You still have this Lash as well. There's still a lot of damage for the team in blue, and they get another person. Hydration goes down. Rocane has pretty much all the damage left to work with, but I don't think it's enough to 1v2, but maybe I'm wrong. Lomain comes in for the damage there. The express shot plus the splatter takes out Scout, and now it's 1-for-1, or 1v1 rather, as Fishcake versus Rocane. Who's gonna win, the Shiv or the Mirage? The Shiv is a little bit lower, but here comes DMB, who went out early on in the game, can come back into this fight, and I think Rocane knows that, is gonna back off for now, but I mean, I'm not sure how Hydranation did that. It looked like a great fight for Valhalla. You had a great swap on Hydration, but it just wasn't enough to take him down, which means that it gives them the space to come back into this game and now clear their waves from their shrines. I mean, Valhalla cannot break open this game.
No, 100% agreed. I thought it was going Valhalla's way actually in the beginning of that fight, but I have no idea what happened. That in a blink of an eye, Hydranation is taking out people left and right. I saw League miss a death slam, which is pivotal to winning that actual team fight, but where they were fighting, it was not a good place for a Lash to be, honestly, and you know, that turned out to be what actually brought it out in the end. I mean, fighting indoors, I think that's a place where AVG and Hydration want to be. It's close quarters, Abrams, and you have a punching Yamato as well. I think close quarters is where they want to be, and I think that's what brought them to the win there.
Brought them the win, but we'll see if it gets them the mid-boss, as 2 Ice Domes are stalling this thing out as long as possible, but that means DMB goes down. Here comes a Death Slam. It's going to be getting onto 2 members. One of them able to get this rejuve. Looks like Valhalla get 3 as Hydration, or rather Hydranation, get one of them on their own. It's already going to be going down. Lefa gets taken out. There's still one more rejuve in play for Valhalla, but their carries are going down. However, Buds on this Infernus is alive and well and is putting out the damage. Hydranation is down 3 members. It's going to be a 5v3, and I don't think they have the damage. Lefa has to perform a miracle in order to get out of this one, but a miracle is not going to happen when a Shiv is right in your face executing you, and there's nothing you can do. Lomain now has to limp away from that one, and it finally looks like that Valhalla, although they don't have the rejuves, the fact that they got 3 of them before that fight means that they can turn it around, and it looks like they have the space and the time to get the shrines and finally break open this game.
Yeah, getting 3 rejuves there was pivotal to win that fight. I mean, you know, especially with that, we're talking about that Lash ult earlier, and Lash getting about 2 or 3 members into the Death Slam, bringing them away from the rejuve for Valhalla to grab those pivotal 3 rejuves was, you know, really good for that fight. And it looks like Valhalla is actually pushing in and grabbing whatever they can in the base right now, especially with Hydranation having 5 members of their members down right now. That's a free base right now, and I think they could possibly go for an end being about 20k up. If not, Lomain looking to try to delay as much as possible.
Hey, well, we'll see whether they go for it or not. I'm not quite sure. They are missing that Infernus ult cooldown, and you know, Zerbzy is not quite full health as well. You do have the dome up, so it could have been an option, but I don't think they're willing to risk it given the crazy fights we've had so far. Hydranation definitely not out of this one yet, but oh, take a look at the items they needed to go spend. Shiv just got Juggernaut and plated armor, I think, unless he sold the Juggernaut and got the plated armor instead. Unstoppable over onto League. Ricochet now is going to be on the Infernus. I'm surprised he did not have it earlier, but that's going to mean a lot more damage for Buds here against Hydration. And there we go. It looks like the game-ending fight might be starting now, Tridas. Here we go. It looks like the Abrams going to be going down very, very early. That's so good for Valhalla, as they are going to run down the rest of Hydranation, who are trying to salvage what they can, but it looks like it's going to be all for naught as Rocane goes down. The The Yamato trying to do something, trying to get some of the damage, but a huge death slam onto 2 members. Left caught up in the mix, will be going down, so will Lord NM any second now. There he goes. It's a 4 for 0 so far. As Hydranation have the Yamato, they have the Viscous, but it's not going to be enough. Fish Cake with a little bit of the teabag. Tensions running high between the teams here. The goo ball is not enough, and it looks like they will be ending this game. Valhalla taking the first one in this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Hydranation actually pulling out whatever they can there, looking for anything, but they actually did get anybody out of Valhalla. Valhalla actually takes it out. What a great performance of them from the mid game, actually. And, you know, there's looking pretty bad during laning phase for Valhalla, but honestly, if you're looking at the compositions, I think Hydranation had a better lane comp. But with Valhalla, you know, bringing into that mid game, I think Valhalla took advantage of what they had, and they knew exactly where they were strong, and then they pushed it from there all the way to the end.
Yeah, I mean, Hydranation definitely had tools to play with, but I think Valhalla opening up that game early on, kind of right around that 10-minute mark, on that second urn, they managed to, you know, break open the game. They had the dome available to make these plays. They had the death slam available. They had the paradox swap, which we saw kind of work up, you know, a lot of kills. The swap on Scout, definitely a key factor in getting Valhalla a little bit further into this game and managing to secure that game 1. A great job from Hydranation to fight their way back to keep it close. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Valhalla with the 1-0, but we're going to be the ones to talk a little bit more about that. We'll leave that over to the desk, who Mox and Soren take it away. You guys feel free to talk about all the action we just saw.
What a chaotic game 1. There were a lot of big fights there. We saw almost 2 team fights in a row where 11 people died. It was crazy, but what a well-played game from Valhalla. They took their draft and they completely shut down all of Hydranation's like big damage opportunities. So they understood the matchups very well, and then they never let Hydranation really get off on the right foot. Hydranation had a pretty good comeback attempt toward their in the mid to late game, but they were never quite able to convert it. And then as soon as Valhalla took the second mid boss and got a couple of extra kills for them, it seemed like it was just all over from there. But what are your thoughts on the match, Mox?
It felt somehow that even though Valhalla were like in control, that the game was still somewhat of a coin flip. Like at the end, we talked about the back-to-back fights that was 11 people off the board, and you're like, you know, if the Shiv execute is up, that's a clear like Valhalla team fight win, and like there's no chance to come back. But then it's not up. I don't know where this spell got cast, but they're just like scrapping and fighting, and so much time was bought by Fishcake in stalling out 3-4, you know, members of Hydranation at a time. It was pretty just wild to see. And, you know, Hydranation fighting back from not a huge deficit, but a deficit kind of always shows you that, you know, in deadlock, there's always potentials to make plays and make games close. And I think we're going to have a fun, long series.
Yeah, definitely could be. Well, we've got a giveaway going on in the chat right now. If you want a piece of merch sponsored by Daniel, you can type ! !enter. There's a giveaway happening. You might be able to win yourself a nice little mug with, I believe it's this logo on it.
Hey,
so,
there it is.
Death Slam a mug for yourself if you want to enter that in the chat. Should be pretty quickly. It might be coming to a wrap up as we're talking about it here on stream. But as you're thinking about your new mug, let's take a look at the scoreboard and see what's happened in this game, because there are a couple players that I wanted to shout out. Yeah, Ooh. Scout
My
with
goodness.
the highest assists is what I wanted to see, because it feels like this guy is just always everywhere on the Paradox. Like, he has such an ability to get around the map and be where he needs to be to either save a teammate or clean up a fight onto a couple of out-of-position players. He's always in the right place at the right time with these Paradox swaps. So I like to see him with the top assists. Bud's putting in the damage on the objectives, and then a lot of kills as well with... the green vegetable is the name that we have here. I'm not sure who that is, but
that's Fishcake. That's Fishcake.
Right, Fishcake. Fishcake was on that
but
ship. He did a lot of work
just
as
to
well.
carry on your point. Like I'm actually surprised to see the 15 kills out of Buds, not because, you know, he's not capable of it, but it was such a chaotic game around the like middle lane. Essentially, there was almost like 4 or 5 people fighting all the time, and I felt like Buds did an unbelievable job of holding down the side lanes. As you know, kind of, you almost saw him like relegated that position, but to see like 15 kills come out really shows that he was showing up in these massive, you know, 6v6 team fights, and letting that afterburn kind of clean things up everywhere.
Yeah, being top souls as an Infernus means that the afterburn will be hitting for quite a lot, so good work from Buds and all of Valhalla. I feel like the problem with Hydranation started in the laning phase, with that Yamato and the Viper never really getting to scale well. Like, those two were the biggest sources of damage, as our casters pointed out, and yet AVG and Lefa just kind of never really got the souls that they needed to be the carry that their team needed.
Yeah, it's hard to really dissect like where that could have gone for better or worse in their favor. Like it's not like the Yamato performed poorly by any means, but you definitely wanted a little bit more out of your Viper. At the very least, like, you can't really afford to lose too many engagements as Viper. You kind of have to get out and, you know, reassess your farming situation. Going neutral is like best case scenario, you know, like that character does not do super well from behind, and, you know, you've already got your Mirage handling a side lane, so now your Viper is kind of relegated to mid lane, and there's a lot more focus, a lot more player bodies around that mid lane at all times, and we saw really concerted efforts towards jumping on the Viper early and often. And they weren't really allowed to apply pressure to characters like, you know, Warden or the Infernus or even the Shiv. Fishcake did an amazing job of, you know, buying so much time for the team that none of the teammates around him had too hard of a time. And it was almost like the win condition for Valhalla was, you know, make sure that we at least stay neutral or try to get ahead of these potentially game-changing carries on the other side, and they did an unbelievable job.
Yeah, it was excellent team play as well. They used all of the utility on their team extremely well. Like, that second mid-boss was very heavily contested, and there was a lot of CC from both sides, but the Refresher Kelvin Dome and the Death Slam coming in right as that dome ended was excellent team play to be able to secure those 3 Rejuvenator crystals rather than the one that Hydranation ended up getting. And that was kind of the crucial thing that turned that fight, was as there were kills being traded out back and forth, there were more members of Valhalla coming back up than members of Hydranation, because of course they had to go through the full respawn process. So that's kind of the importance of getting these Rejuvenator crystals in this current meta, is it allows you to be so much more aggressive, and in any fights where you're just trading evenly, it means that you come back up immediately, as opposed to your opponents having to wait the full minute or whatever it is at that point in the game. So excellent awareness from Valhalla that they had the wave states to go for that mid-boss, and that's really what sealed them the game.
Yep. Really tremendous job. It's going to be exciting to see, you know, who shows up in game 2 to kind of, you know, save the upper bracket, because now Hydranation really have to respond here, lock in a little bit. We did see it at the end of the game. It's almost like a switch flips, and I don't think they're going to continue goofing around anymore, as we see, you know, a couple teabags, a couple words back and forth. There's some blood between these teams, and it's going to be really fun to see how they close out this series.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, these two teams are playing a game trying to have fun with each other, so it's good to see the sportsmanship from our players, but we'll have to see more of that in Game 2 after we cut to a break. Welcome back, everybody, for Game 2 of the Upper Bracket Semis. Upper Bracket Semifinals. The winner of this one will be going on to the Grand Finals. Valhalla already up 1-0 on the favorites Hydranation, so Valhalla looking to take down the big guys here in North America. If they could make it, that would be a big statement that Hydranation is not invincible, and that maybe this is something other teams can try and imitate.
Yeah, you'd hesitate to call it an upset because Valhalla are so good in their own right, but as we know, Hydranation have kind of washed the table with everybody around them. So, for the context, we will call it an upset if Valhalla do wind up taking them out, but, Hydranation are probably going to come out angry and swinging for Game 2 here. I don't think they're going to let this opportunity get away from them to kind of reiterate that they are the big dogs on campus, as it were.
Yeah, they've got plenty of opportunity to strike back here. We saw a couple of what we thought might just have been strategy errors from Hydranation, a little unusual in how they planned around their draft. They've gotten away with having just a couple of damaging heroes against most other teams because they're just kind of able to outskill their opponents and have those two completely take off and take over the game. But against Valhalla, where the opposing team is just as good as you are on those heroes, they can shut you down if they recognize that you have a weak point. So we might see Hydranation pick a couple more damaging heroes this game. But we know that they've liked to go with the high utility of the Viscous and Mo and Krill type heroes, so what do you think would complement that particularly well?
Well, we saw Seven get taken out in bans in second phase. I wonder if they consider moving that up, although I don't know if the hero is so strong that you want to first phase him now. By the the looks of it, Valhalla would be very happy just banning that away before it gets to them. But there's plenty of time to change up meta, change up ideas, and first phase a couple more damage. I don't necessarily think that it was the issue. I hate to just boil it down to saying it might have just been a lack of focus, but they had a bunch of tools to kind of flex and maneuver and make plays in the mid game where it just sort of looked like they were kind of playing matchmaking, if that makes any sense. It felt very scrappy, felt very kind of ham-fisted, just walk forward, cause fights. I'm looking to see a little bit more, perhaps, focus on coordination, actual good cooperative team play in the second game, but we'll see if they think that the draft was a real issue.
Yeah, it could be what you were saying, is that the players were just a little unfocused. It could also be that because these two teams have been learning to play aggressively against other teams, that now that they're going against each other, against another aggressive team, that it's just like fights are happening absolutely everywhere and nobody's really able to coordinate as much as they would like to. So it could come down to who's able to learn from that and get their macro game together, figure out where they need to be on the map. And that's been a strength of some of the players on Valhalla. I was calling it out before. I think Scout's done a really good job of being sort of the cleanup crew in a lot of these fights. So that paradox is going to be, I think, a focus for them. Hydranation have to find an answer to it or ban it out, but certainly it's not going to be in this first phase of bans, which is going to be a repeat of what we saw last game.
Yeah, both teams taking the same side, same bans, same first pick so far. If that's the case, we'll see Ward and Paradox come out again. But I think you made a great point about, playing up to your competition, and we've had the issue where we've not had kind of enough of the highest of high tier tournaments. They're slowly starting to come back into the cycle, and maybe these teams just need to be reminded that they can in fact bleed, and they have to take a lot of this more seriously as the game continues to grow and live. Like, people are going to come chomping and biting at their ankles, if you will. So there's going to be competition. It might not be all at once, but it's going to come, and they kind of need to make sure that they don't underestimate who they're playing against.
Well, if you're looking at the screen and wondering if we've made a mistake with the graphics, I don't think we are, because this is the exact same draft as we had last game. The same first 6 heroes, the same bans. Seven's going to be banned by Valhalla. Okay, it'll be the Shiv this time. That's the first change up from last game. The Shiv is banned instead of the Lady Geist, so Hydranation, recognizing that Fishcake was putting in a lot of work on that Shiv, so you won't have that option this time, but the Lady Geist able to do just as much damage and just as much survivability, but Valhalla say, back to business as usual, we'll pick up Kelvin.
Yeah, Shiv had a really impressive performance, so maybe, you just say that character caused too much of a problem, let's take him away and deal with the rest of it. It does free up the Geist for Hydranation, which is going to be essentially an equivalent monster to Shiv. The only thing she's missing is a free reset execute, so they take that on their own side, continue on with the Abrams, and that's been the only change so far. Again, we see the Lash coming out as well, so I think this is pretty indicative of, wow, Valhalla steal the Viper before it gets over. Wow, okay, so that's an interesting adjustment. They think maybe they can execute it better, but I was going to say it's a pretty good indicator that both teams liked the draft that they had. They just made the incorrect movements in the game to execute them, so it's going to be interesting to see. Bone Krill, his draft happened really, really fast. I hate to step on too much of your toes here, but it's just insane that Geist and Viper are the only changes that happened between the two.
Yeah, I guess both these teams liked what they did before and we're happy to just repeat with a couple of changes. It's the Viper instead of the Shiv for Valhalla, and the Lady Geist instead of the Viper for Hydranation. Other than that, same heroes on all sides, 5 of the same ones, so it's just going to come down to executing better, really. Can we make better lane matchups? Can we execute better and win our lanes? And I feel like I'd like the Geist pick better than the Viper, though.
It's definitely, in the context of that entire composition, I think it's definitely more secure. Let me say more secure, because I think the Viper pick is extremely strong, but the Geist is guaranteed, where the Viper can have a faulty early and mid game and then just not be present in the rest of the match after that. The Geist is going to be there persisting no matter what. I do like the Viper pickup on Valhalla's team, because you look around and, the Bola becomes a huge threat to Geist and a huge threat to Mirage. I'm not sure how they interact. I don't think Cube can go on top of Bola. I never really questioned that myself. I'll have to go and do the actual science on that, but I think Viper actually kind of slots into Valhalla's draft really, really nicely.
Yeah, it could be. It's also able to shut down that Mo and Krill if he gets a problematic combo and Viper's around. She can get a quick little save like that. There's also a couple of other ways that Valhalla can make that happen with the last Death Slam, but again, they got this Paradox who was really effective as their pick character last game. Scout's been putting in excellent work on that character all tournament long, so Hydranation have to find a way to be able to stop that, and Geist isn't really the answer to that. With the Silence Wall, she does go down pretty quickly and can't use the life swap, so Hydranation gonna have to come up with a plan there, maybe just having Viscous a little bit more active in those fights where the Paradox is, matching Scout on these rotations, but because he's been so fast with him, that's gonna be difficult, I feel like.
Yeah, and again, Hydranation have a ton of HP to deal with once again, but Valhalla kind of have a lot of good answers to deal with them in turn, so it's gonna be really interesting. Like, even more so than the first game, the early game for Hydranation is going to dictate a lot about how this game is played. I think you're really going to need your Yamato and Mo and Krill to be super active. You kind of need to leave your Mirage in like the safest island on Earth, but you know, it's contesting with a lot of like really strong side laners in that as well. So I think we're going to have a really good understanding of how the game is going to end after the first 12 to 15 minutes.
Well, there's only one way to see if Hydranation can turn it around. It's a similar draft, but will it be a similar game? Well, for that, we'll send you over to our casters to find out.
Hello again, everybody. Same casters as before. We're back for game 2. We got 1-0 right now. Valhalla leading us in this best of 3, but you know, pretty interesting stuff we're seeing right now, Trid. It's you know, 1-0. Valhalla, you know, pretty good win last game, but the drafts are looking pretty similar, only very slight changes. You want to talk about that at all?
Yeah, they're looking very similar. I mean, you know, Hydranation banning out the Shiv and taking out Valhalla's most important frontliner, actually. And Valhalla actually switching that up with the Viper. I'm thinking, you know, they're going to make the Warden play more of a frontline role, and then Viper's going to be taking more of the backline role for the DPS. And Hydranation actually switching out the Viper for the Geist, actually, and running their team out more with the damage, spirit damage side. It could be a gun Geist as well, but their frontline looks a lot tankier than what we see on Valhalla's side. So, in my opinion, I think in this game, last game, Valhalla was taking the cake for the draft for me, but this game, I'm leaning more towards the Hydranation side just because of the lack of frontline I'm seeing from the Valhalla side. And with so much CC they have from Hydranation, they're gonna be able to lock that Viper down enough to where she can't move, she can't slide. If she can't slide, she can't do damage.
Yeah, really interesting stuff we're seeing, you know. A bit of a peek into the minds of these higher level teams, right? Like, you don't really need to change a whole lot. Just find a slight difference in your draft to give you an edge. And I think both these teams think that they've done that. We'll see how it plays out as we're getting into this game 2 right now. One thing to note as well is with that Shiv ban, Fishcake now going to be, might change in a so we'll hold off on that for now, but Fishcake did really well on the Shiv last game, and off that character, we'll see how well they do. I'm sure, you know, obviously a top player going to do great on multiple characters, but definitely an interesting thing to look out for. Another thing to note, Lady Geist coming into play here. Pretty much one of the other normal, you know, frontline kind of damage characters, and Hydranation kind of hogging all of them here, but Hydranation also getting an early kill here. Zerbzy already going down on this right-hand side.
Going down indeed, and it looks like both sides are looking the same in terms of lane. We're looking at the Yamato and Viscous back in middle lane against the Warden and Paradox, so they're putting up the same exact matchup as they were last game, and then let's see if things change for them. And if you're looking at either side lanes as well, we have a Abrams in front of the Mirage for Hydranation as well, instead of the Viper, and then on the other side we see a Viper with Kelvin instead. So you know, the middle lane may be a little bit the same, side lane's a little bit different, but I'm hoping this middle lane goes actually differently, because I want to see a Yamato actually kind of go off here.
could be interesting to see him go off a little bit right now as the damage is coming through. A bit of skirmishing in this middle lane, but it looks like the parry's going to go wide, and Scout has more than enough time to get the kill onto Rokane. DMB now going down on the other side, but a parry from Scout is going to win the fight. It's going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of Valhalla. Definitely a little bit of a lead there for them. However, it's not going to be the end of the world for Hydranation, who just going to slide back into lane with that pushed wave ready for them. One thing to note that is a big difference for me here, Tridanium. You can look at that right-hand lane, right? Last game, we had the Kelvin and the Shiv, which is a huge sustain lane. It's really hard to kill, but now you have the Viper instead of the Shiv, so it could just be a little bit more volatile, a little bit, you know, kind of give and take. A little bit scarier, I think, for Valhalla, as you have a Geist and a Mo and Krill, you know, ready, especially when you get those ultimates to lock you down and one-shot you, especially if you're the Viper, right? So definitely, that's kind of a keep an eye on lane for me as we're getting, you know, closer, or later into this early game, rather.
No, for sure. I mean, I think we saw from last game that a Viper, an underfarmed Viper actually doesn't provide any value at all. And, you know, as well as a lane as they had last game, Hydranation, you know, who had the Viper last game, Viper came out into the middle game with like 5k under the Valhalla's carries. And, you know, from there, Viper is really hard to play from behind. Couldn't come back at all, couldn't get that farm up, and couldn't get that damage output up. And, you know, for Hydranation, Viper was actually the point of failure for their team. And, you know, I hope it is not the point of failure here for the Valhalla team.
Already getting some souls on the board, getting a little punish onto the Mo and Krill, who went for the dive but was unable to get the finish. Did keep the Viper very, very low, who now is forced to heal up from that heal right back into the game, but it looks like they've healed up more than enough. The Venom goes a little bit wide. It almost hit the Geist. If it did, that Geist would have gone down. Great try from Fishcake there to try to secure that kill. Lady Geist now just gonna go on back, as seeing the left-hand lane get crazy here as the lash goes down, and it's all up to the Buds now on the Infernus to clear this wave on his own. Great job from the Mirage and the Abrams, and that's actually something else we didn't really talk about as well. Last time it was the Mirage and the Mo, but now with the Abrams, it's actually a little bit better of an early game. You have the shoulder charge to work with, you have the sustain as well from the Abrams to kind of stay in the fight for longer and give your Mirage more than enough time to get those Jin's mark stacks up. So we'll have to see if that ends up working out well for them. But yet again, there's another fight on this right-hand side. The Viper going incredibly low, and it looks like it will be more than enough to take out. The Scorn's going to do the job. Zerbzy now has to limp away from this one. Might go down is what it looks like is going to get to the shop A-OK. Very volatile on this right-hand side, trading kills, but it looks like Hydranation is kind of taking the better of it.
Yeah, you know, like you said, I'm looking at Hydranation's side lanes right now, and they look a lot more dominating. You have Mirage and then Abrams, two great CC characters, and if they both lock you up, you are 100% dead. And on the other side, you have the Mo and you have a Geist, two of the tankiest characters in the game, both great sustain, and going up against one of, if not the squishiest character in Viper. Like, what is Viper gonna do? How many bullets can you put into Mo and Geist to bring them down in the laning phase to where, you know, you can't do anything else anymore? So I don't see Viper actually getting at too much value here, and Mirage just kind of keeps dominating over here on the left lane.
Both lanes for Hydranation, those left and that right side, both going the way of Hydranation. Definitely a little bit better this time around. They led the early lane a little bit last time as well, but it wasn't as dominant as this one. 5k souls ahead already. That right-hand Guardian is all but gone. You mentioned how many bullets can that Viper put in, and apparently it's not enough as their Guardian is already down. They've gotten killed a few times. Zerbzy and Fishcake now have to, you know, just try to hold this Walker and try to keep this wave stable for as long as possible and hope that their teammates get a little bit of a better result. Now, if we take a look at the rest of the map, left-hand side, they are slightly losing still for Valhalla, but they do still have fairly even souls overall. That middle lane pretty even as well. Hydranation does have that slight lead, now about a 4k lead for them. Not over yet for either side, but definitely a lot better of a start for Hydranation than last time.
100%, yeah. Valhalla, I think that right now they're relying on that dominant Warden Paradox lane in the middle, because that is what they're actually kind of like holding onto right now. The left-hand side is actually looks like it's kind of weak. in terms of it's going to go down slowly at any point right now. And I actually kind of want to bring up, it's Brocane on Yamato right now instead of AVG, so that might be a difference compared to last game where things might change, because they actually take out the Paradox in the middle lane, because now we have Lord coming in from the right side as backup, and they're actually going to go down and have a skirmish under the mid boss down in the sewers. Mo and Krill looking for more, and he actually gets more and takes out DMB out from under the sewers.
Taking out DMB and breaking open this middle lane is going to be enough for Hydranation to secure this early game lead. Can they secure this Guardian, though? It looks like no. Have to back away for now. Lomain is still messing with it, trying to find the kill over on 2. He cannot find it in time and gets punished for it. A good little aggressive play there, but it's not going to work out for Lomain, who is forced to go back to base now. Should be respawning very, very shortly. 8 minutes, you know, still not the biggest deal in the world. If there's any time to go for crazy plays, it is now, as, you know, it does result in a lot of pressure here. And it looks like that middle lane, though, on the other end, Valhalla are going to be taking down that middle Guardian first as a turnaround play, and a great job from Valhalla now to even up the souls and to kind of bring this game back to neutral where they want. Their left side lane at the same time has done a great job at stalling this Abrams and this Mirage for as long as possible. So now that this middle lane is opened up, it allows, you know, Scout on the Paradox or DMB on this Warden to start roaming and to start finding some of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying about Hydranation having that great lead, but especially with that right-hand lane, but Lomain, I was actually overextending, lost them that Guardian in the middle side. And with that Guardian gone in the blue lane, that opens up so many more options for Valhalla. So Valhalla actually not looking like they're out yet. And they're actually bringing more people over to the middle lane to protect it, because I think Hydranation wants that blue Guardian down. Scout actually gets taken out by the Hydranation, and DMB holding on for his dear life with the last stand activated. It's actually gone out now, and he's retreating back, and he is looking for his life, and he actually lives with that blue lane, but the blue Guardian actually gets taken out, so evens it back up, so for Hydranation to kind of have that middle lane advantage back to their side.
Yeah, that's definitely what Hydranation wants, and that's what they were going for in that last play. Did not quite work out for him last time, but that's more than good enough for now. Buffs and Urn coming up in about 30 seconds, so look to see the game open up a little bit more around then, but we might be seeing it a bit before, as this left-hand lane is starting to get poked out even more. We see Lomain on the Viscous now with the ability to roam, getting these express shot pokes with the splatters and with those right clicks. The alternate fire on the Viscous does so much damage. Great cube coming down to save the health bar for now. Urn and buffs up in about 10 seconds here. Hydranation posturing on this left-hand side for it, where the Viper is ready to take that right-hand side one for Valhalla, who are also getting a kill and getting this Guardian too. So they managed to get the Guardian here completely 100-0 on this right-hand side. Scout finds the kill over onto AVG, and that does open up Hydranation to pick this Urn up, but a great job of Valhalla for trading a little bit of a lead here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Hydranation picking up that 2 Guardian lead over Valhalla was actually really, really good, but Valhalla actually finding some sort of trade on the other side of the map. Whatever they can, they can find value. But in doing so, they are giving up the Urn, not fully giving up the Urn, but giving up the Urn pickup to Hydranation, who are bringing it over to the right-hand side lane right now. But Valhalla looks like they're going to use that to actually find value somewhere else on the map, because they're going to be giving up that Urn. There's no way they can contest it, I don't believe so. But I'm looking on the left-hand side, and I'm looking at the middle here. Valhalla is posturing themselves up forward to find some value, to find some objectives, to find some picks, to find whatever they can right now to actually get them back into the game, being 7k behind.
Yeah, 7k doesn't sound like a lot, but this early in the game, that's a full tier 4 item ahead of your opponent, which could make the difference in a team fight this early in the game here. However, it is definitely not over yet. Zerbzy now needs to be a bit careful, has a Mo and Krill kind of waiting in the wings here, but it looks like the roof camping is going to keep him safe for now. AVG trying to force him off that height, but it looks like that Kelvin should be more than healthy enough to get out of this one alive.
Yeah, both teams still look like
now
they're at a 2v2 on all points of the lane. And actually, we're posturing over to the left-hand side. Three individuals of Valhalla actually pushing up and actually getting into a fight here. the Death Slam actually comes out from Lee, grabs 2, slams him down, actually takes almost Abrams all the way out, gets parried, Abrams gets taken out by League, and they're fighting in a 2v2 right now, actually.
Fight starting to break open here as a lot of members are starting to pile their way in. Valhalla get their 2 picks, and it looks like they are going to be getting out of this one. Great job from Valhalla. They do lose one on the other side of the map. Zerbzy and DMB were trying to take out AVG, but a great play, I assume, from AVG to get that outplay and to get that kill onto DMB there. Pretty interesting to see not even the swap being used. So AVG just purely bursted one of them down. It makes sense though when you're up 4K at this point, but hold up, there's another fight coming in. Hydranation starting yet another one here. Scout going to be going down this early into the fight means it looks like it's going to be a successful pick for Hydranation, and they might get one more as this Viper is all by his lonesome and will be going down over to Rokane's Yamato as Buds now just has to walk away from this one. Hydranation, it seems like Valhalla gets something, but on the other end, Hydranation seemed to be getting a whole lot more. I say that, Lefa does go down, so this does allow Valhalla to even things up at 5-5, and they should be able to defend their waters.
Yeah, ABG is actually putting out the Siphon Life onto DB here. Actually putting him down to like 1 HP, takes him out. Looking for more onto League here. Gets swapped by Scout, and he's still looking for League. Actually takes him out, and now it's only Scout by him lonesome, trying to find his way out of this fight now after seeing 2 of his Valhalla members actually get taken out. And he actually himself gets taken out as well. So that is a -3 for Valhalla, with Hydration losing nobody from their side for that trade.
Hydranation starting to force the issue here now, going to be getting a 3rd kill over onto Buds, and with the urn coming up in a minute, this is exactly the pressure you want for Hydranation, just to keep that map in your control. We got 2 members over on that middle lane just shoving that wave forward, poking Fishcake, forcing him to go back to base. Valhalla are just limping away from everything at this point. It's only 11k, but the lead just keeps getting worse and worse for Valhalla, so it's only a matter of time before Hydranation start to break open this game, and we might be seeing it right now. And here comes the last stand. Wait, there comes the Ice Dome. Can the Yamato live on through this? Rokane is doing a ton of damage to DMB, and it's going to be more than enough as Hydration now joins the mix. Zerbzy is going to be going down. A great parry is going to only really buy you an extra second, and it's going to be going the way of Hydranation yet again, who, as mentioned on the desk earlier, came back angry. They want to take this game, and they want to take it in style. That's now 3 kills for Hydranation, and they are going to be pushing this white or right-hand walker, and will probably be taking it as this, I mean, Fishcake is just not enough to defend this.
No, not enough at all. And honestly, going back to the laning phase, like all they had to do was switch up a couple of the members, and look how dominant their laning phase was to bring that early game lead for them. Because right now, they're on the opposite end of Valhalla. Now this game, their pedal is to the metal, and they are not leaving Valhalla any room to come back into this game at all. It's been constant action, constant pressure, and at every turn and every angle, Hydranation has an answer for Valhalla, making sure they aren't able to breathe at all in this game.
Yeah, and it may look like Valhalla's getting picks in return, but you have to remember the objective, the reason the fight begins is always on Hydranation's terms, and they're always getting what they want. Yeah, they might lose maybe 1 or 2 members on the back end of it, but they're getting what they want. They're getting it on their terms. The waves are always pushed in. There's nothing that Valhalla can take in response, and now, yet again, the Lomain has this urn, is pushing up this middle wave, and is looking to take full control of the map. Now, it is going to be a comeback urn for Valhalla, so they do have it on their side of the map, which will be a little bit easier for them to end up, you know, defending if a fight were to break out. And by the looks of it, Hydranation want to try to take this urn. Here comes Lomain into the shop, sees Scout, but here's Mo and Krill, who has the combo, but drags him up. The vertical range of the combo is more than enough to get Scout from underneath the tunnel there. That's going to be the Paradox down, and that's most likely going to be a free urn for Hydranation.
Yeah, even though League does have that Death Slam up, he is looking at them, but what can he do at this point in time? With Scout being dead, I mean, there's no point of him taking a fight here anyways, and he actually gets a couple denies off onto the urn, which is as much value as he's going to get at that moment right there. And Hydranation is actually pulling away from that walker, and they're actually getting attention on the other side of the map. Valhalla was trying to sneak in a couple members over to get some damage onto the walkers, but Hydranation already has people postured to defend those. And they're actually pushing up onto this left-hand walker here. League still has that bet slam in his pocket to try to find somebody onto, but actually AVG comes up right behind him, sneaks up, and actually, I wanted to say it, suck him off with his lifesteal and pushes away League away from that walker, so he can't use his ult and can't death slam any of these members onto the walker, and it's gonna be a free walker onto Hydranation right there.
Yeah, not a lot of members of Valhalla are actually going down, but all their objectives seem to be going where they just, you know, can't defend them, so they're deciding to give a lot going through here as these walkers are just going down over and over again. DMB is trying to find something in response, but just gets buried and now has to run away from low main, but it's not going to be enough because there comes the combo, there comes the melee, there comes a little bit of teabagging as the teams are starting to get some goose on either side. Both these teams very, very competitive with each other, as mentioned earlier. Looks like Fishcake now is going to be going down, and with the Viper going down, it's probably going to be a mid-boss very, very soon for Hydranation, who want to try to get one more kill out of it maybe before they end up doing anything crazy, as all the members of Valhalla are waiting in the wings looking for any engage they can, but really there's nothing for them as they're 20k down here in souls, not even 20 minutes into the game. That's definitely not what you want to see if you're Valhalla. And they have one walker remaining, but can they defend it? I don't think so.
Can he defend it? I think it's possible, especially with a death slam still in League's pocket. But I mean, if they are going to be looking for the mid boss instead, that might be a different story, because Lash, he can only use for one spot, either mid boss or that walker. But I'm just thinking about how he's relying on it, because League has been holding onto it for the past 5 minutes, trying to find something, but he could not do it for the left-hand side walker. He might be able to use it for the middle walker or mid boss, but I think Valhalla is actually kind of relying on their big ults to try to win a fight here, to turn the tides in their favor, if it is possible. But you know, anything's possible here at Deathslam Invitationals.
Anything is possible. The world might be changed here, but DMB is just not the man to do it. The last stand is not good enough to take on all the members of Hydranation at their walker. He does manage to get the walker, I will say, so a small, bit of gain for Valhalla, who take their first walker, get that flex slot, and they manage to get most of their members out. Zerbzy and DMB having to take the fall for that one, but that's exactly what you want at this stage of the game when you're down so many souls, is, trade your life for an objective, make sure that you have enough members to defend the mid-boss at the very least. But I say that, it looks like Valhalla don't even think they can do that. They don't have the ice dome, they don't have the tools that they want to defend this mid-boss. Hydranation looks like they're just going to take it for free, but free is definitely in quotations there, as we see 3 members of Valhalla going for this walker, and this walker is just going to be absolutely melted, as Hydranation is not going to be there in time. We'll see if they can get some kills on the back end as they're starting to take out the members of Valhalla one by one, but they take the mid-boss, they get the kills, they lose a walker for it. Is that worth for Valhalla? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, because on the way out, Hydranation is posturing to make sure they're not leaving out with their lives. Coming up from behind them in that left-hand lane. Yes, Valhalla got that walker, but Hydranation coming in with the mid-boss right behind them. There is no way out for Valhalla, so whoever was there is probably dead now. And actually, Zerbzy trying to fight for his life, and I don't think he is, and he is actually going to go down. So that's 4 people down for Valhalla, and that's going to be a for sure mid-walker for Hydranation here coming in. And also, they're going to actually have the urn as well with Hydration, putting that in, dunking that for free as well.
Great play there from Hydranation. Yeah, they lose their walker, but they take the last one for Valhalla in response. They get the urn, which is supposed to be on the side of on Valhalla, but doesn't even matter when you don't have the members to defend it. It's now going to be 32k lead for Hydranation at 21 minutes. This game is looking even rougher than it was for Hydranation last time around, but instead Valhalla is going to be on the kind of loser's side at this point in the game. Now, can they come back? They do have some tools to do so, right? We talked about it earlier. A good base defense, one good fight can definitely help them come back into the game, just like Hydranation did last time around. They do have the disc slam, they do have that last stand, they do have the swap, they have the tools that they need. Let's see if they can execute it, as this game, though, is just starting to get more and more difficult.
100%. I mean, Hydranation is not going to run into that base willy-nilly, waiting for a Death Slam to come in from the sky. And but they also have 3 rejuves, so they can be a little bit loose here, and kind of not really throw their lives away, but they can be smart about where they choose to be a little aggressive at. Actually, Mo grabs Scout here from the sky, and he actually warp stones out. I don't know if he gets out, but he actually does go back into his base. And Hydranation is actually looking to push in right now, with all 3 lanes pushing up. Rokan coming in from the middle, Leffa coming in from the right hand side. All 3 lanes pushing in, so there's so much pressure going on in Valhalla's base right now. And Lee gets rammed into the wall by Hydration, and he actually gets, oh, he does not get out with his life. And with Valhalla, with their most important tool to defend the base down in the grave, Valhalla is looking a little bit scared right now, putting out everything they can right now. DMB with his last stand up and activated, doing as much damage as he can. Fish Kick with his single life, running out as much as he can, puts as many bullets as he can out into anyone he can find on Hydration. And with the dome coming out is all they could do with Valhalla, and it looks like their base is going to go down.
Bullets coming out for Valhalla, but it's not going to be enough, as they had some damage. They got the members down to about half health. I mean, it's definitely something, but it's not going to matter, as it looks like with Buds now going down in the back end. It's going to be 6v3, as this patron will be going down. Hydranation looking as dominant as ever in this game, too. Even more dominant than Valhalla was looking last game, so that's definitely what you want to do and want to see as Hydranation. You know, come back, make that slight change to your draft, and with that, find the success you want pretty much from early to late game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Hydranation showing us and all of us why they call themselves the #1 team in NA. Showing exactly what they can do with the same comp, almost basically the same comp. All they did was switch up a couple of lanes a little bit and put their key players exactly where they need to be to show us why they're so good. And honestly, Valhalla, as great as the team they are, was actually on the back foot the entire game, ever since the laning phase, ever since the middle game. I didn't see Valhalla actually actually come back too close to coming back or evening the odds at all against Hydranation.
Yeah, and for a more in-depth look at what all just happened in that game too, we'll leave it to Soren and Mox to kind of walk us through it.
Yeah, that didn't look particularly close. It was a sub 25-minute game. Hydranation just kind of took it all the way. This was, in my opinion, just like a difference of laning performance here. Hydranation didn't get off to a great start last game in their lanes, and they struggled to find any purchase in the rest of the game. But this time, they won all 3 of their lanes fairly handily. It took a little bit for that third Guardian to fall, but they took it eventually, and they just snowballed from there. And once again, the Viper was a bit of a weak point.
Yeah. What did happen? 2-7-1 on that Viper, only 13,000 damage. I think we're slowly starting to understand why it's not picked more and more in NA. Not sure if it's just a strategy issue or what, but these teams aren't letting this character get anywhere near online, not even in the realm of being able to play the game. We saw that in the first game, although it might have been less apparent from Leffa's piloting, but Fishcake really having a tough go of it this time. And after such a good performance on Shiv in the first game, you might have hoped to see maybe a little bit of a better performance, but maybe it's just a character issue, and maybe it's something that Valhalla can address in the draft for Game 3.
Yeah, it seems like both sides. The Viper didn't get off to a good start in lane, and then that lane crumbled, and it toppled over to everything else. Now, Hydranation are going to be one of the most experienced at pushing an advantage like that, so it's not shocking that they were able to win all 3 of their lanes, and then, you know, take a couple walkers, take the mid boss, and push in to end the game. But Valhalla, it seemed, were able to push that weakness as well. So at this point, Viper seems kind of like a trap pick. You know, I know I personally have been advocating for it because she's really good at taking the objectives and does a lot of damage. But maybe with those recent nerfs to the hitbox size and some of her cycle time and things like that, maybe she's just not good anymore. But And these teams are the best of the best, so if there is any sort of weakness, they're going to show us where it is and how to exploit it. So we get to learn maybe how to shut down that problematic Viper in the ranked games that we get in.
If there's anything worth noting, it's that we're not in the grand finals. So if there's a time to test the waters, like now is it. You're gonna get your best challenge in this Hydranation Valhalla matchup, and maybe both teams were saying, okay, let's try it out. And maybe that's just what we're seeing. I think as of note, we did see the switch flip from the middle of last game until just about now. We're kind of seeing a different animal where it wasn't just two players down a lane and hope you come out for the better of it. I think we saw a very concerted effort to move around the map a lot more. We saw a lot of combos in the jungle areas around the shops, a couple of funny interactions dragging Paradox up from from the subway basically, and it was just a lot more coordination in the usefulness and utility of these characters.
And that's what we said maybe was lacking a little bit in Game 1 for Hydranation, was that a lot of these fights were really scrappy and just kind of disorganized chaos everywhere, everything all at once. And so this time Hydranation come back and they put together heroes more purposefully. They combine in the jungle to get the pickoffs that they need and convert that into objectives that they need to take to end the game. So Hydranation, getting locked in here. They take a game loss and they go, oh wait, we have to try now, and we have to actually beat Valhalla. It's worth noting that in the last Deadlock Night Shift, PKP did beat Valhalla and Hydranation faced off against PKP, so these two teams haven't faced each other in recent memory, so except of course maybe in private scrims, but this is the first time that they're meeting publicly in a while. Maybe Hydranation just needed a moment to go, oh wait, this is how we play against these guys.
Yeah, maybe both teams needed a moment too, because Valhalla, even in their Game 1 victory, had moments where it looked like they were almost kind of ready to hand off the victory and, miss an opportunity, more or less. And I think in Game 2 here, you saw a little bit of, what Hydranation is kind of known for. And now we're going to have to watch if Valhalla can really, summon it up and find something to scrap in this Game 3, not let Hydranation kind of run the train down the tracks. They got a lot in front of them.
Yep, but it is now 1-1, so everything to play for here in Game 3, but that'll come on the other side of the break. Here we go. It's Game 3, 1-1 with the two best teams in North America. They're showing us what they can do. Valhalla striking first against the big baddies of Hydranation, but Hydranation kick it into gear and take back Game 2. So it'll be Game 3. We're here in the last possible match for this semifinals. Loser of this will drop to face the winner of PKP versus Little Troops, and then they could have a rematch in the grand final. So as you said, this is a good time for these two teams to get some testing out, figure out what's working for them, feel each other out a little bit, but they will have to win an extra match to be able to go to the grand finals if they lose this game here.
Yep, a ticket to the final two is on the line, and quite a bit of money. I think the prize pool is upwards of $2,000 as it currently stands, so there is a lot to play for today. Most of it is going to be pride. A lot of it, to say the least. But you know, there is money too. One day those prize pools will be a lot bigger, but for now we enjoy what we do have.
Yep, I mean, if any sponsors are watching, we're welcome to make those prize pools bigger, but hey, you can use !donate to help out for what we have right now. But we're focusing on the gameplay here. Getting into the draft, these two teams seem pretty happy to keep the same drafts last game, and we have the same sides this time. Is this just going to be a three-peat draft? Like, have they solved the meta here?
I think we're gonna see a slower draft. I think we're gonna see some adjustments. If I was a betting man, I might expect something different. But you know, as we say that, Yamato, pick it, do it.
Manifesting Japanese spirit lady.
Ah, yes, there we go. The very difficult to predict Yamato first pick. So now I guess we're gonna see Warden and Paradox. And yeah, I guess we will just be running it back. You know, at some point there's going to be the opportunity, like this third pick here and the second two coming from Hydranation, where they want to catch something before it goes to bans. That's where things could possibly change up here.
Yeah, it could happen, but I feel like Hydranation were doing pretty well with the Viscous and the Mirage, so I'd be surprised if they change that up. Lomain has, I mean, he's just been putting on a performance, but alright, there you go. As you say, they want to get the Lady Geist before it goes to bans, so that leaves Viscous vulnerable. We'll see if Valhalla choose to take advantage of that. They can also go for this Infernus that they've been preferring these last two games. The one thing that I really expect to change in this draft is that I don't expect to see Viper this time. The Shiv is a good pickup, though.
Yeah, I think Viper will be relegated back to the back pockets, probably for the rest of the day. I would imagine maybe the finale of the lower bracket we might see it get pulled out, but so far what we've seen is that these teams understand how to punish that character. On the other hand, we get the tried and true of two of the most, you know, safe, annoying to deal with characters coming in the first round before the bans, which is Geist and Shiv, followed up with Kelvin and Abrams bans. So we're seeing the shift, the change up, the adjustments that I was talking about. 7 is on the board. Who was the fourth ban? I think Hydranation was going for. I'm forgetting now. Last time they went
game 1 and then Shiv game 2.
Yeah, Shiv game 2. Okay, so those are some pretty big adjustments, and now Visk is being taken up by Valhalla. Mo and Krill still available on the board. I imagine Hydranation might want to pick that up as they've been doing it in every game so far. And yeah, a little bit to talk about here on those shifts.
Yeah, that's the biggest change so far, is Viscous going over to Valhalla. Hydranation will pick the Lash instead. That's another low main classic, I believe. So, you know, that's still viable. He's still kind of a similar looking hero, but alright, the Sinclair from Valhalla here. I like that pickup. You've got a couple of good ultimates to be able to copy, and then he's just also a really strong laner. So I'm liking this draft from Valhalla a little better.
Yeah, and a quick shout out, there is a giveaway going out. Hope I still catch it in time. ! Enter in the chat to have a chance to win another Death Slam mug. Haze! Wow, okay, so we've got a really fun game on our hands here. You talked about the Infernus Sinclair, but now the Haze Lash rounding out on the Hydranation side. Pretty fun switch up. You see these like general cores for both of these teams kind of maintaining in like the top 3 picks, but these final flex in the 4 through 5 slots have been really interesting, and especially so in this game. Hayes, tremendous pickoff. Sinclair, depending on how you build, I think most people kind of shy away from the damage of the Vexing Bolts and you opt for the more utility, but there's a lot of really strong ultimates to steal now with both Death Slam and combo, and even sometimes you can make really good plays on the Geist swap as well.
Well, even just like swapping the Geist back after she's ulted you is basically just a no, you're back to low HP. So I think that's a fair ultimate to be able to copy. Obviously, you're not going to get any value from the Haze, and not a whole lot from the Mirage or Yamato situationally, but I think that Sinclair is a fine pickup here, especially because it's really come down to which of these two teams has been winning in lane, and Sinclair's a pretty strong laner. Lash and Haze not quite so much, so I'm loving the entertainment value, at least, from these last couple of picks, because I think these are really fun heroes to watch, but overall, I think I'm shifting towards Valhalla for this draft.
Yeah, I tend to think that we're going to see a lot of damage coming out of this Sinclair, because I think it presents the higher skill ceiling, because you can always be as useful and still have the damage in tow. So the Viscous replacing the Kelvin as kind of your save support is kind of a big deal, because obviously Hydranation picked up Lash, so Valhalla doesn't have a tremendous point in, secure counter to the Death Slam, so they're going to have to play around this ability and really manage that in their team fights if they want to succeed. Of course, if Warden goes Lightning Stroll, it could be an easy answer, but I don't know if the stun even goes off. That timing is really, really tight, so it's going to be an interesting Lash movie, perhaps?
It could be. I think one of the main ways that you play around the Death Slam, though, at these higher levels is simply by playing your cover. We don't tend to see massive Lash ults in a lot of these fights unless it's around like the Weakened Patron or something, but even just like a 1 or 2 man Death Slam can really do something if you isolate out a target who's vulnerable. But that's why we typically don't see Lashes initiate the fights at these higher levels. You want your Lash to come in a bit later on, once people have used cooldowns, forgotten their positioning a little bit. So I want to see like the Haze start some of these fights, or of course just the Yamato go in and bruise people up, and then the Lash come in with the Death Slam to kill people who are trying to get away. So that's going to be a bit difficult, though, if Hydranation can't win these early lanes, and they definitely have a bit of a weaker setup for that.
Yeah, you're 100% right on that front, too. So much of the game is decided by winning your lanes, because there's not too much complexity on the later half. There's, wave management and, like forcing objectives and individual performance outplays, but so much of how you start the game dictates how you end the game, and Haze doesn't really want to be playing too much of a catch-up, although last game we saw a really tremendous effort by Hydranation to kind of keep Buds extremely quiet on the side lane and Infernus, and I think we'll probably see a similar effort put up here in this game 3.
Yeah, I do like that Haze can also play that sort of initiation style with the Sleep Dagger, though. We'll have to see how they choose to build that. I think a lot of interesting decisions to be made here on the build side, but we'll be able to find out which way they decide to go with all of that in the game. So for game 3, we'll hand you back off to Jordan Tridanium.
No, we can hear you. Oh. Anyways, yeah, we're taking it away here. Yeah, no, honestly, like, looking at this game now, I'm excited to see this game because we are finally seeing a much different draft than we saw earlier. I'm excited to see Sinclair. Sinclair is such a fun character to watch. A Haze now instead of a Viper. And honestly, I think we're going to see a pick Haze because there's so much farm needed around Hydranation side. So I think we're going to see definitely a pick Haze, run around the map, cause havoc. And honestly, this final game looks like it's going to be a lot spicier than we have seen in the past already.
Yeah, sorry about that. Little technical difficulties there. Mike trolled a little bit, but we're all good, I think. And yeah, I agree. I'm excited for a little bit of the change that we see now at the draft. Finally, looking a little different. Obviously the base is still there that we've been seeing kind of evolve throughout the series. But teams finally kind of swapping picks around that. Viscous going over to Valhalla, kind of the key one that I'm looking at here, with that Kelvin being banned as well. It's pretty much the only pure support that we have. Obviously, the Sinclair in here as well is going to help with the debuffing, but both of those picks are on Valhalla, so Hydranation, they kind of have like a little run at you comp a little bit, but with a Geist there as like an anchor. So it could be an interesting game to see how that plays out. One thing to note as well, Hydration is going to be on the Mow and Curl this time around, and we will be going into game just to see that right now. So no Abrams as well, which has been going very, very well for them. So I'm curious to see how Hydranation plays this.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, honestly, not seeing Do in Valhalla's lineups actually looking a little tough for Valhalla, because that's taking away their Yamato specialists, their pocket specialists, and things like that. And he's definitely a great player. And not to say that Fishcake is not much of anything, but Do has been, the primary lineup for the last, how many games they did yesterday. So seeing them actually have difference in their composition might be what is holding Valhalla back today. And we are actually seeing Yamato back in the middle lane with Geist instead of Viscus, because they don't have Viscus on their side anymore. So they're looking to switch up their laning a little bit here. Viscus is actually with Shiv over on the left-hand side as well, against a Mo and a Haze. How are we feeling about these lane matchups?
I mean, just about to kind of talk about that right now, really. I mean, I feel like the middle lane, even though they don't have the Viscus with the Yamato, that Geist, I mean, seeing it how comfortable AVG is on that pick and how well it did for them last game, it might even be scarier with that Geist bomb, just with that consistent poke, allowing the Yamato to kind of put out as much pressure as she wants. You can already see it right now. They are just, the Warden and this Paradox are already pushed back to their tower. The damage coming over from Hydranation is just a lot to go through, so expect to see that be very, very volatile. Other than that, one thing that's sticking out to me is that right hand side. We do see the Mirage and the Lash, which is a very, very volatile lane duo, but against the Infernus and the Sinclair, who are in turn really, really good at punishing aggression, right? So I'm curious to see how that lane goes out, as we're seeing Valhalla actually the ones to push it in first.
No, definitely. I think the that right lane for Valhalla is gonna be their strong lane right now, with Infernus and Sinclair, both fantastic laners in their own right, against a Lash and Mirage. So looking at this game compared to the last one, Valhalla is strengthening their numbers in their laning phase to try to get that early game lead, just like how Hydranation did with their second game, switching their characters around and making sure they're going to get their laning phase up and ready to dominate as much as they can.
Yeah, as we're seeing, not too much going on right now. Just a little bit of sustain, a little bit of farming, some box running. The standard early games for either team here. I would say, if anything, that middle lane definitely looking a little bit scary for Valhalla. I say that, but once you get those ults, you definitely can punish someone with that cage, with that swap. Just end their life very, very quickly. This left-hand side now. The least lane, or the last lane rather, I expected to get aggressive. All the laners right now are on very, very low HP. The Shiv had to buy the Viscus a little bit of time to get out of that one, but it was more than enough as the Haze is forced to run away. We see Hydration looking incredibly low as well, so we might see a kill go off on that lane sometime soon, so definitely keep an eye out for that. But other than that, I mean, really it's just kind of back and forth until this first urn at 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Or sorry, the first buffs, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Both sides seem to be a little bit more on their knees right now. Not on their knees, like on their feet right now. Just kind of like making sure either side is not having any early game advantage, because they know exactly what's going to happen if they get that early game advantage. And honestly, Valhalla, they are relying on this Warden Paradox lane every single time. It's a first pick every single time. So it seems to me they want to guarantee this middle Guardian to get taken down. It's actually taking a lot of damage onto her right now, almost hitting half, about 75%. And they're actually getting pushed back just a little bit. But it looks like Valhalla is relying on that middle game a lot here, especially with DMB on Warden, opening up a lot of the map. If they actually do get that Guardian down in the middle lane, that opens up a lot of more options for Valhalla.
Yeah, the options bar. I mean, we saw it last game too, right? That once we saw Hydranation open up that middle lane, they were able to push their leads to the side even more. Now, this left-hand lane, though, is the point of interest here. Valhalla going incredibly low. These Haze stacks here. The fixation already going crazy for the members of Valhalla. Great parry now in the fight on the middle lane there. It's finally breaking open, which you talked about just a second ago. It's a double kill for the side of Hydranation, who really had that fight under lockdown the entire time. AVG got incredibly low, but Rokane was more than healthy enough to clean up the entirety of this Valhalla roster here. Puts that Guardian down to half HP, and that's a good little lead that you want to see.
Oh no, on Valhalla's side. I mean, looking at on the Hydranation's blue lane, you have Yamato, guys. Some of the most annoying characters to try to bring down. I mean, would you bring any of them down? Yamato's just gonna ult, Geist is just gonna ult. Now they're both back, just full HP, and just dominate and bring back the fight. Just turn it right back around.
Turn around they did, as the Guardians, I mean, on both sides are still pretty low. I think Scout and DMB are doing a great job at equalizing the pressure, even though they are going a bit lower in health bars. But doing a great job at getting that Guardian about even to where Hydranation have it, so well played to them. Over on this left-hand side, though, I cannot say the same for Valhalla, who are just getting pushed in over and over again. Now, League is so incredibly low. The fixation is just stacking onto everybody, and there comes Hydration to find the killing blow, as all the shots are being found here from low main on this Haze. Fishcake now goes down, and it looks like this left-hand Guardian is all but dead. 3 or 6 minutes, rather, into the game. Hydranation are the first ones to open it up. And this Haze, now that they can roam around, it's going to be very, very scary for Valhalla. They have to check their corners, and they have to make sure that they're safe before being able to do anything.
I'm not gonna lie, the Mo Haze lane was the last one I was thinking to dominate their lane and actually get the Guardian first. Especially against the Viscous and Shiv. So, honestly, good for Hydranation. Opening that Haze up. Actually, she's actually taking advantage of this moment and actually pushing up and finding some positioning over in the blue lane here. Finding some damage onto DMB, onto Scout. Actually gets swapped out by Scout to switch that HP back, and Haze actually does not find a kill, but actually Rokane goes down in Haze's stead instead.
And going down, but in turn DMB will follow. The trade comes through, and the Hydranation are still looking to get on top here as they get yet another 2 Guardians here. They get that right-hand side one, and the middle one is on a sliver of HP. If Valhalla just barely defend it with their lives, but they might be losing those said lives on the re-engage. Rokane comes back with a vengeance and gets the kill on the Scout. That Guardian is just one attack away from going down. DMB is trying to get some value here underneath the Guardian for Hydranation, but will just go down instead. And it looks like similar to last game, Hydranation find the kills they need, they find the pressure that they want, they get all 3 Guardians, and they are very, very comfortably looking with an 8k soul.
Yeah, Hydranation actually taking out all the Guardians in quick succession, actually. That was like within 2 to 3 minutes each. And taking over this middle game transition here so fast and so strong.
Here we go. Yet another fight. But this time on the opposite side, over on this left-hand side here, Scout tries to go in, tries to get a pick onto the Haze, but it just does not work out as the combo comes through on Mo and Krill, takes out the Paradox, and Fishcake on the Shiv was just there at the wrong place at the wrong time, ends up going down to that bullet dance, and it looks like that Guardian does go down for Hydranation, but you take 2 kills and trade the only Guardian that they've had gone down so far. I think you'll take that all day here, as it's now a 7k gold lead for Hydranation. Almost 10 minutes here, so I feel like the game, you know, hasn't truly opened up until we get this second urn. Or, sorry, this first urn, as, you know, that's really when we see these big fights. That's really when we see these carries start to get the money they want and see exactly how they use it.
No, definitely. I mean, honestly, I thought Valhalla had the stronger lanes, especially on the side lanes, and seeing them all get taken out so easily just, honestly, just shows you how good Hydranation is right now in their spot and Haze #1. And Lord actually wandering around looking for something to happen over here in the right-hand lane. Actually stomps down onto Sinclair, puts him down to half HP. Sinclair throwing out the assistant and bolts. Make sure he gets some trades off, but he actually only gets a tiny bit of his HP bar down instead.
Comes Rokane over on this right-hand side jungle, trying to push Valhalla out of all of their farm, make it hard for them to come back into this game. As, you know, they're doing a great job at fighting back. Valhalla is definitely not going down without a fight here. They're not too far behind so far, but this could change at any moment here. Buffs and Urn coming up in about 10 seconds here. Scout posturing to maybe try to get this right side one, but no, it looks like they will be trying to just get out of this one. as all the members of Hydranation are posturing on this left-hand side, but it will be 3v3 right now over in the middle, as we're not really taking a look at the fight, but over just trying to see the health bars. Hydration is going down, Fishcake is going down completely, League is incredibly low. Over on that left-hand side, Scout could not quite find a way to get into the fight, and it looks like Valhalla had to run away from that fight on the right-hand side. The left-hand side is just going to be surviving for now, as that walker is getting pushed, but that opens up Hydranation to actually get the pressure and get this urn. And a great play from AVG, who actually drops the urn, presses parry onto Scout just in time to get that heavy punch punished, takes out Scout, and now it looks like it's going to be a completely free urn for the side of Hydranation.
Yeah, what a play from AVG right there, dropping the urn for that parry. I actually didn't see Scout coming in at all until that parry hit. But that's just, you know, great game sense from AVG there. Valhalla actually looking for something over on the left-hand side after the urn has been put in. They're actually going to get a kill off onto Lefty here, and probably going to get the Guardian down as well. But we're coming in with Lo Mein sneaking up behind a Haze, right behind Valhalla, to see if he could trade off anybody and push them off that Guardian to save. And actually, they actually get a kill off League right there and save the Guardian. So DMB is going to get away with his life, and happily enough with his one trade kill, I guess.
Yeah, they get one kill, but they lose one of their own, and they don't even get the Guardian for it. So really, what's the point? As now on this right-hand side, we're seeing a fight is being won yet again by Hydranation. They're just pushing the members of Valhalla off every single objective, every single lane, every single little piece of farm, as it's now a 10k lead for Hydranation. So not a huge increase from the last time we checked on it, but it's definitely an increase all the same. As we take a look at the objectives yet again, Hydranation still holding on to one of their Guardians right on that left-hand side, which means the flex slot is not quite available for Valhalla, which shouldn't matter right now, but in another 3, 4, 5 minutes, that's definitely going to start limiting them on their item choices, and will limit how they can actually scale into this later, you know, mid-game, as we see another Sleep Dagger over on the hand lane, but it looks like Lo Mein is just going to use it to run away here and try to get to this Mo and Krill and this Lady Geist, who are now going to be taking the brunt of the action here. Mo and Krill trying to walk away, they're escorting each other out, and Valhalla simply are just going to be defending their walker, but no kills.
No, not yet. And it looks like every chance Valhalla is trying to make to bring the game back, they're obviously going to lose maybe 1 or 2 lives to get one of these objectives down, because they're so far behind right now. They have to make some sacrifices on the map to make something happen for them. And Hydranation is playing and posturing in a way where they're going to take advantage of any situation where if Valhalla does step up, they're going to make sure they're going to pay for it, especially guarding that left Guardian right now with 2 of their members. And if you're looking at the map, Valhalla is postured on the back end, with Haze actually going in with a bullet dance onto Fishcase right here. Fishcase goes down to the Haze, and this Haze is actually kind of a dominating force in this mid game.
Yeah, the pick Haze been so prevalent recently in the meta. Now Zerbzy with the copied Lashults trying to get away with it, but the Death Slam is not enough. Lo Mein is just on a killing spree. That Haze is doing so much so far in this game. Here comes a swap now on the other side of the map here. AVG trying to survive as long as possible. Now it should have enough damage, and it does. Ended up taking out this Lady Geist, but at the cost of so many members of Valhalla, it's not going to be worth it for them, as it's a 1-for-4 Hydranation winning that fight, now up to about 12k, but Valhalla might get yet another kill onto Lord NM here, which is going to be great for them in order to keep that map, you know, a little bit under their control. But just these little trades back and forth, I mean, slightly favoring Hydranation means that they're just going to be getting more and more souls in the lead, and with the urn coming up in 40 seconds, both teams are really going to be banking to get this one.
Yeah, I mean, Valhalla is going to need this urn to actually come back to the game, because if they make any more trades like that, they're going to win this, or they're going to lose this game slowly but surely, as slow as it can be, honestly. So looking at the timer right now, we're at 20 seconds until their urn is up, and hopefully Valhalla is going to posture themselves for that on this, and actually going on this left side here. Hydration almost getting caged, but has a debuff mover to make sure he does not get trapped anywhere near that warden.
Needs to be careful As, you know, Valhalla still have the tools to come back into this game, right? They have the swap, they have the Warden Cage, they have a polymorph over on Xerxes there as well, so Hydranation definitely cannot keep their foot off the gas there. They have to make sure they stay in their lane and they stay, you know, keeping the pressure on slowly and steadily. But it looks like they are doing just that so far. NM needs to be careful though, as the Paradox does find a swap here, I believe, onto this Lash, who will go down, but so does Fishcake on the middle lane. And it looks like the Mowing Krill are going to be coming in on this left-hand side. There's fighting in all 3 lanes. It looks like the Goo Ball is going to be going down. That's going to be a 2-for-1 so far for Hydranation. And we still see fighting everywhere right now on this left-hand side. DMB is trying to salvage what of the fight they can, but it looks like Hydration is just way too tanky for DMB to take out. And over on the right-hand side, Hydranation are taking off with their win. It's going to be a 4-for-2, and it looks like Hydranation now have the time and the space to take this urn, and they will look to turn this one in. DMB now is going to be trying to get this Guardian, but I don't think he has enough time, as there's going to be 2 members on top of him, and no, he cannot get it. He loses his life, does not even get the Guardian, and now Hydranation are 20k up with the Soul.
That is unfortunate from DMB. Honestly, if the last stand was still going on, I think he would have taken out Hydration for sure, but it's been going on for a while, and that battle was looking bleak for Valhalla. I think DMB should have just like took his fight and just like kind of left with it. His last hand was not up, and then 3 people from Hydranation came over to take out DMB and solidified that win over on that side of the map. And now they're going to take their win and push it forward towards over to the urn here, and they're going to get that urn put in, and they're also going to take this Walker away from Valhalla, make sure their lead gets even further at this point right now. AVG just taking out people left and right. Scout gets taken out, and Hydranation just kind of overall winning every engagement so far. Make sure Valhalla is not going to see any sort of light day right now.
Yeah, Valhalla doing their best to fight off this attempt on their Walker, but the attempt is going to be successful, and it's going to be about a 5-for-1 trade over for Hydranation. A little bit of camera work, fun action onto Lovain there, who's just so incredibly strong, has that burst fire, has that fortitude, that slowing hex, able to find all the picks in the world, and should have a good amount of souls as well. That 9-0 on the Haze and the 7-0 onto Hydration, just finding the members of Valhalla before they find them. You know, you take a look at the pick characters over onto Valhalla, and it's looking a little bit skewed, right? And now that it's a 25k soul lead, Hydranation are looking about in the same situation they were last game. And that situation's a great one for them, right? They're ahead a very good amount of souls going into this mid-game, and they have the characters and the items to do it. So as Urn spawns in about 2 minutes, we'll see them possibly get a little bit more of a lead here, but they might actually just do it right now as the combo comes in through onto Scout, who goes down. League is now incredibly low on this right-hand side in this one-on-one, and I mean, Valhalla losing Buds now is just starting to lose control of the entire map. League goes down, the Walker's gonna go down. I mean, what Valhalla do? Whatever they try, it's just not enough.
Yeah, I'm looking at any point right now where Valhalla can actually finally find their solace and try to come back here, but Hydranation is just holding on to that pressure so effortlessly right now, making sure they're having no time at all to even breathe at this point. There's no urn for them to take, there's no Walker for them to take. That Guardian is still up on the left hand side, and just in a split second they're going to be taking this mid boss right now and taking those rejuves and probably going into that last Walker over to blue and taking that for free as well. Hydranation looking like they're a dominant force in this game 3. And honestly, I wanted to see more Valhalla from game 1, but Hydranation, they are not letting go at this point right now.
When Hydranation gets a lead in the first 10 minutes, they are not going to let go of it. Now, Valhalla does end up getting their flex slot on the left-hand side. That's definitely a small step in the right direction, but a step all the same. That's what you kind of need to do when you're down this far. Lomain actually ends up going down over on the right-hand side, using up one of the rejuves, and might end up going down actually to the 2 members of Valhalla, who end up finding him, gets that kill onto Lomain. That's a great start for Valhalla to mount a comeback. You see, sadly though, they lose 3 of their own. They're going to be losing this mid Walker here, and not really much you can do. I mean, they get a little bit, but I don't know if that's going to be it, as we're seeing a 37k soul lead for Hydranation.
I think at this point right now, Valhalla is trying to hold on as much as they can, try to turtle defend, try to trade as much as they can, because I think, you know, Hydranation, as much as they are the #1 team in NA right now, they are still human, and Valhalla is just hoping for them to make any mistake they can right now. Valhalla is actually pushing up and taking that right-hand walker, taking Leffa out, wasting one of the Rejues, making sure he muses it, and even though they took that Leffa Reju out of the way, Hydranation is pushing Valhalla back away from that walker, making sure they can't even get and trade that at all, and making sure they're four members of Valhalla actually get taken out for that attempted trade over in the right-hand walker.
Yeah, and I mean, Valhalla, they're definitely not playing bad at all by any means, but Hydranation seem to just be playing almost perfectly. A couple slip-ups here and there, but they're pretty minute in comparison to the overall game state, where they're 50k souls now after this Urn up in the lead, and 20 minutes into the game, that's not a number you want to see. That's like a hour-long game number that you don't mind, but this is 20 minutes. This is a third of the way to that moment. Not even entered the late game yet, as Zerbzy now gonna be going down, lead going down, mid boss is gone. Actually, still got one left over on Hydranation, which is more than enough time for them to push in. And I mean, it really just Hydranation showing us why they are, you know, historically the best team in North America.
No, definitely, time after time again. I mean, Valhalla did take that game 1 off of Hydranation quite easily, I must say, but Hydranation, all they need to do is readjust a little bit, both their mentalities, maybe just warming up too, but dominating this last 2 games on Valhalla. And Valhalla definitely not one of the worst teams in NA whatsoever. If I had to pick myself, I would say Valhalla is my #2 and one of my favorite teams in NA. And I think with Du out of the picture for this series today, hurt Valhalla a lot more than I think we thought.
Yeah, I mean, we just talk about how this series is looking as Hydranation, you know, kind of playing with their food a little bit of trash talk in the chat. Both teams, you know, just having a little bit of fun with it. Hydranation will be taking the series 2-1 in their favor, moving on to the grand finals, guaranteeing them that second place. But Hydranation did not come here for second place. They came here for the grand prize, so we will be seeing them a little bit later in the stream in that grand finals. But Valhalla not out yet, still going to be moving down to that losers finals, guaranteeing a third place finish even if they end up losing there as well. But too early to talk about that, as let's talk about what they did right? I mean, you mentioned that they did really well in that first game. Hydranation definitely held them at bay for a long time. It was about a 32-minute game in that first one, and that victory for Valhalla, but they definitely looked very good doing so. In games 2 and 3, Hydranation kind of found a little bit of a stomp in those 22 and 23-minute wins, respectively, right? Quick wins, quick little stomps, but Valhalla in that game 1, I mean, if we can find more of that Valhalla performance that we saw them in that first game, I think they can at least make it back to grand finals.
No, 100%. I think if anybody has a good chance to make it back to grand finals, it is Valhalla. To me, they're one of the best teams in NAA past Hydranation, and I think they have a great chance to do so. As long as we see them do the key points that we see them do in the past, you know, having a great draft. I think their draft for game 3 was good, but then something fell one way or the other, and they ended up having all 3 of the lanes get taken out so easily and so early in the game, which brought Hydranation such a great lead. And then when you give Hydranation a lead, they're not going to let go, and they're going to bring that all the way to the end. So I think what Valhalla, if they come back again, needs to do against any team goes against Hydranation is make sure they don't get that early game lead whatsoever on any 3 lanes. So good laning phase is, I think, key. What we want to see in the next future games.
Yeah, if there's any team you don't want to go down early against in lane, it is Hydranation. But to talk about that series as a whole and the game 3, we're just going to pass it over to Soren and Mox on the desk, who can really walk us through exactly what went wrong.
Hydranation takes it 2-1. They locked in after that first game. These were 2 pretty quick victories here in game 2 and 3 for Hydranation, showing that even the best of the best in NA are not immune to just getting rolled over by a big Hydra.
Yeah, rolled over is quite a statement as well. Each of those games 23 minutes under, something like that, in the 2 victories. we talked about it a little bit between game 1 and game 2. This idea of like actually focusing and, you know, locking in, for lack of a better phrase. I think that we kind of saw that in the game 2 and game 3. I think we saw a huge flex essentially. And yeah, I don't know that there's even a ton to talk about other than, you know, Lomain's insane haze performance, by the way. Like, what a menace. Constantly inside the enemy team's jungle, constantly tracking down Fishcake's Shiv, by the way, 1-9-1. Like, you could say Lomain single-handedly shut down Fishcake, you know, after minute 10. You know, once the lanes broke down, like, there was nothing, no space for Fishcake to even breathe. And you can see that reflected in the stats.
If there is a hero that you want to basically mark one player and make sure that they don't play the game, it might be the Haze. Lomain did a fantastic job of just making sure that that problematic Shiv from game 1 wasn't able to do anything problematic, and then also taking that damage and taking it to other team fights as well. A great performance from him, but once again, it was just dominance in the lane, and then converting that into an easy victory. Like, the only stumbling block that they had in all 3 of these games, really, was that first laning phase, and maybe just a couple of little aggressive mistakes there from Hydranation, and suddenly Valhalla had a chance here. But no, Hydranation, literally, you cut off one game and 2 more take its place if you face them. So a great job from them to come back and reverse sweep the series. They'll be moving on to the grand finals. Down in the lower bracket, I believe it was PKP who defeated Little Troops 2-1, so they will be going against Valhalla here to decide our second member of the grand finals. It's kind of a repeat from last Wednesday. We got PKP versus Valhalla, and the winner faces Hydranation.
Unfortunately, not too many things change as of late, but, you know, like I said, there's still a lot of things developing in the scene, and, you know, the game is developing. As we know, there's a new patch on the way. Based Yoshi has given us some information, so, you know, maybe new patch, new characters, new teams. You never know. These players are, you know, excited to get up into the upper echelon, but as of right now, kind of sitting with the status quo. And, you know, you give props where they're due. Hydranation is, you know, between the 2 games that they won, they were far and away the better teams, and even the game that they lost, we were talking about how they were inches away from making a comeback in it. So going to be interesting to see if we, you know, let's just make the assumption that Valhalla find a way back to the grand finals. Like, what's then the adjustment? Because first game was really, you know, the Shiv kind of popping off and putting in a bunch of work to kind of carry your team. And this game 3, the Shiv kind of, you know, shivved the bed.
Yeah, maybe the knife went the wrong way. Sleep Dagger stronger than the serrated knives, but well, it'll be PKP versus Valhalla first before we can get back to Hydranation, so we'll see which of them is able to take on each other in another game, best of 3, rather, right after this break.
welcome back to the Death Slam Invitational. Things look a little different now. Things look a little more maroon, actually, over here as I have taken over for Soren. Quickly, Mox, as I get introduced to you, the chat get introduced to me. My name is Tanner Metro. You guys can call me Tanner or Metro, whatever works. Mox, you have had the privilege to be on the desk all day today, and we just got to watch a fantastic matchup that looked like maybe possibly could have been an upset.
It was close. It was close as we were going to get. Valhalla are probably the most hopeful to be the Hydranation upsetters, and I think you see all the makings of it. But as we were talking about throughout that series, it seemed like it was just a matter of time for Hydranation to, kind of pull their pants up, put in that last fastener of their belt buckle and say, this is kind of our tournament here.
Yeah, they got a little silly in the first game, but managed to close it out. It does sound like our bracket is ready to take a peek. We know that Hydranation is going to be sitting comfortably in the grand finals, I think, to be expected. Meanwhile, as we walk our way on through, what we didn't catch on stream is PKP, or Peer Kicks Puppies, has moved on, taking down Lil Troops, who also picked up a map 1 win, but couldn't close it out in games 2 or 3. So now Valhalla, as they fall down into the lower here, Mox, licking their wounds, they've got to take on this PKP squad that is making this run through the lower bracket, right? Win over Boston Tea Party, win over Lil Troops, and now they're looking to keep it going if they can beat Valhalla.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Valhalla were the ones to push PKP down into the lower bracket on our yesterday. So, PKP, presumably by these final results, are, the worst of the two teams. But like you said, momentum versus, Valhalla's kind of trying to regroup after essentially 40 minutes of games. Some teams take 40 minutes to finish a game. They got 2 games taken out from them in that same time span. So Valhalla's going to have to regroup fairly quickly here. But, these are really good players at this point on both sides of the bracket. So it should be an interesting one. I presume this is going to be another 3-game set, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It might be arguably a little bit closer than the discrepancy to Hydranation, but I think we're gonna be in for a fun one.
Yeah, I mean, we were just spoiled with a 3-game series between these two teams just previously. This is also, this top 3 is an amalgamation of, I'm assuming, what our top 3 is going to look like for quite some time in NA, barring any crazy roster swaps. But we just saw them on Wednesday, right? PKP took on Valhalla in the Deadlock Night Shift, and they actually got the win there. They let it slip from them. Now, that was just a best of 1, so best of 1s and best of 3s. They work a little differently outside of games played, right? A little more game planning, or a little less game planning maybe goes into those. But yeah, redemption arc here for this PKP squad. They're doing it too. I believe Dew was playing with Valhalla when they played PKP yesterday, and now Fishcake is playing, so I'm wondering if that changes anything. I'm not incredibly familiar with how deep Dew's hero pool goes and how deep Fishcake's pool goes, but we've already seen it, right, from Fishcake, putting some priority on that Shiv, but is able to kind of flex around because in that last matchup, Hydranation banned that one away.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting dynamic. I presume that Fishcake's got a fairly large hero pool to deal with, but we did see 3 games of Buds playing in Furnace. So, not that any of these players lack, knowledge and expertise on a lot of these different characters. Buds can pull out almost anything as a primary M1 carry, but, you start to see these tendencies and you start to wonder, are they gonna move Fishcakes to Moan Krill? Are they gonna move them to an Abrams? Does Buds move over to playing more Mirage, which Hydranation prioritized very heavily? So we're gonna see who's kind of favoring which characters as we get closer and closer to these teams setting up draft.
Yeah, we saw emphasis on the Lash as well, right? League maybe playing a little uncomfortable on the Viscous, a little different play style. Can still look to make plays, but was kind of always on the back foot. Hydration on the Moan Krill. Kind of just walked around the map, found combos, able to find kills. I have to pause for a second. Is that a real dog behind you asleep on the couch or futon? Oh my goodness gracious, that is a real
Thank you.
dog.
Finally, real, recognized, real. Nobody has said anything about my beautiful little dog Nora here. Chat, say hello. That's Nora. Very sleepy.
Wow.
She doesn't do anything. Anyways.
Love that. Sorry, yeah, I when you were talking, I was just looking at the dog. I was like, what is that, a body pillow or something? What's going on? Beautiful pup in the background. Happy to have, you said Nora?
Nora. Yes.
Happy to have Nora join us on the broadcast. What are Nora's prediction, Mox? Are we setting down bowls of food or treats to see which Nora's picking? I think we need to start to get that going.
Oh, one of those nice little predictors. You see those on shorts everywhere.
Yes.
I think her trick bag is a little bit limited. We can take prop bets on how long she sleeps, and then we'll say that equates to one team or another, because she doesn't do much but take a nap on the couch all day. She might not be that helpful.
As dogs do. I've got a bulldog, and I've got a little rat he's full of energy. But my bulldog sleeps all day. All right, I'm sorry. I got us off topic for a little bit, but I just wanted to make sure that Nora was getting the love that she deserves back there. We've got to shift gears again towards our matchup. PKP coming off of a win, Valhalla coming off of a loss. Mox, as a competitor, whether it be at the highest level, at the lowest level, right there, just under, just below average where I'm sitting, how much do you think that matters that PKP have had a successful run through this lower bracket, and now Valhalla are kind of getting their first taste of a lower bracket, coming off of a loss to Hydranation in a matchup where maybe they thought they were going to win, and then the rug was pulled out from under them?
It could start to wear down. We've got 2 back-to-back tournament days, not to mention, a tournament earlier in the week as well. So, you could start to think of these teams as the farther you get in, you get a little bit more tired. You don't want to say that these players don't have the motivation, but we're not at a TI super major or anything like that quite yet. So there is a world where you lose a couple games, you catch a teabag here or there, and you're like, yeah, maybe next time. That being said, we talked about the pecking order in NA, and it is true that Hydranation are kind of far and away the head of North America, but there's a ton up for grabs for seed 2, seed 3, and I think that's what we're going to see here. I think we're going to see a really concerted effort for these teams to kind of prove who they are in the standings, because PKP kind of scrapped together a roster, filled in players here, there, wherever. Valhalla has been around for a little while, but this secondary squad has been kind of pulling the right players together and trying to mesh the right roster, and so I think we're kind of at the culmination of seeing them kind of formulate as a full-time team.
Yeah, this PKP squad, right? Saya, Goober, Axe, Braden, Wage, and John. 4 of those names I recognize from the beginning, right? From very deep. Goober just recently being a teammate of Deathy, who is putting on the DSI, so shout out Deathy for that. But yeah, a squad that, when you look back to the very beginning, the people that are at the top now were also at the top or coming for it then. It has been fun to watch the scene develop and to watch Hydranation also be a team that has to make changes and still find ways to make their roster as good as it is. Before we kind of continue monologuing about the 2 teams ahead of us, because we are waiting for the draft, shout out Deathy. Shout out the Death Slam Invitational. Shout out everybody who is here. There were some mentions in the chat previously of the production value, and yes, it's as good as it gets because the team behind the scenes. So a lot of passion being put into this project, and a lot of it off of the back of Deathy there. So shout out to everybody who has helped put this one on, and I know there's been giveaways throughout the day. I know that we're working to get that prize pool going. So yes, please, if not donating to the prize pool for these players, exclamation point merch, grab yourself something nice, whether it be a t-shirt or a mug. I don't drink a whole lot of coffee, but I am a hot tea or a hot water with honey. And yeah, it would be nice if we could get Mox a mug, guys. He's drinking out of a mason jar.
I'm drinking out of a freaking glass here. Somebody buy me a mug. Mom, Dad, Deathy, somebody.
Get this guy a mug.
We'll say it's for the dog.
Yes, get Nora a mug. That's good. Even better. And if you see us typing exclamation point enter in the chat to win the giveaway, chat, mind your business, okay? Because we want to win t-shirts too. We want to win the mug. Come on. Give us something.
I do
Let's get back
think
on
we
track.
are just about ready
Yeah.
for the draft
Sorry.
now. I think we got the heads up and then we're ready to go ahead.
Yep. Never mind. We have been lied to, Mr. President. Yep. Okay. Okay. All right. We are waiting even longer. Well, let's do the thing where we speculate what we think we're going to see, and then either absolutely crush it or completely squib the kick. Emphasis on the Shiv, right, for Valhalla in the previous 2 of the 3 games. It was picked, and then the 3rd game where it wasn't picked, it was actually banned away, right? A lot of respect given over to Fish Cakes on that Shiv. So I'm expecting that to be some point of contention for this Valhalla squad, especially in this draft with PKP.
Yeah, the Shiv is a great point. Obviously, we talked on ends and ends about Yamato. She keeps getting through as the first pick, but Vindicta as well in that class. Holiday we haven't seen. And am I correct that we're going to get to see some Saya gameplay? We will. So Saya, a known Holiday player. You know, I'm really interested to see where that priority falls because Paradox has been climbing. And so with a limited pool of bans, like who's going to get through? Is it going to be the Yamato that catches the ban this time and we're going to get to see Holiday? Or is it going to be the other way around? As well, these teams have a lot of really tremendous support players. Kelvin and Viscus are going to be super, super high prio this game. I wouldn't be surprised seeing them first banned or first phase somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yeah, I think that's a great shout. Viscous, both Saya and Goober play that extremely well. Also, a world where we start to see Bebop make its way into the mix, and that kind of adds. I think the Goober Bebop adds to the nuance of the pick potential or the pick category heroes where you're banning away the Holiday, and then you're kind of, okay, we'll take the Mo and Krill, you take the Paradox, or vice versa, however it goes. Well, now that Bebop is an option, I do think we see some changes in the bans because somebody is getting ripped out of the sky, whether it be by a Paradox or whether it be by a Bebop in this next series. So maybe you do say, let's get Yamato out of here because we know that it's a lot harder to ban out these pick potential heroes now that we're adding Bebop into this mix in this matchup.
Yeah, Bebop's caught in a lot of flack lately, unfortunately, myself being a Bebop enjoyer, Clanker out there, but it's been tough. The character takes a lot of damage and now doesn't deal as much damage as he used to, so, you know, hence the kind of tiering on the totem pole. It's like Holiday Paradox up here at number 1, and then Bebop is like slowly falling down the list. Like Mo and Krill laps Bebop now, like Hayes laps Bebop now. So
yeah,
we just saw Lomain pop off like 9-0-11 before like his first death, basically. And you know, like I would much rather have a slowing hex curse Hayes than a Bebop almost. So that being said, like tremendous amount of playmaking potential, like. The table is set to see something like that come out in this series.
Yeah. Well, the table can't get set soon enough. What's happening is we told the teams to get the chicken out the freezer so that way it would be thawed by the time that we got home here on the desk. And when we got here, Mox, the chicken was still in the freezer. Now we're waiting for it to thaw. We're still waiting on this draft. Players are still taking their breaks. I mean, rightfully so. Both teams coming out of 3-game series in their own rights. And it's pretty quick, right? At the end of that series, it's, hey, we have our thoughts about it. We hit some replays of it, and now we have to get right back into the draft. So they might be going a good 90 minutes without really being able to take a break and just having to stay locked in. So we'll give them their graces as they take their time getting this draft prepped on up. I am wondering, there was a lot of emphasis in the last series. I believe the loser of the first game gets the side selection. So there's a lot of emphasis for Hydranation to take Amber Hand. And then whenever it was available for Valhalla, they were like, hey, we're fine to play Sapphire, right? We're way cool to stay over here. We want to get those 2 picks off the top. We want to get back to those bans quicker. So I'm interested to see how this one plays out with, okay, never mind. No more interests. Now we get to jump on into it. The draft is here for you guys. We will see who is who. We jump on in. Valhalla will be our Amber Hand. PKP, our Sapphire Flame. This is it, unfortunately. Lower bracket. Loser goes home. Fortunately, Mox, it is just game 1 as we jump into the draft.
Yeah, I mean, I think the draft is And Yamato and Vindicta immediately gone. But like we were talking about, that leaves a lot of opportunity. I think we're going to see a Holiday go in the first 3 picks here. Valhalla get their first of the choice, and then PKP is going to have their hand at it. That being said, Paradox is still available. Like, is she climbing in priority now? Like, the table is wide open. Mirage as well. We saw a tremendous effort from Lefa to really control and lock down side lanes in games 2 and 3 of the last series. So Warden will go first overall.
Wow. Okay, a Warden pickup. So some emphasis on getting DMB, maybe something that he's comfortable on. It does hand over, like you mentioned, that Paradox pick. That Scout has been playing well. That Scout has been playing almost primarily, right? Scout is a well-known Paradox player there, and instead they will scoop themselves up a Holiday in that Infernus. So kind of comfort all around for both of the squads thus far.
Yeah, I really like the first 2 pickups. You take away Infernus, and it's easily Buds' #1 played character against Valhalla. Not that, he can't pick up like Mirage or something else here. But, you start taking away these picks and looking at what you can do in your favor. So it's just almost like banning in its own sense, where you're taking away something from the other team before they have access to it. I imagine we might see Viscous in the first phase here as well.
Yeah, Paradox still available for Valhalla to scoop up. They are going to walk away from that one and secure that Mirage, which may go the way of Buds, like you mentioned. You definitely have a better hand on what picks are going to happen. So I'm going to stop saying Paradox, and I'm going to start saying Viscous. Dang it. See, that's the thing I was talking about, man. That's the thing I was talking about. But we saw how powerful just having this combo, these hand cannon carries in Mirage and Lady Geist, is super scary to play against.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do actually wind up getting the Viscous overall, but it came all the way back around to PKP. Valhalla, tremendous picks though in Lady Geist and Mirage. It's just full powerhouse of heroes for both teams right now. Paradox winding up as the 3rd ban. Valhalla giving this one last think over before locking it in. Pretty nice setup so far. You've got a lot of protection against some of the counters that Holiday might encounter.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's any emphasis or any care, right? Because you talked about how low Bebop is kind of on the totem pole right now. Maybe we're assuming, right, Holiday going to Saya, Viscous probably going to Goober. The thoughts now for Valhalla is surely they're not going to play Bebop. What do we ban here? When you're looking at pick potential, I was thinking maybe Mo and Krill is going to be next up for one of these 2 teams. PKP to take it away from Valhalla, and then obviously Valhalla to have some sort of lockdown in their own right. So that Vibe Ivy, we will say Sayonara 2. We won't get the AC 130 Ivy in this game, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, but that's a really interesting ban because Ivy's a tremendous hero that you usually see go in the back half of the drafts, but the character has so much oppressive control over the map. It's a pseudo global in the fact that you can fly yourself +1 to any kind of side lane of the map. You kind of match up with Mirage. If you take the Ivy away, you kind of control that global presence that an Ivy could have. We actually didn't see any Ivy priority in the first series, so I was surprised to see it come out here in the second stage of bans. You don't really see Ivy be banned very much when there's so much on the table. We just saw Abrams and now Kelvin and Shiv picked up. Like, you might imagine any one of those get banned, especially the Abrams, who's kind of like secretly one of the strongest characters. Probably not even secretly, to be fair with you, just one of the strongest characters in the game. But Valhalla again, really beefy now.
Yeah, very, very beefy. And the execute that comes through from the Shiv, it's another comfortable pick. We talked about Fish Cakes playing this one, and it's also something that you start to get people into execute range, and then you start to have problems. Maybe cut down on some of these beefy boys that should be in the front lines for PKP, that Viscous and that Abrams. We'll see what they look to round this one out with. I mean, they've got their pick potential, okay? They've got some extra playmaking now as they hover and lock in the Lash for PKP. A well-rounded comp, right? You've got a lot of options in terms of engaging or playing for the picks or playing for the Lash to do Lash things and hope that you can grab a bunch in your Death Slam. Shout out the Death Slam Invitational. And then 7 to round it out for PKP, who 7 has seemingly been a little bit of a problem. We saw a lot of priority on it yesterday.
It seems wild to me that 7 falls all the way down to 6th beyond everything, but it's just the current state of priorities. It's a crazy 6th pick because I feel like it's so strong into the opposing team. Moen Krill's a nice answer, but now you're asking your Moen Krill to essentially stop Stormcloud, stop Death Slam, maybe save somebody from Holiday Lasso. It's a pretty big ask, and 7 solves some of the beefiness that we were talking about, where you're just getting natural shred into Lash Slams, Abram Siphons, the amount of damage coming out from Afterburn and Holiday Kick. Like, you've really set your team up well here. I really like what PKP have done. And, Valhalla, no slouches either. Like, each one of these characters is a super strong and super healthy duelist that can really kind of run through the mid game, but I'm kind of favoring what PKP's done in this draft so far.
Yeah, it looks nice. When I look at the 7, it's like the old school when the street lights come on, right? 7 is, I can slap a stun on you, stop, disengage, whatever game you're trying to play, but also when I jump up and ult, everybody's got to get inside, right? Street lights are on, playtime is over, let's go ahead and get out of the way. So a lot of disruption there. I do think I don't want to say the finishing power is low, but I do think there's a lot of emphasis on being perfect with that Moen Krill, or being perfect playing with the Kelvin, right? Lock somebody up inside that frozen shelter, turn that into a frozen tomb, but you have to have that oomph inside, right? That minor window of combo or frozen shelter to secure that kill. And target precedence, it becomes tough when you look at, PKP and what they've pieced together, right? You're maybe hoping to catch the Holiday, not a whole lot to get out of that one, but maybe the Viscous is in the area to drop the cubes. Abrams, pretty hard to kill. 7, again, kind of slippery in his own right with his own stuns. So yeah, target precedence, I think, becomes an issue for Valhalla now with the pick comp, not the pick comp, but with the availability that they have, that this composition has for picking players off.
I do have some pretty strong lanes though. In contrast, it's gonna be really interesting to see.
Yep, Mirage, Lady Kelvin, Shiv lane. That was the talk of the town for a really long time, and Shiv definitely brings that finishing power once you have that execute online. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, again, Abrams, Viscous, playing in a lane with really anybody, just being that front line in the lane. Hey, look at me. Go ahead and let the 7 tee off. Let the Infernus tee off. A lot of chip damage on that side. And then we'll have to see if it is Saya on that Holiday, when that Holiday starts to come online, right? When Holiday looks to play around the map, start to find some picks, lurking in the shadows, and kind of disrupting what could be the strong lanes here for Valhalla.
Yeah, Holiday, Lash, Abrams kind of running around the map, like dictating the mid game, could get a lot of kills. That being said, like you really have to be sure on your timing, because Geist Swap, Kelvin Dome, if you come flying in off a zipline boost into another lane, there's a lot of really good turnaround potential from Valhalla to kind of save here. Both teams have some pretty fun explosive drafts. I kind of can't wait to get into game almost.
Yeah, that's actually a great point, too, when you look at it like that, right? The Kelvin Dome, Geist Swap, it's like, where's your target precedence, right? Shiv, pretty slippery, slice and dice just to get out of danger, right? Right after that lasso. Warden, you pull him in, and, well, he's just going to drop the last stand, and now he becomes a whole lot less killable. So, target acquisition, difficult on both sides. But, Mox, it wouldn't be a desk if I didn't get this out of you. Where are we headed for predictions? Who do we think gets this done here? Based off of, let's go big picture, right? PKP, they're making their run through the lower bracket. Valhalla, they just got knocked down, and they're yearning for a rematch in the grand finals, but they have to get through PKP to do it.
I'm gonna go out on a crazy limb and say something crazy and just hope that Valhalla tilt off the face of the planet and PKP win 2-1. Just for the fun of it, just to change things up. Nothing against them. I love all these players. It's super fun to watch, but just mix it up. Maybe it's the worst matchup. I don't know. Somebody prove me wrong. I think it would be fun, but hoping for a 3-game series here at the very least. And yeah, that's where I'm going.
Yeah, we've already been spoiled a 3-game series on the broadcast. We were pseudo-spoiled with a 3-game series off broadcast. If you check the Wikipedia, you'll see it there. So surely we get a 3-game series here. And you heard it here first, folks. Not the train outside my house, if you can hear that. You did hear that here first. But you heard that Mox hates Valhalla, and it is personal. And he wants PKP to beat them down. That's exactly what he said. Nora feels the same way. Nora even turned around on the couch when you said that, Mox, because she knows that what you're doing is diabolical here on the desk.
She just can't stand my BS anymore. She's heard enough of it. Just yelling incessantly at my screen, praying for upsets, praying for something interesting, praying for the kind of state of the scene to shake up a little bit, praying for Yoshi's patch. We're praying for all of it.
Well, she has heard enough of Mox, just like you have heard enough of us here on the desk. It sounds like our game is coming just around the corner, so we're going to shoot things on over to Jord and Tridanium. Take us away into game. Take it away, fellas. It's all yours.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Death Slam Invitational. This time, it's going to be that losers finals matchup between Valhalla and PKP. Once again, I am George, joined here by Tridanium. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing fantastic, man. I mean, I want to see Valhalla and PKP just run it off and try to find that last spot into the Death Slam Invitationals right now. And I'm looking at the drafts, and honestly, you know, Valhalla looking more like that Hydranation, kind of like Death Ball-y, really tanky kind of composition compared to what PKP has kind of like brought together with their, I think they have a lot of fun characters to look out for. Holiday, you know, and then you have a couple other Lash and Seven, a lot of big press 4 kind of characters to like make the game really, really fun around in the mid game.
Yeah, excuse me. I definitely like to call those comps kind of more like, you know, throw a wrench in the other team's plan type of comps, right? You have your very, very difficult ults to deal with, that 7 ult, that Lash ult, that Infernus kind of running at you, just kind of, you know, the Holiday Kidnap, all those things to try to throw a wrench in the death ball that is Valhalla with the Shiv, the Geist, you know, all these characters that just live for so dang long. And here we go, the game finally beginning here, Valhalla versus PKP. And we just saw Valhalla play in that game versus Hydranation, but have not seen PKP. It looks like we're gonna have a little bit of a stall just real quick as we figure things out there, but that gives us plenty of time, Trid, to talk about kind of this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're actually going straight into the game right now. And honestly, we still talk about the matchup here. And when looking at the middle lane, which is typically both sides' strongest lanes, we're going to be seeing Geist and Warden, their 2 strongest characters from Valhalla, running it up against the Viscous and Holiday, which are 2 of some of the best laners in Deadlock right now in that middle lane matchup. Like, who do you think is going to come out on top in there?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not too sure here. I'd like to think the Holiday and Viscous, but whenever I see a Geist, you can never really count him out, right? I feel like this Geist character is just one of those, you know, permanently persisting just threats, especially in lane where you just chuck bombs at them. If you try to go in, they have the life drain. It's very, very hard to deal with, and we're seeing it right now. I mean, this Holiday is already going down incredibly low, and it's so difficult to deal with these bombs just getting thrown at you over and over again. And I mean, not too much is going to change as the souls are still even, but the pressure already going over to Valhalla.
No, definitely. I mean, honestly, I think Valhalla is really hungry here to come back into the upper bracket finals, or the grand finals here from this point on. So I'm thinking and I'm seeing Valhalla going to try to push and get that early game lead that they've been kind of losing out on the past 2 games so far. So hopefully we're going to see some high aggression here from Valhalla, and we are seeing some high aggression with tons of poke and tons of bomb damage from League onto Goober here on Viscous. And if we're looking at the middle lane, they're looking a little bit lower in terms of HP compared to the Valhalla side, but Zerbzi goes down all the way over there on the left-hand side.
Yeah, that 7 and that Abrams, I'm assuming, found a shoulder charge over onto Zerbzi, and that's definitely not what you want to see if you're Valhalla starting off this game, but it's not going to be the end of the world here. Fishcake is still alive and well, and will be soaking up a bit of that wave's solo XP, so not going to be too big of a deal here. PKP definitely going off a bit of a good start here early on. Good little headshot there from Saya onto League there, keeping the health bars as even as possible. But one lane we haven't quite talked about right now, as it's on camera for now, is that right-hand side. We're going to have that Mo and Krill and that Mirage, which we've been seeing. I think we saw Hydranation do that quite a bit last series versus this this Lash and this Infernus, right? Which we also saw last game, but Valhalla was running it in the other series, and it definitely is a very scary lane. You have that kind of frontline Lash to, look for these engages, look for that burst damage, but in the back, you have the Infernus to just do so much damage and punish any out of position, movement from the Mo and Krill or the Mirage. So that lane probably going to stay pretty stable for the most part, but as I'm looking at it, that Lash is looking a little bit low.
No, definitely. Like when we have like these great laners like Mirage and Infernus, the one thing they're missing is just like a great front liner to make sure they're constantly keeping that poke up, that free M1 clicks, left hand clicks all the way into the lane. So when you have Mo there creating so much space into that lane, Mirage has like free range to poke on you with those Jin Mark. Same thing on the other side. You have Lash creating so much distortion in space for Infernus to get free afterburns. So both sides looks pretty even, and honestly, that lane over there might be the one stalemate we're going to see. But let's talk about this left-hand lane right here. We have Zerbzi on Kelvin putting up some damage on, and he has his Shiv right behind him, which is Fishcake, against the Abrams and I can't see the last one. Abrams and Seven. And Seven took kind of a hit in the last patch in his laning phase. It's a lot squishier now, but definitely one of the best farmers and one of the best late game carries in the game. So it looks like PKB is kind of relying on Abrams to protect that Seven on that left-hand side for him.
Yeah, and then that Lash protecting that Infernus, but you can't really protect anything if you're down to 1 HP there. The James Mark, just on screen we saw a second ago, almost takes out John on the Lash here, but manages to survive for now. They'll just have to play in the back and soak up as many of these souls as possible. Looks like a little bit of a reset going on there, but a bit of a dive over on this middle lane here. But in the opposite way as you'd expect there, DMB the one actually diving underneath the Guardian of PKP, and it makes me wonder if he was just running away or not, because there's no one even low enough for him to kill on the side of PKP there, who managed to find DMB very, very handily over in that backside. Maybe he was just resetting. That's definitely an option for that, that player, just to make sure he tries to get back to lane full HP. Kind of got caught early, so getting the healing is definitely important here. Speaking of healing, that Rage Bar getting stacked up, trying to stay as healthy as possible over on that left-hand side. But man, the right-hand side now, somehow Scout goes down in the midst of all of that. John and Axe managed to find a kill onto the Mo and Krill, leaving Buds all by his lonesome and somehow turning around the lane, and now at a 3k soul lead, which is definitely not nothing.
Oh, definitely. We're running up on the 6-minute mark now, and we've already seen a couple engagements happen on all lanes and all fronts right now. So it looks like those buffs really opened up a lot of action on all fronts of the map right now. We're looking at League farm the sewers as much as he can, try to come back in to the game after losing DMB in the middle lane. Here, DMB is actually taking it like a lot of poke right now, half HP. Gets kind of sniped by Saya with that mystic shot from Holiday. Crack shot, one of the best poke abilities in the game, and showing that right now, taking so much damage onto DMB.
Yeah, and PKP, I mean, with that pressure, that crack shot helping out, giving them the lead on that middle lane. They don't have the Guardian quite yet. Actually, the damage is still in favor of Valhalla over on the Guardian front, and yet again, we're seeing DMB just running all the way in the back, just going for the push, going for the dive. It's taken off the field, but it's not going to matter because the wave is already dead. PKP don't have a wave to push back up onto the Guardians for Valhalla, and they don't really have any room to make a play. So I guess well played to Valhalla for making their deaths worth it, and well played yet again on this left-hand side for taking out Brayden and Wage over on PKP. Lose both their members, and now that's going to be a good amount of Guardian damage for them on this left-hand side. On the other end, on the right-hand side, non-stop action here in this Deathsland Losers Finals as PKP kind of find some revenge. They find kills of their own over on that right-hand side. Now they're going to be getting a ton of tower damage for themselves, and just kind of even trades all around.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of even trades, definitely all sides of the map right now, and there's a huge engagement going on the left-hand side. But we're seeing Guardian damage taken left and right, but nothing has been taken down yet. But it looks like definitely we're running up into the 8-minute mark, and actually the blue lane goes down for Valhalla. They ended up losing that middle lane with Geist and Warden, which is supposed to be their strong lane. So it looks like it goes down, but Holiday is such a strong leader. She is taking it by herself, looks like right now. And we are seeing Buzz get taken out right now on the right-hand side. Axe taking a win for his team on that side of the map, and they look like they're actually getting more damage to be taken down as well. Lash getting that Death Slam down onto Scout, putting him down to 1 HP with a flaw coming out, trying to parry the tower, chase him down, running, finding out where he is, finds him in the little corner, and he takes him out right then and there, and also managed to take out the Guardian down along with him. So putting them in a little bit more of a lead as well on this side.
PKP on the up and up here, finding a little bit of success over on that right-hand side. Mid lane looking to be about even, both of them taking the Guardians for either of the teams there. And that left side seems to be just still at a little bit of a stalemate, right? And that's kind of how we talked about earlier on in the game. It seems like that lane is going to be holding on a lot longer than the others, but as I say that, it looks like a dive actually from Valhalla looking to take this Guardian. Wage ends up dying for the wave, but it's going to be too little too late. The Guardian is already done. Wage goes down, DMB goes down. It's a 1-for-1, but Valhalla is the one that's going to be taking that second to last Guardian. And with that right-hand side Guardian from PKP looking incredibly low, I'm not really sure how easily they're going to be able to hold on to it. Opening up the map for Valhalla is going to be huge, but they still have to make a play for it. Right now, Goober on the Viscus doing a great job at keeping that lane shoved for as long as possible. And I expect PKP, as we're getting near this 10-minute mark, to start putting a lot of pressure onto this left side lane. And here we go. Here comes another fight here. Zerbzy going incredibly low. The last stand goes down, trying to punish the members of PKP, but it might be too little too late. It's actually going to be a 1-for-1. Zerbzy and Axe are going to be the ones going down here, but it looks like Valhalla are the ones that are going to find the extra kill. Saya goes down, and all of the pressure for Valhalla is just working out perfectly. The urn spawns on that left-hand side as well, and it means it should be a free pickup for them.
Looks like both sides are making their ways with these trades very well. I mean, no matter how many times Valhalla drops, they're taking some back in return, but Scout actually gets taken out on that side of the map as well. So let's see how Valhalla responds here. Valhalla does have urn control on that left-hand side right there, but they're kind of reluctant to pick it up at the moment since PKP actually has the numbers advantage on the map so far. So let's see what they do here with this left side, because and they also can't leave that left. Oh, they actually lose the Guardian on the left hand side anyways. So PKB actually getting their dominance back over there on that side of the map, making sure they are getting those trades off. And actually 7 opening up with Stormcloud, taking that pick off onto Fishcake, making sure he gets taken down as well. So the Guardian defense is not successful, and now PKP has free reign over that urn. They can do whatever they like with it, especially with 2 down from Valhalla. And they do pick up that urn. Saya running it down with 2 down from Valhalla. That might be a free urn over that side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Valhalla, they had the push, they had the kills, they could have just picked up the urn and left, but they chose to stay, and it ended up costing them. They could not defend the Guardian. A great job from all of the aerial members of PKP, that Lash, that Holiday, that 7, popping their ults, popping all their utility, and getting the value they need in order to pick up that urn and get the kills. And here we go, we're going to be getting even more. This urn is just going to be free for PKP, and some fighting in the middle is going to cement them even more kills. I will say that, but Braden does go down. League ends up finding a pick on to one of the members of PKB, which is definitely what you want if you are Valhalla. But if you keep losing members, there goes Buds, then it's not going to matter. In terms of the souls, it's 12k up for PKP. They got the urn, they got all the Guardians. They still have one themselves. Albeit it is at 1 HP, but there we go. Yet another kill. This Abrams is going absolutely wild with the punches, and they are at the Walker pushing with no one else from Valhalla to be found anywhere close. I mean, Buds is respawning, so he can come and help out, but this Guardian might take half health before he gets there.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Valhalla making sure to get those picks off or for trades, but then PKB putting so much pressure onto the right-hand side, but Buds actually does manage to push them off with the help of Zerbzy and pushing them all the way back into their side of the map. And it looks like they are going to try to get something going on, because they still have the Guardian over on the right-hand side. and they're bringing in DMB to help him out on that right side, making sure that Guardians go down, bring him in that flex slot that they've been looking for this whole time. While at the same time, League does sacrifice his life on to make some space for them to get that flex shot on the other side of the map. So, I mean, it looks like they're getting these trades off as best as they can, making sure they're getting back in the game, because PKP has had the upper hand this whole time for the last 5 minutes of the game.
Looks like they're getting the upper hand in this fight here. That's going to be 2 kills to 1 for PKP. The fight is not over yet. Bud still trying to find something as Goober, 1 HP, cannot stall enough time for Saya to get back and help him out. So it's actually going to be an even fight, 2 for 2, which is definitely not the worst for either team there. Just going to be a bit of a trade of health bars, but I'm taking a look at what's happening over on the other lanes here. This Infernus versus this Geist, trying to push them off of each other's objectives here. Valhalla now have the opportunity to re-engage on this left-hand side. The Lash and the Seven need to be careful. Looks like they are going to be taking that jump pad over towards the middle of the map, and they should get out of this one safe and back to go shop and get their items that they need. Speaking of shopping, hashtag, or not hashtag, ! merch in the chat if you want to look at some of this Death Slam merch. Little plug in the middle of the match there. Can definitely not hurt anyone as the game started to come into a little bit of a standstill, but the urn is spawning in about 45 seconds, so we can definitely take a look at what's going to be happening with that.
Oh, definitely. I think I'm gonna go check out the merch myself after this game. I mean, have you seen the t-shirts? I think the design is beautiful, yeah. And it looks like we are gonna have an engagement here in the blue lane. DMB gets taken out in less than 2 seconds. I don't know why he was there. He may have been out of position trying to look for something, but Goober takes him out in about 2 seconds there. Brayden tries to defend his walker here, and Scout gets taken out right there.
It's 2 members for Valhalla going down compared to the 1 for PKP, but a great parry to make that 2 as Goober ends up going down. A great play from League is going to take that Viscous down a peg or 2, and this Walker should be following momentarily. The Death Slam is a little bit too late. John does manage to get the bag at the very least away from League, and actually might find the kill here. No swap is available. This is getting incredibly close here. Can the Lash find the kill? 150 HP left. Can he get the slam? Yes, he does. League goes down. John gets the bag, gets the kill, does not defend the Walker, but at least he gets something in response. And on the other hand, on this right-hand side, it looks like this Ice Dome is trapping Wage in with everybody, but are they trapped in with him, or is he trapped in with you? We'll have to see, as Wage does go low. The ultimate was not quite enough to keep him alive. The Abrams falls, Saya falls as well. With no Holiday or Abrams, you're not going to be able to find a fight on this urn here in Valhalla. Even though they don't have that left side secured, they do have the urn, and all they need is a little bit of time.
Yeah, we're running up on the 16-minute mark here, but at 15 minutes, we actually had a total of 36 kills there at 15 minutes. 25 kills over for PKP, and it looks like PKP is just running it down, finding whatever they can to get themselves in the lead right now, getting so many kills. I think so far we have seen so much action, so much pressure, so many things happening right now, and at the same time, Valhalla is actually pushing their way back. And they're only 8k behind, fighting their walkers down. They're fighting their trades, but they are kind of losing in the realm of the kills. PKP dominating in fights right now.
Yeah, PKP is finding a lot of kills, but, I mean, they weren't able to find that urn defense. I mean, Brayden on the 7 did try and get a Sentinel and, you know, fight that urn off, but they were not able to get the urn out of Valhalla's hands, and they end up losing that one out. But if they can win this fight here, they might be able to take the mid-boss, and that's a great start there for PKP, who take out DMB right away. There's not really any ults available for Valhalla right now. They need to stall a little bit longer, but they cannot stall in time. Zerbzy goes down. That's 2 down for Valhalla. Now we have to see, what are they going to do with this lead? They have 2 picks. Are they going to go for the mid-boss? Are they going to go for even more? It looks like they get the lasso onto League, who does have the swap available, so they still need to be careful. This Geist is definitely still a threat, but 3v1 should be more than enough to take care of her. Here comes the swap. That's going to put Fishcake down incredibly low, but it's not going to be enough. Actually, Fishcake was in the right-hand side, gets taken out by PKP as well. Valhalla now getting taken down. Another 2 members. That's 2 picks leading into 2 picks. Let's see what they do with these 2 picks. I don't know. They need to push something as this mid lane walker is under pressure. This right side walker is also under pressure here. PKP do manage to take that one out, but now they need to run away. Here goes Goober, finds his way into that room, flying all over the place. I don't think anyone is able to catch that goo ball, but they will be meeting back in the middle here. It's just a non-stop fight here. Valhalla managed to find one on the way out, but that is pretty much it. They lose a walker for it, and man, I mean, PKP, just in that one big fight, they get up about 11k.
Yeah, I mean, Valhalla was just right there with them in the soul lead as well. After they take that urn, I think Valhalla was at like 102, PKP was about 106. They even up the soul lead. But in just a second, PKP forced the engagement and took out a walker, took out a couple kills here and there, and pushed the lead up for 124k for PKP. And honestly, Valhalla, as much as they are doing well with objectives, PKP just has been a dominant force in these team fights, taking left after right, kill after kill on Valhalla. So I think PKP is actually looking upwards about 30 kills on their side compared to Valhalla's 15 or so at the moment. And actually, they actually split the rejuves. Valhalla actually takes 2 rejuves away from PKP. Mirage looking for anything he can right now, and PKP, actually 3 of them gets taken out right now. Brayden, Saya looking for the revives at 10 seconds. Holiday's up right now. Wage is getting taken out as well. Valhalla doing a great job in this team fight right now, taking out everyone they can in this engagement, taking out all the rejuves out and all possibilities on all fronts as well. Valhalla loses both of their rejuves. PKP lost one of the rejuves, and actually Fish Cakes get taken out as well. So PKP is actually looking for good trades here. I thought Valhalla was winning that engagement, but PKP taking 3 away from Valhalla at the same time.
Yeah, Valhalla, they're the ones that started the mid-boss. They're the ones that started that fight, and it was looking up. They had 3 picks to none, but the other 3 members of PKP with some heroics find at least one of the rejuves, use it to great success, end up finding about 2 to 3 members of Valhalla, keeping the trades even until the reinforcements could arrive, and now it is all PKP. John does go down from the combo, but it's not going to matter because they end up trading the kills, and now with no soul rebirths available, PKP are the ones who have all the members in this mid-boss, but you don't even need the members when you have League. You have the Lady Geist who finds the swap, finds the kill, and now is looking for even more. PKP bit off a little bit more than it could chew with this Lady Geist, are down 3 members, now down 4, and now it's all Valhalla who are going to push these walkers after this one fight. League finally goes down, but you did your job.
And DMB here out with his last stand, running it down, making sure he finishes up anything left out from PKP. And Valhalla actually is the one dominant in this fight right now, winning it over and probably going to take out this walker. And does not look like that's not actually going to happen. They're going to fall back, and Xerxes is going to look for the urn here. And Valhalla is going to take what they won, their lead, and run with it. And with their run, they're going to get this lead back in their favor here. With the urn, with the farm on the map, taking whatever they can, taking the space back they lost. And honestly, I think that's a smarter move, because if they just ran up under that walker, honestly, with John with his Death Slam back up and activated, that's too big of a risk that they don't want to take right now.
Yeah, I mean, even though Valhalla, they do pretty much get everything in that kind of sequence there. They were behind before it happened, so really all they managed to end up doing is bring it back to neutral. They're still down a walker. They're still down health on that middle walker as well, so they're not looking great on the map sense, and they're about even in souls. They're actually behind 2k still, so PKP, even through all of that, are still in the lead. And while they don't have control of this urn, they have full control of the urn turn-in, which is making Valhalla's urn play basically impossible, as that Death Slam is available. That 7 ult is coming online very, very shortly. They have the lasso to pick off anyone they want, and now in the mid lane League, it looks like they're taking a lot of damage. There comes the Frozen Shelter, so Valhalla do manage to hit the urn turn in, but how is the fight gonna go? Let's take a look here. League going low, but it looks like Brayden ended up going a little bit too far as the Shiv execute comes in and makes it an even 1-for-1 trade here. But here's another execute onto Axe. Does not get the execute, so he's not going to get the reset there on the Shiv, but he does end up getting the kill anyway. So it looks like it's going to just be positive for Valhalla. They get the urn turn in, they get 2 kills, and now they're the ones up 5k.
Yeah, it looks like PKP actually went down in that fight, and at first Valhalla was trading it pretty well, but actually ended up going up on top there. They actually come down with the urn and with the 2 kills, so the lead is back in their favor, up 6k, and Valhalla is looking really nice coming into this middle game, or mid to late game here. Fishcake actually taking a ton of damage here at 1 HP, but actually managed to get out with his life, running it down. Trying to look for heals right now, and I think he'll be okay.
Yeah, PKP was trying to find something on the back end of that fight, but looks like they actually do manage to catch Fishcake out. It was, maybe trying to get a little bit more souls before he went back to base, but that greed is going to cost you, and now with that pick, PKP are primed and ready to take this mid lane Walker. It's going to be 3 versus 1. The Ice Dome going to stall for a little bit of time, but it's not nearly going to be enough as that Walker is going down. And it looks like all Valhalla can do is just spread the map, try to get some money where you can. But watch out, this Warden is a bit out of position, needs to be careful, but manages to sneak past the members of PKP, who pretty much got all that they wanted. Valhalla seemed to be doing well in these fights, but PKP seemed to be the ones actually getting things on the map.
Yeah, it looks like PKP is more of the aggressor, even though Valhalla is up and we're up this whole time. PKP is not let go with the aggression and have kept it up, managing to get that blue Walker down, managing to protect that right and middle Walker from their side as well, and actually managing to get that Fishcake kill. So PKP, even though they are down in souls, they're not down in spirit, and they're actually going to push up and push through, and now all they need to do is defend those last 2 Walkers from Valhalla, wait for those objectives to come out, take advantage, take control of what they can on the map. And actually it looks like here, Holiday takes out League on Geist here with the jump out in League. League looks like he was out of position here. Looking at the shop, everyone on Valhalla is not even close to him on the map at all. So I wonder what happened there.
Yeah, League, maybe a little bit overconfident. 32k on that Geist is definitely a force to be reckoned with, but when you have a Lash and a Holiday just jumping in from the sky on you, it's going to be very, very hard to actually survive that CC chain. Here comes the Death Slam over in the middle. Looks like they're trying to catch out Fishcake during all of this fighting on the left-hand side. Goober and Zerbzy just take a little bit of health bars evenly, but that's actually not the focus of what's going on. It looks like the mid lane has been won by PKP, and Seven now trying to defend the counter push on that right-hand side, but it looks like he's managing to stall out for more than long enough, and now Valhalla has to run away. Here comes PKP trying to cut him off as quickly as possible. The Abrams trying to find this Moat and Krill. They end up finding Zerbzy somewhere on that back end as well, and even though Valhalla managed to mostly get out of that situation, they are not out of dodge just yet here as PKP is ready to fight. They have the numbers, they have the cooldowns, they have everything they need, and they get yet another Honda Buds here over on the Mirage. And this mid-boss is up in about 5 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, and that's perfectly timed in order for PKP to take advantage of this lead and take advantage of yet again another pick. It's going to be a 4-for-0 in favor of PKP, who are going to very, very quickly take this mid-boss out.
Valhalla, no matter what lead they get stomped out by PKP. PKP doing a fantastic job of playing from behind. Even though they were only 4 or 5k behind, they played like they were ahead. And honestly, coming up from behind those people, anyone pushing Valhalla over on the right-hand side, taking them out, and also taking out all the members of Valhalla in the middle lane too, getting a 5-for-0 trade, 4-for-0 trade, and the mid-boss is just huge for PKP right now, especially having 2 Walkers still up. They have all their flexes. They have so much value on the map right now for them to taking that free urn for them as well. PKP is just going to run up and get this lead back in their favor, and looks like PKP is more favored leading into this late game portion of the match.
Yeah, I mean, especially with those 4 rejuves, right? That's the good part about taking those early mid bosses, which ended up being about even, for, either of these teams. That first mid boss kind of didn't really end up going in a big lead either way, but now that it's the second one coming up, that's 4 instead of 3 rejuves, which 3 is strong enough. 4 now having to deal with like 10 lives total is pretty much impossible if you want to actually try to defend your base, but defending is not what Valhalla is doing right now. They're going on full aggression, trying to take advantage of this dire moment and get a lead out of it, and it's working. They actually get a pick onto Brayden, who's going to use one of those rejuves. He ends up popping the 7 ultimate, which is going to force Valhalla to run away from this, but they're still not actually running. They're managing to take Brayden incredibly low, who might go down. Yes, Brayden does end up going down, getting picked off by members of Valhalla. And that is one member gone, but at the cost of 2 for Valhalla, who do not have that rejuve. They get the Walker at the very least, but that is not an extra flex slot. You still need one more, and there's a middle wave running into the base of Valhalla. And on this 5v4 with an extra 3 lives, PKP are looking primed and ready to take advantage of it.
Yeah, Valhalla, even though they are being on the aggressors now, even though they, they don't have any rejuves, they do manage to take out Brayden, but they are losing 3 people in return for just a Walker and just a 7. And PKP is still running around with 3 rejuves in their pocket right now. 5v3 looks like, actually, probably 8v3 at this point. With the rejuves, PKP looks like a dominant force, just running into their base right now, taking whatever they can, taking the Guardians down, getting those flex slots for sure. Wage actually gets a Phantom Strike onto somebody from Valhalla and getting them and trying to punch them away. Spirit Lasso comes out, grabs Fish Cake, dominates that, and makes sure he does not get away with this life at all. And Valhalla, the only one alive right now. DMB, can he do it with just a last stand in his pocket coming out from the base?
Have to see if this last stand, if this Warden can change the world, change the game for Valhalla, who are now down about 20k and a patron any second now. There it is, and it looks like he might not even need the last stand. PKP are just going to take their lead and run with it, finding that patron, finding those shrines, and finding those mid lane base guardians is pretty much going to be all that they needed there and all that they wanted. Valhalla trying to run by and get a couple kills in response, but it might actually be Buds that ends up going down. You have to remember 2 members of your team are still down, Valhalla. You need to be careful. PKP have everything still. They have all their members in this mid lane, and they're going to be re-engaging. Scout is going to be the first one to go down. Buds is going to be soon to follow if he can't get out of this one. No, he cannot. Now it went from a salvageable situation to pretty much the game ender. Zerbzy has the dome, but it might only be stalling the inevitable. There goes the Kelvin, finally at 1 HP for so long, but he's just stalling for the fun of things. It's not going to matter. That's going to be a 6v3, and surely this is going to be more than enough for PKP, who still have 2 rejuves left to take this game 1.
Yeah, it looks like PKP running it down, just trying to get whatever they can right now, and managing to take 3 people out of Valhalla, and then that base defense is basically nil at this point. DMB is running around the left-hand side of the map, not even defending right now. And it looks like PKP notices that, and they're going to look for some picks onto the side. I'm actually surprised they're not actually going into the base for a win at the moment. They are 6 up versus the 3. There's no rejuves left, but I think they're playing it safe right now. Actually, we have Holiday coming back in there. Saya trying to go in for the win here, blowing the patron up with his barrels and punches, and managed to get out with a sliver of his HP, but we have PKP all running into the pit and ending the first game against Valhalla.
Yeah, I think actually what happened there is DMB kind of cut the wave. He managed to sneak behind everyone, cut the wave, reset their momentum, but was not able to stall out for quite long enough there, as PKP had more than enough time to end up taking that lead. And what a game it was. I mean, pretty back and forth overall. Lots of kills. I think at 15 minutes, we're at 36 kills overall. 25 for PKP, 11 for Valhalla. But even though Valhalla was so behind in kills, they managed to stay pretty even in terms of souls and objectives for the most part of the game until PKP finally broke that one wide open and ended up taking that game 1. So well played to them. And I definitely want to shout out PKP, coming in from the losers. They're fired up and ready to go.
No, definitely. I mean, honestly, I think Valhalla did a great job of staying into the fight. Like, PKP was up 25 kills to their 11 at 15 minutes. And time after time again, I think PKP was dominating in terms of kills, getting everything they could in terms of fights. But then Valhalla did a great job of coming back with the objectives, coming back into the game, making sure they actually swung the lead back, 2 or 3 times in their favor, but they just could not hold on to it in the end. And PKP actually just kind of did a great job of getting the aggression on.
Yeah, and to go a little bit more in depth with that absolutely chaotic, kind of blood-filled game there, violence of a game there for sure. We're going to pass it over to the desk with Tanner Metro and Mox to kind of just break us down and take us through that one.
I'll bring us in. Wow, Mox. I mean, when you get a 30-minute deadlock game, it usually looks a little something like that, where somebody's got the lead, then they lose the lead, then they've got the lead, and then somebody makes a final push. 36 kills at 15 minutes, an early lead, which led to a Valhalla rejuve, which led to Valhalla being back in the game after being down 12,000 souls, and then things got goofy and more rejuves happened, and some way, somehow, everybody was holding their breaths. Now you can finally breathe. PKP take map 1.
Yeah, that was a lot of kills. I think by the final count, they had something over 80 if you include all the Rejuvenator revives as well. So just a complete slobber knocker, a true North American burger box. And I think something of what we were kind of hoping for in this matchup, something a little bit closer. And my goodness, John 14, 4, and 5, right in front of Saya though, 12, 5, and 11 on the holiday. Just really, really kind of wild game, but at the end of the day, like the money on these two carries was pretty wild.
Yeah, and John, very impressive, right? Obviously, the score line, the total player damage speaks for itself, but to be able to play the Lash playmaker and find ways to carry with it, I think there was a great shout a little deeper in the game that you had mentioned, right, where maybe the game's over at this point, maybe it's not, but it just kind of speaks to how well how comfortable John is on the Lash. He tosses out the ultimate, counter spells go up, Mox, he waits it out, slams him back in, and I don't think that is exactly where the game ended. It was later when PKP just kind of lulled Valhalla into a comfortability to leave their base, and then they get engaged on again, but I don't know who was expecting that, right? Especially when you look at a 7 and Infernus on that team, and then you're like, wait a second, Lash actually did the most damage and was huge in way of carrying for the squad. That's insane.
For all intents and purposes, in most games, like Lash just does a million damage all the time, because all you do is get really good height and hit ground slam and you do a ton of damage. You proc your spirit burns, you proc whatever have you. Everything else is, just cherry on top. Like Flog does a million damage too, and a lot of Lash's success is just on positioning and timing, and we saw John kind of put on a really nice show of it. So really, really good game from PKP out of this first one here, and explosive is kind of an understatement.
This is kind of how it goes, though, right? We've seen this before. We've seen a 3-game series. We've also seen PKP win a best-of-1 against this Valhalla squad, but we do know that this is a best-of-3, so we've got a couple more games ahead of us. We'll see if we can go the distance between Here Kicks Puppies and Valhalla. We are going to jump away for a short break. We're going to go ahead and get the chicken out of the freezer like before, or we're going to ask our players to. Hopefully they get us back in time. We're going to hop away for a short second. We'll see you guys on the other side for Game 2. And we're jumping right back into the action here for the Death Slam Invitational as we continue through our lower bracket finals. 1 map down, 2 possibly to go. PKP in the lead. However, before we get into that, this is great. And we know that you love watching Deadlock because that's what you're here for. But we also know that you love winning things. And it looks like we have got ourselves a giveaway in the chat. So if you haven't already, don't look too hard at it. !enter. But the more you look at people type the word enter, the less it looks like a real word to me. I don't know if you're feeling the same way, Mox. If you've ever had that where you're like, is sauce really spelt like that? Like, is that a real word?
Shout out Saucepan from our league, but yeah, there's just there's like an ism or a orphism or something to describe that exact sensation that you're talking about. Gum.
I'm writing it down. Gum. I'm gonna look into it. Mandela effect. Are we getting too deep in the weeds?
In it. Put a pin.
Yes, we will put a pin. Is that how you spell it? Either way, make sure you get in on the giveaway. We are 1 map down. PKP take map 1. And they do so in interesting fashion. They had a good hold on the early game. It was kind of slipping away in the later game. And then it felt like, Mox, that they kind of fell back into what their comp does well, right? You have pick potential. Let's play pick potential. You have split or side lane potential, right? Let's push a side lane. Let's put Goober on the side lane. And then they start doing that again, and they start finding success. And before our break here ended, we were talking about the problem children, right? Now for Valhalla, what are they identifying as, man, we could not deal with that. And as strong as the Lash was, you had some other ideas as to what was causing the issues or making that Lash, lifting that Lash so high up on the pedestal.
Yeah, I think the Lash kind of went the second phase, so it's not like a super... Actually, I'm forgetting now. I'm kind of Mandela affecting myself. Did it go 3rd? Did it go 5th? I can't remember. But really, I think we're going to kind of take a look at the Holiday. And there's, good reason that it has been banned essentially 1st or 2nd in just about every game. But, they're going to have to play a push and pull because you ban the Holiday and you leave open Yamato or something along those lines. But Saya really kind of put on a clinic as to why this hero might be such a high priority, and with such a skilled player on a character that he's very well known for playing, this just seems like a huge issue. Not to mention we had a really good Goober performance on Viscous. Yeah. Not that there was anything tremendously stand out, just jump off the page on stats, but you talk about creating space, this very common Dota term, but these 2 players on these 2 heroes created space this game. And you look at John as a complete cleanup crew. You always want Lash showing up just a little bit later and, cleaning up the stats there. But those 2 in particular, Saya and Goober, really put on a show for us.
Yeah, and that Lash pickup, I'm only jumping to it as we look towards our next draft here. That's a hero that Valhalla likes to play. So regardless of the stats, taking that pick away, putting John on it, it does force... it forced League onto the Lady Geist, which I don't think League looked bad on the Lady Geist, but when we look at when PKP started that comeback, there was a moment where League gets caught out, and I don't know if it was a judgment call of, I don't waste my ult here, I'm just going to die, or if they just could not get their ult off, but they get exploded on the Lady Geist. They don't use the swap, and then they're, split timers, 2 players are dead, and pick after pick started to happen. That was really when the building started crumbling down. The brick started falling out after a fish cake pick. They tried to pick off Goober in a side lane, and he ended up forcing the frozen shelter out of the Kelvin. So really strange. That's when PKP really started to get their legs back under them and push on forward. Now, to the Holiday topic here, the last time these teams played in this tournament yesterday, Holiday was actually allowed through all 3 games, but it was Valhalla that played it. So coming into this one, there maybe was a little bit more emphasis for PKP, especially, on the Sapphire Flame side, right? Second pick there. They definitely coin flipped it. It was a Warden first pick, I think, for DMB for Valhalla, but there was a world where they either had an answer for the Holiday or were very ready to pick it up for themselves, so that way Saya could play it.
Yep, so it's going to be a fun adjustment to see because Game 1 Valhalla had Amber, Amber Hands. They could have taken Holiday first pick if they wanted to. It was there for the taking for them. So they'll I think they have side selection going into game 2 as well now. So we'll see where the priorities actually wind up landing in terms of those picks and bans. And the first overall pick, I think we'll very likely see a little bit of a shakeup going into this game.
I think we probably could have guessed that. In their 2 losses against Hydranation, Valhalla opted into the Sapphire Flame, so they're going to get themselves 2 picks, whereas PKP maybe have to play a little smarter about what goes here in this first round. Something that they're not playing around with, though, is that Yamato, making sure that that pick does not come on through, and the bans are looking pretty reminiscent of what we saw previously.
Yeah, nothing changed so far. PKP will have first selection here. That it looks like Valhalla opted to swap into Sapphire, I do believe. So we'll see if that plays into a strategy. Obviously, they'll have the first 2 picks after PKP takes their first selection. So maybe a bigger opportunity to counter or take, the second and third most valuable that are available in the field.
Yeah, I mean, what goes? Right? If you're PKP, where are you putting some emphasis into right now? We saw the 7 go late. Okay, it is going to be that Holiday pickup, so Saya going to be able to pilot that one again. I think maybe that's kind of like the layman's answer of what do you do here. But when you look at what was strong, the Holiday was strong, and maybe you don't want to give that over. The Viscous was strong for Goober. That's obviously a great pick always, so you could first round that one to just make sure that Valhalla aren't denying that. However, on the opposite side, Warden going round 1. That seems like a Valhalla staple for DMB. And then Infernus actually going back the way of Valhalla. So now it's looking a little more comfortable for this side now that they're on the blue side.
Yeah, but PKP get Viscous and Mirage. Like, Mirage was really, really good for Valhalla last game, but now PKP gets that as well. Valhalla will go for the Paradox, which is going to be the first in this series. I don't think she was banned. It's hard for me to recall at this point, but very good character. Obviously, she's rised in the prio, so first phase Paradox makes pretty good sense here. And yeah, we're going to see already some pretty important adjustments on these lineups.
Kelvin taken away. It was Valhalla who had that one in the last, but they do not want to give that over to PKP. Kelvin Viscous, that just is a recipe for a very survivable team, so they take that away. And PKP actually say, we don't want the lash to go over towards Valhalla. We're okay not to have it. So they'll keep that out of the hands of League and maybe try and again force League onto something that is a little less comfortable.
It's pretty fun to see Lash get banned, but it's kind of the reason that you play tournaments is to, kind of develop these patterns and see what these teams, how they adjust to playing each other versus, playing other teams or whatever have you. Like, the amount of times we've seen Lash banned is just little to none, but maybe it has a huge effect in this series, you know what I mean? So, Valhalla opt for the Abrams. I think it's a tremendous pick with everything off the board so far. So, I mean, these teams are probably going to be looking at Mo and Krill still available. Who else do we have running around? We'll take a little quick survey over the greater Cursed Apple.
I mean, if PKP want to run it back, right? 7 still available if they thought they got good value out of that one. Lady Geist being available here again, those hand cannons in the hands of PKP this time around. It is interesting to think when and if that Mo and Krill does go. It would be nice to have with the Holiday to just have some extra lockdown, right? Get somebody out of position, smash that combo, make sure they don't get away. Kind of similarly to what the Paradox and Abrams can do, whether it be, that hero's entrance from Abrams getting crazy with the ultimate to secure a swap from Paradox, or just a shoulder charge. Either way, we'll see if PKP look to sprinkle on some extra lockdown onto that Holiday lasso, so that way, it's not just an ultimate for nothing. It will be that 7 that actually makes its way back around.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid pickup. PKP very damage forward, kind of lacking in the tank ability, but if you, play your cards right, you don't even have to worry about it as long as you kill first and you don't have to worry about being killed in response. Kind of interested to see if either of these teams are thinking about maybe a Sinclair or something like that, something to really change up these games. But we saw Sinclair earlier in the day not have the best of performances, so I'm not even sure these teams value that pick very much in the current meta.
We also saw a Haze in that same game too. So that one, we were getting a little wild with our picks. The Haze worked wonders for Hydranation, who do come through with it, and it also allowed Lomain a little bit of freedom, spread his wings and fly a little bit. Wasn't necessarily just kind of stuck on that support duty. Was able to fill some of that carry role. I feel like the Haze, it's that coin flip, right? It's like, am I getting ahead? Okay, I'm gonna keep getting ahead. If I'm not getting ahead, here come the sleep daggers. Here come the sleep daggers.
Speaking of games that we've watched before, like Shiv is on the table. Shiv is very available right now. So it's just a matter of what these teams are thinking about, as they have just a few more selections before game 2 here. Our lower bracket final best of 3 winner will go on to face Hydranation. Well, there's a lot on the line here. Maybe PKP want to advance my prediction by going 2-0 perhaps, not even taking it to a full 3-game set.
And we'll see. This game separates, what was the percent? It separates 15% from 35%. I think there's a 20% pay increase for whoever gets promoted to the grand finals here in being able to secure second place or first place over the third place. We have a bit of a lull in the draft here. I'm assuming that's not because the players are thinking this hard. What I'm thinking hard about is this Abrams pick. Is it going the way of League? Is he looking to find somebody who also likes to get aerial and look to make plays up top, and then they're looking to round out the rest of their composition? They're in a decent spot with comfortability, right? Scout's Paradox, assuming for whatever reason, I can't imagine Scout doesn't get the Paradox. DMB's Warden, Buds with the Infernus, right? There's a lot of comfortability here. So I'm wondering if that Abrams is going to go the way of League, give him another kind of beefy boy that can also really push the pace when it comes to, hey, yes, we want to fight. And then a Haze is actually going to come on through. So Valhalla taking a page out of the Hydranation book to see if they can't make this Haze work.
Just checking in with some of our admins who were talking about a potential mispick, so I don't want to read too much into everything until we're completely clarified that these are the selection, but I think we're pretty good now. I think we just got the go-ahead that we are clear. So Haze is a really nice duo with Paradox again, like this kind of like pseudo pick hero that can play off the sides and create a lot of havoc. And you can imagine a Haze Abrams Paradox kind of roaming through the jungle creates a huge amount of problems. But in the first time we saw Haze a little bit earlier, it was very damage focused. Most of the utility and pick play was just off of positioning and timing. So I wonder if there's any adjustment to the build on this Haze, or if it's just sort of solved out kind of orange primaries. But we have seen in the past a lot of kind of different things, slowing hexes, curses prioritized a little bit earlier, maybe fortitude as well, but we'll see as we wait the last pick here from Valhalla to round out this composition that's looking pretty deadly so far.
And I'm wondering now, is this Viscous gone, Kelvin banned away? Is this a Zerbsy Haze? Are we getting that Spirit Haze that is a little more support-y, right?
Not necessarily. Dagger.
Yeah, exactly.
There's
right?
A world. There's an angle.
So that makes sense to me, but I have been wrong before. I'm sure a handful of people in the chat know that I have been wrong before. So yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out. Still waiting on that last pick to come on through. Don't want to play spoiler to whatever may come through. But if it's Haze being picked up here, you're kind of lacking in that support, quote unquote, support role, right? Like, who's building your rescue beam if you are building one? You know, you don't have the Kelvin, you don't have the Viscous. Maybe you look to scoop up an Ivy here that does play a little more traditional support style.
Ivy would be a tremendous pick for either team here, I think, but you could look back to the heydays of playing Paradox, where it was, you know, a lot of Guardian Wards or Fortitudes or just a bunch of health and utility items and things like that to kind of facilitate your team more. You could see that happen because there's just so much damage between Infernus, Warden, and they picked Haze on top of it. That being said, it's just the general state of the game. Like, Paradox is so strong with their gun skilling right now. I'm not sure that would even be an issue. A lot of these characters almost take care of themselves if you think about it. Like, Abrams has got his Infernal Resilience. He's going to buy himself so much time. Paradox is like sneaky tanky between wall and swap. Like, she'll just find ways to live. It's just the nature of the kit. Infernus is going to be life stealing through bullet and spirit as well. And Warden obviously gets a million resistances and his own lifesteal kit built in. So you might not necessarily need the traditional support. And that's why Haze might be a much nicer pick if she flexes into more of a utility carry. But that being said, they can kind of decide the stuff on the fly. Like, they've got so many options built into that team.
And as we wait for the teams to get it figured out, how do we feel about PKP? They've got a pretty boom squad between Mirage, Lady Guy 7. They definitely have the damage, the Viscous, the Holiday we just saw in the previous one. Do we think maybe some sort of extra disruption, right? The Viscous Goo Ball is a lot of disruption, but it's not, an Abrams shoulder charge and an Abrams slam into the fight. Are we expecting maybe something a little more beefy to round out this PKP draft?
I want to see a Dynamo for no particular reason. That's what I want to see.
You don't mean that. You don't mean that.
I want to see a Dynamo every game. I want the casters to find a 6-man black hole. I want it to happen. I'm just channeling it every potential game I can.
I think Dynamo is every MOBA players or every MOBA fans like S tier. Yes, right. That is the Nunual. That is the Enigma black hole, like you mentioned, right? Being able to hit those huge wombo combos, we all want to see it. Unfortunately, when that was possible, very short-lived. I mean, not that when that was possible, still possible, but it kind of like Haze, where it's a little solved sometimes. Hey, if we don't see Haze, we need to wait until Haze does anything. Hey, if we don't see Dynamo, we need to wait before Dynamo gets a little crazy. I believe it might be something a little closer to maybe a Mo and Krill. Just somebody that isn't afraid to kind of stand in front of this Valhalla squad. Hey, you swap me, Sandblast, Pocket Sand, or even combo, right? You swap me. Okay, well, now one of your boys is getting comboed on the back line, and my team wants to follow up behind me.
I think, honestly, Shiv would be my pick. We've seen Mo and Krill kind of like fluctuate back and forth in performances. I guess we've seen some poor Shiv performances, but just historically, I think that's just a character that's just way overtuned. And if you're asking for somebody to kind of stand in front but also maintain, a DPS offensive front like PKP, Shiv is sitting there, and these guys are all practiced.
Very true.
On this character by now for how long he's been basically the number one character in the game, something along those lines. Not exactly, don't come at me, chat, but like, my god, we all know, we all been dealing with this character forever. Delete him already.
I feel like we've had waves of a lot of that. I feel like, actually, if you go back and you look at the history of the bands, hold that thought, you blinked and you missed it, our draft is locked. So it's going to be a Sinclair to round out the Valhalla squad. Not a bad pickup, right? Obviously, being able to polymorph somebody right when they're trying to make something happen or have any of these ults available to you is absolutely insane. And on the opposite side, the Ivy makes its way on through. It was banned away by Valhalla. This time, they'll let it go through. Pure Kicks Puppy is going to be able to pilot that one.
Yeah, two utility kind of characters kind of rounding out these rosters. I think both teams kind of get something that they want. I think if I had to pick between the two in their latest results, I think Ivy's like the better pick here all around. It's just global presence, huge wave clear, but Sinclair has playmaking ability that can really change games, and we did touch on that previously in the cast today, so really hoping to see something more than we have seen so far, because I think the ceiling is so high with this character that it's just kind of like begging for the right pilot or right moment to kind of show off.
And with that Ivy being locked in on the opposite side, it further cements the mobility of this squad with the Mirage, with the Ivy, with the Viscous, right? Very fast, very quick, can get in, can get out. Ivy can look to make plays with somebody, alongside somebody, or you can just have that Mirage and Viscous kind of go off on their own. That airdrop, obviously being able to put somebody in an interesting spot could pay dividends. The 7 also, we saw a little bit of the 7 last time. It didn't necessarily... it didn't get the spotlight, I guess. That definitely went to John on the Lash, which I think, could have taken away from the Viscous and the Holiday, but Moxie made sure to mention that there. But what the 7 did was make sure that when Valhalla wanted to push, they just couldn't. And when the 7 chose to die, it was, in moments where they had the rejuve available and could just get right back into the fight. So a lot of I like to call it the rat-a-tat-tatter, the P90 style, the MAC-10 style between 7 and Ivy. It's going to be pumping out the damage, but Valhalla have it matched on the opposite side between Infernus, between the Warden, who DMB last game actually had the most amount of souls. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite get it going.
Look, God forbid that Valhalla have to siege PKP's base, because between Geist, 7, and Ivy, I don't know how you keep a single wave alive, since the the creep buff changes off of rejuve. I just don't know how you wave clear or how you keep your wave alive against this team. That's an insane amount of push, and I think Valhalla's gonna have their hands full managing these side lanes. I think that's why you probably see Haze come out as well. Obviously, they picked Infernus very early, which is very high on this character, as they have Buds to pilot, and he's tremendous in the side lane. But I mean, they're going to have a lot of lanes shoving in very quickly. And not to waste anybody else's time, I think we are just about ready to start Game 2 between Valhalla and PKP in the lower bracket. Final best of 3.
Yeah. All right.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we go. Game 2 for this losers bracket finals. The winner will be going to the grand finals. If PKP can take this win, they will be taking the series and advancing on. Whereas on the other end, if Valhalla can take this one, they tie it up, and we will be going to a game 3. Here we go. Tridanium, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good about this game. I mean, we do want to see a game 3 from Valhalla, but PKP bringing in a pretty good draft in our eyes, with the Geist coming in with Mirage. And then, I mean, Ivy picking up at the end there was kind of a wild pick in our eyes, honestly. But we're talking about how Ivy is one of the most versatile characters in the game, but it was definitely not a flex pick. Ivy is coming in as a force to be reckoned with, leading into this lane here on the right against Haze and I think Haze and Abrams looks like they're going on over there.
Yeah, over on that right-hand lane, that's 7 in that Ivy versus that Haze and Abrams. Haze and Abrams are going to be looking for those kills, right? Those sleep daggers into shoulder charges, whereas the Ivy and the 7, they can definitely push away pretty quick. They got the kudzu, they have the lightning balls, they have pretty much all they need to stay back and farm for as long as possible. But you know who is not staying back and farming on that left-hand side? It is going to be the Paradox Warden, which we've been seeing Valhalla run all day, into the Geist and Mirage. That could go either way, my friend. And then going over to the middle, I mean, we can talk about this one a little bit. This one has some layers to it. The Sinclair and Furnace versus the I guess the Viscous and the Holiday. I mean, what do you think about this one?
Yeah, I mean, leading up to the middle lane, we were talking about how it's notoriously the stronger lanes. We have the Sinclair and then the Infernus, 2 great laners, and then especially how open that mid lane is. Sinclair hitting those vexing bolts might be a lot easier for Valhalla to be at, and it's in DMB leading in with that afterburn with the Furnace 2. That middle lane looks pretty good for Valhalla's side, but then we're actually talking about Holiday and Viscous as well, two of the best laners in the game as well. And that middle lane looks like it's going to be a force to reckon with from both sides, and it might be pretty even until something comes up from either end on the other side. And looking over here on the left-hand side lanes, Geist Mirage versus Warden and Paradox. Warden Paradox, typically the middle lane, the middle laners for Valhalla moved over to the left lane. So it looks like I think they're moving around their power levels all around, because Warden Paradox definitely a great lane, but not as good as Sinclair and Furnace. And Furnace actually looking at taking some damage off Viscous here, but he is in the cube where no one can touch him at.
Yeah, definitely some very strong laners all around. I think the Holiday Viscous need to put the pressure in now, though. I mean, when they get the ults, they can find the lasso, but if you look at you know, the Infernus, if you look at the Sinclair, those are really hard characters where if you don't burst them in the duration of the CC, in the duration of that lasso, they're just going to get away, right? You have the Infernus dash, you have the Sinclair, you know, assistant teleport if he sets it up beforehand, which most of the good ones are going to be doing anyway, right? So it's definitely going to be a tough lane to win as it gets on later in through, with the Infernus just getting more and more damage. So we'll have to see how this goes, as PKP is winning it so far. They're looking for a little bit of damage on the, you know, not quite a dive yet, but just keep him poked out for as long as possible. The other two lanes are pretty much completely at full HP all the way around, so really nothing going on other than that. So I guess we get some time.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I want to take a look at the right lane real quick. I mean, we have Ivy and we have Seven. Ivy notoriously very weak in lane, as you all know, and Seven getting that nerf in his laning phase. Also now a kind of a weak laner in his own right at the moment. So, and we're actually seeing it pull through right here with Buds and Fish Cakes, putting the pressure onto PKP, pushing Saya and Brayden back in their lane. So I'm thinking Valhalla's gonna take this lane just because of how weak that lane is, but you know, you're looking at two of the fastest farmers in the game in Ivy and Seven as well. So no matter if they lose or win in that lane at all, I think they're still gonna come back, and that might be their plan.
It might be the plan, but the plan for the mid lane is starting to go off the rails for Valhalla as DMB goes very, very low. Zerbzy now has to take over solo while this Infernus goes to heal. And what I was talking about earlier is going through. Goober and Wage are really starting to, I mean, show their force, right? Show how much damage they can go through, but stop that right there as the left-hand lane is now starting to unfold. John does go down on the Mirage, which does open up Valhalla to do a little bit of damage on to that Guardian. They're probably not going to be doing anything crazy, but they might now that Axe is down. So Axe going down, I believe, to a swap maybe here. Yep, it was the swap on Scout, punishing that Lady Geist, allowing them to get about half HP onto that tower. But now jumping over to the mid lane, we're going to be seeing a lasso perfectly into the tower. DMB does manage to get away, though, and that's what I was talking about, is the Flame Dash. You can just get out of dodge so incredibly easily, and Zerbzy now with a little bit of movement should be fine, but might have jumped a little bit too far to help out his Infernus. They end up getting one kill all the same, PKP, but they lose one over on the left side, so it's about an even trade for both teams.
Yeah, funnily enough, Zerbzy was actually going in for the parry onto the tower with his assistant to back him up to try to get him out safely, but it looks like it was not safe whatsoever. Actually going down, maybe unnecessarily, because DMB using his Flame Dash to get up for free, he was perfectly safe, but Zerbzy actually kind of going down for his buddy there. On the meantime, we have something going on this left-hand lane right here. Paradox actually getting the swap off onto Mirage. John actually using his tornado to actually live a little bit, getting two parries off. 1, 2, 3, 4 parries go, and John actually goes down for it, but gets a little good damage off for his teammate to end here.
Tries to get the 1v1, but League cannot finish it in time. John does enough with those parries to allow Axe to get the win here. John now TPs through with the travel here, back into lane. Axe does end up going down as another play from Scout is punishing this Geist. It is a very, very volatile left side of the map, but as I say that, the right side now, I mean, these teams just want to kill each other, Trip. I mean, all game, last game, it was about 80 kills in 25 minutes or something. This game is not starting off any different. We're seeing kills left and right on these side lanes. The middle lane, which is the one that looks the scariest, is the one that the least amount is happening. So Bud's now going to be going down. Both sides are going to be resetting. One thing to note for PKP is they will be getting this middle Guardian, even though the kills have not quite been there for either side in that lane. And PKP get a very, very slight lead. So
No, definitely. As soon as the 5-minute mark hit, you know, it's been endless fights left and right, all lanes. Everything's going on, actually. And DMB activating Last Stand, a Paradox swap going off. Scout finding anybody he can, and DMB chasing down Axe here on Geist. Axe running away for his life, jumping up and down, left, right, but does not manage to dodge the Flask coming in from League, actually, on Warden there, getting the kill.
Chemical Flask was more than enough to get that kill onto Axe, and more than enough to secure this Guardian. John, though, is not making it easy. The Guardian does go down, but League might be going down in response, but John might not be long for this world. Could not find the kill. It gets collapsed on instead, and there we go. PKP now getting punished a bit, but not without a bit of a trade. Valhalla try to go in, kill John and end up taking a bit of a payback there, actually, with PKP coming in to reinforce. They do lose their Guardian, though, which is good for Valhalla at the end of the day. Objectives are the name of the game this early on. The kills aren't actually too big of a deal as long as you're trading. So looks like both teams looking pretty happy with one Guardian apiece. But as I say that, PKP now trying to push this Guardian on the left-hand side, but they need to be careful because here comes the Warden. There's no Last Stand available, but he does have the cage, he does have the Flask, he does have the damage to actually take out Axe here, and there you go. The Lady Geist is down yet again. PKP, they are just pushing forward over and over again and getting punished for it every single time.
I think on the opposite end of last game, PKP was leading the charge every single engagement, and I think Valhalla knows exactly what's coming into this game. So I think they're looking for these fights. They're looking for exactly what PKP is going to come in, and they're actually taking advantage of the positioning of PKP and stopping them and trading them out and making sure they're not taking anything in return when they get traded out as well. So Valhalla might be running a different strategy than they were first game, or they know exactly what's going to happen with PKP and their strategies as well.
Yeah, I mean, when you get an 80 kill first game and all of the fights are started by your opponent, you know that your opponent wants to fight, right? Like, you definitely know what your opponent's goal is here. You see the comp coming in from them as well. Saya plays that gun, Ivy, John on that Mirage, Goober and Wage are going to be sprinting at you, trying to get that CC. You know what's coming if you're Valhalla. You just need to respond to it correctly, and so far they're responding to it pretty well. One buff to one buff being traded equally on either team here. It'll be the Viscous getting that buff, and Scout on the Paradox grabbing that buff there. As the lane's starting to open up a bit, both the right side, the middle and the right rather, for PKP. Guardians are, and for Valhalla, both their side lane ones are up instead, but maybe not for long here, as it looks like a kill over on this right-hand side is going to be taking out Buds, and that will allow PKP to push down this right side Walker at the cost of their mid lane Walker, and now it's going to be 1-for-1, sorry, not Walker, Guardian instead here. So we got one Guardian left on either team here, that left side and the right side respectively. And I mean, these teams are just kind of sacrificing trades on either side, right? Both teams are really just looking for these small leads where they can find them, but so far it's about even.
Yeah, no, both sides are doing a great job of trading things in, quick succession. We're losing one Guardian here, losing another here, and then we're getting one kill here, another one here. I mean, it is a lot of action compared to, same as the last game, but we are seeing more even trades here and there. And Paradox has been using his swap every single time off cooldown, getting the Viscous away, but he ends up rolling, and he's going to roll away probably with his life at the moment, and nothing's gonna happen over there. But actually, Fishcake gets taken out by a crack shot from Goober to end his life.
Getting taken out here is Fishcake on the Abrams, which allows PKP to pick this urn up and start to set up an attack for it. We'll see if they can turn it in. It looks like Valhalla is not quite in position for it. Zerbzy needs to be a bit careful, though, as they are surrounded by a majority of the members of PKP, but should be backing up just fine for now, as we see the urn slowly get more and more scary for Valhalla. They need to mount a defense on this urn, or else they're just going to be giving it away for free. But as I say that, they go towards the urn. Wage just runs away, and Zerby gets taken out, and now DMB gets taken out on the other side here. It looks like PKP are starting to get a little bit of a lead here. Axe has the swap available, is not quite able to find it, and Valhalla is just sprinting at PKP, trying to stop them by any means necessary. Here, getting another kill onto Saya. Goober now needs to be careful, getting incredibly low, finds the lasso onto Abrams, but there's no damage to follow up. The Abrams punches them out, and PKP, well, they had control of the urn, they had the 2 picks, they were not quite able to find anything after that, and this just allows Valhalla to take all of this urn, to take all of those 4 picks, and to get this map pressure.
Yeah, Valhalla definitely found an opening there and just went full on with that. They pushed them back on the urn, even though they were down 2 players at the time. They didn't care, and they just kind of pressed forward and actually found their own picks of their own and grabbed the urn, grabbed everything they could, and right now they took the lead in their favor at 72k, 73k to 67k with PKP.
Yeah, bit of a lead now for Valhalla going into this mid-game here, early on still, only 13 minutes into the game, so it's definitely not close to over yet. But this is exactly around the time where we see the teams start to make a lead in one way or the other. 5k for Valhalla is not enough to make a huge difference. They still need one more concrete play, and that might be happening right now over on this left-hand side here. Looks like Valhalla trying to chase down John, who is getting incredibly low, gets swapped, gets silenced, gets taken out, and we'll see if the members of PKP can come in for a revenge kill. The Holiday does not have the lasso, so they don't have a ton to work with here. Wage is going in with the goo ball to try to CC as much as possible. They end up getting Scout, so it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade, and that's not really going to amount to a whole lot, but what might amount to a whole lot is what happens on this mid lane Walker. But it looks like no, it's just going to be Fishcake walking away from this one, and PKP successfully defending their Walkers so far.
And there's more endless battling going on the other side of the map. DMB is actually taking out Wage there on the other side, and opening up opportunities for them to push into the Walker of PKP here on the left side. But we have John and Goober defending the Walker by themselves 2v2, and we have Axe actually going down to Scout in the middle lane. There has been endless fighting left and right. Everybody's been dying. This game is looking kind of like the last one in terms of action, but Valhalla is actually kind of more favored here.
Yeah, Valhalla slightly more favored. They extend that 5k lead to about a 10k, even though PKP is defending their Walkers. That is pretty much all they are doing, is defending. So not too much aggression from them, which is the first time we've seen that all series, as they are kind of stuck on the defense here. Valhalla in full control of this game, but now that it's 15 minutes, the urn has spawned, and it looks like PKP are starting to, try and mount an offense onto this left side Guardian here, just so they can complete the trifecta, get their flex slot, do what they need to do. But I mean, just look at the map state. It's so hard for them. Valhalla is just in their jungle, taking absolutely everything. It's really difficult, as we can see, for PKP to move anywhere without getting caught out. So they're moving together as a unit. They're trying to defend their Walkers, but they need to find a pick. They need to find something in order for them to make this game back into their favor, and this might just be it right here. The Infernus dives under the Walker and ends up going down, but there it is. Here comes League with the last stand, taking out that Walker 1v3. We'll see if he can get out of this one. It looks like now it's time to run away, but no, he's actually going to fight. He's going to be fighting this 1v3 here. We'll see if he's crazy or if he's just trying to buy time for his team, but no, now he really does try to run away here. Does a bit of damage onto the Ivy, but it's not going to be enough to get him out of this one. There he goes. League is down, but the damage has been done. Valhalla take the urn pickup at the very least, and they get the whole Walker.
Yeah, Valhalla actually going down for that Walker, but I mean, Walkers are huge right now. Having two players down for a Walker is still tremendous value for Valhalla, especially taking that urn control from the other side of the map. I mean, PKP, they're taking those 2 kills, but then 2 kills mean not much when you have so much map control on Valhalla's side. Like on the right-hand side, PKP doesn't have a lot of space to work with right there, and Valhalla having the urn, waiting for their members to come back up, that's a comeback urn too. PKP needs that comeback urn, and they don't have access to that right now. So 2 kills is great, but they're needing that urn right now. They're needing that left Guardian right now. They're needing more Walkers right now. They need some money. They need something to come back with. So You know, they're probably going to look for something here, probably plant something out here with Sai with the pause, and let's see what they can do next.
Yeah, we'll see what they could do. They have a couple options, right? They're a little bit of a play possibly going on this right-hand side. Actually for Valhalla, who's trying to catch out Axe again here on the Lady Geist, but it looks like they should be getting out of that one mostly intact. One thing I'm definitely looking at is that Mirage, right? John over on the left-hand side, looking, possibly to, set up a push for that left side Guardian, but I don't really expect Valhalla to give that to them for free.
No, not free at all, because it looks like League is running it over to that left Guardian, and with, Scout is postured to move over, and he is moving over, so if anything, it's going to be a 2v3, a 1v3 at the moment, with League trying to defend that Guardian by himself. Scout's coming up from the side, and League still is... League's actually getting taken out in that 3v1. Scout is going to back off that Guardian. He's going to give his hit, say it's not worth dying for just a Guardian, so... PKP coming out with a Guardian in the end and actually flying back over to the middle walker because Valhalla was putting pressure onto that. But with Ivy, what a great pick there, because Ivy can make sure they rotate, especially Mirage too, with that Mirage ultimate teleporting across the map. Ivy can also fly him across the map, so the rotations are actually on point at the moment because they are going to get Zerbzi out and eliminated from Valhalla, with Fishcake trying to fly out. Actually gets taken out as well with Brayden with the trade.
Yeah, but the trade, Brayden going down, means that right side walker is just going to be completely defenseless here over on that right-hand side, and that's just the Infernus and the Haze taking out the second walker of the game for PKP, but on the other end, PKP trying to mount an offense onto this right-hand side means that they're now vulnerable to this last stand, who manages to get one of the kills, but does fall in response here, but I don't think that PKP has any time to take this walker. Here comes the Haze, here comes the Infernus, here comes the carries for Valhalla, who are not going to give up. They are going to try to catch out the entire roster of PKP here, who all they can do is run. There goes the Infernus ultimate, stunning up the Mirage, who should be going down momentarily. There it goes, and that's going to be a 4-for-1 trade here for Valhalla. And that does open up the mid-boss in there, and it looks like they are going to try to take it.
And take it indeed. Honestly, PKP doing a great job, or they were doing a great job when getting their picks, but transferring that pick into objectives was their problem point at the moment. You know, they got a couple picks off on the left side, Guardian with taking out League, but then pushing up into the middle walker. They lost a lot more than they wanted to, and now they're going to lose the mid-boss for it as well, with Valhalla getting all 3 rejuvenators in their pocket right now and moving on the map, prostrating themselves for the urn and taking as much space as possible right now, because Valhalla has 3 revives to work with right now, and also a 20k or 15k about net worth lead.
Yeah, Valhalla just kind of aggressive on all fronts. The same thing that PKP was doing last game is now going to be the name of the game here for Valhalla. Just do not give PKP any room to breathe as they yet again pick up the urn, but this time they're going to mount the offense for it onto PKP's own side of the map, and this time with the 3 rejuve crystals, they do want to take this one. As here comes the fighting, here comes the lasso though for PKP, who have the chance to get a pick early here, as they do take down the Haze here, and they have the opportunity to take her down yet again after the Soul Rebirth, but no, I don't think it's going to be enough damage. Here comes the last stand in response, and there comes the 7-ult though. That's a huge 7-ult for PKP, but an even greater swap from Scout to bring this 7 back down to the ground. The Lady Geist goes down as well. Zerbzi ends up taking another Soul Rebirth, but that's what the mid-boss buff is used for. You find those pushes, you find those engages at the cost of your own life. It doesn't even matter if you die, because you just respawn later in the game. So now that it's going to be Valhalla up 2 characters, they are looking to get this, at least the base Guardians for PKP. And while PKP had a great fight there, it's not going to really matter because of the mid-boss, or the Soul Rebirth rather, for Valhalla, who just do a great job with it.
No, definitely. And Valhalla took advantage of what they had and actually got that walker for it. But they do manage to lose all the rejuvenators right now. So pushing into the base might be some trouble. And Fishcake and Zerbzi actually go down for that. So they may have stayed a little bit too long after the rejuvenators just ran out. Because PKP is looking to find kills right now. They're chasing outside of the base, looking for anything they can, because they know the rejuvenator is down. They're up 1 character right now. and Valhalla is actually on the back foot now, looking at value they can take on the map. One of that is just Earn right now, looking at camps, and actually Sai here running in with an Ivy takes out Scout, who's lagging behind on the rotations, and looks like PKP is actually kind of winning in some trades right now.
Yeah, this Ivy's starting to get fed here. This gun Ivy has been so incredibly popular recently in the meta. Look at the power of it right now. You have that lifesteal buff, you have the siphon bullets, you have the attack speed, and the Titanic mag. I mean, this is just such a difficult build to deal with, but Valhalla are doing well so far at dealing with it, but I think one good fight for PKP is really all they're going to need in order to secure a comeback in this game, so it's definitely not over yet. But one thing to note here, Valhalla, they've been doing a great job all game at securing these urns off of spawn and keeping them safe for as long as possible in order to, you know, limit the comeback potential for PKP.
100%. I think Valhalla has been on top of their objective mentality or macro a little bit better than PKP, making sure they're getting the urn control as soon as possible when it comes up, because they know the only way to come back in this game right now is getting these urns, because it's a comeback urn. It's going to switch back, but it looks like Valhalla's turning it in themselves rather than PKP, because PKP is looking at trading that for a walker on the left-hand side of the map, with Goober with the Spirit Lasso coming out right now, grabbing the Zerbzi, but with Zerbzi putting down a assistant here, saves his own life, gets out alive, but opens up PKP onto the walker right now, making maybe actually putting him down themselves.
Yeah, needs to be careful here is Valhalla. They do have the slight lead in the soul department and in the objective department as well, but a great job from PKP to get that walker. But no, it's a really even better fight from Valhalla with the last stand in the back line to take out Braden, take out Wage, and now Axe looks like they are soon to follow here. But no, it's actually the turnaround. Here comes the Ivy that we've been talking about just before here. The strength, the gun carry, that's all you need in a team fight. If you can keep this Ivy safe, then you can win the fight, and we're seeing it right now. Fishcake is next to follow here, and Buds is left alone on the other side of the map here. A great turnaround from PKP when Valhalla, you know, looked like they had it.
You know, that Ivy pick at the end of the draft, maybe it looks like their wild card right here in this game, because the Ivy is taking over at the moment with her 28k. That gun damage is nothing to joke about right now, and we see it right now, how much it's shredding these Guardians, how fast these Guardians are going down, and Ivy kind of taking over this late game portion of the map. And Valhalla, even though they are up 4k, they're down 4 men, and right now it looks like it's kind of going towards PKP's favor in this later game.
Yeah, PKP turning the tables here. They might not have been able to get an urn. They might not be able, you know, to have all the walkers down just yet, but they managed to get the fight, and they start it off strong with that left side walker as well. So, I mean, the game, I would say, is back to neutral, and now with the healing tempo on the Ivy as well, it's going to be, excuse me, so much harder to take out. Ooh, a great sleek dagger, though, is going to be putting this Holiday in a rough position here. Valhalla is not done yet. They want to get some of these kills. They want to chase down PKP and get this fight started out right, and they get some of the health bars down, but they do not get any kills just yet here. I say that, though. Wage does end up going down. Axe does end up going down as well, but the Ivy's alive. Braden on the 7 has the ult as well for the defense later on, and mid-boss is still down for yet another minute here, so I expect Valhalla is just going to be trying to make a play for this urn.
We're seeing non-stop trades from either side. It looks like PKP had the upper hand for just a minute, but Valhalla came back and took 2 lives off of PKP right there, and honestly, I couldn't ask for a better game right now. We're just seeing back and forth non-stop battles, fights left and right. And right now, we're looking at another engagement here with Hayes looking at a kill onto Saya. Saya being a bunny for about 4 seconds, but he's running around, and Hayes actually throwing in the sleeping dart to actually save his own life, because it looks like it's turning around, and Saya gets taken out in the end actually on Ivy. And Hayes actually hiding up the top.
Saya did a great job at living for as long as possible, but Buds was just too much damage as the Hayes ends up going down, but did the job they needed to do. Now it's going to be League's turn to take out the rest of the members of PKP, and with mid-boss spawning right on the dot, it's going to be Earn, and it looks like it's going to be mid-boss for Valhalla.
It looks like a mid-boss and an urn. So Valhalla has so much map control at the moment. And it looks like they might be able to find another pick here. No, they called it off and they're just going to go for the mid-boss here. Honestly, smarter play. They want to waste any more time. I mean, this is the elimination rounds for the Invitational. So the best course of action here is get that mid-boss down. Take it as fast as possible. PKP, are they going to look at trying to steal or do anything here? It's really hard with 3 charges and you know, they're actually looking at getting some action on top, and they're actually going to go down and look for some sort of steal here. Maybe get anything, get anything at all. They don't get a single one. They actually lose Axe life in the process, and Wage actually goes down as well. So it's not looking good for PKP at all, and I don't know if that was the correct play from PKP.
Yeah, I think PKP was just trying to get something from it, you know, make the fight later on just a little bit easier with that bid. You know, only 2 or 3 being on Valhalla instead of 4, but now, you know, kind of bites him in the butt here. 30 seconds for PKP's Lady Geist and Gooball there, the Viscous, to come back online. And so now it's pretty much just all Valhalla, who have about a 30k gold lead, or sorry, soul lead, and they are primed and ready to push down this base. Over here on the left-hand side, it looks like they're really just trying to get all the waves pushed in at once, make it as hard as possible for PKP to come back into this one. And with limited, you know, potential to find a fight, I don't really know what they're going to do, but here's one option they can get. They do get the Infernus in the base for Valhalla, rather. PKP might be able to get the Soul Rebirth, but can they get the entire health bar from the Infernus? They're pushing him down, and they actually managed to get it. That's going to be a huge pick over for PKP to stop them from, you know, actually pushing into their base a little bit more, but you still have League, you still have Buds, you still have the carries for Valhalla with all of their cooldowns taking both shrines, are now working on the Patron, and while PKP's doing a great job at surviving, they cannot hold their base for very long as the Patron does end up going down. Valhalla now are just in full retreat mode as PKP trying to find a little bit of chasing. The Zerbzi, though, has the copied 7 ult, is going to be stalling them for now, and it should be more than enough for Valhalla to get out, but no, they're actually going back in here, Trid, as a PKP need to be careful. Their base is going to be starting to go down here as the Patron is going to get focused, but a great ult from Brayden is going to stall them for now. All the health bars from Valhalla are looking incredibly low. I'd be surprised to see them run back in, but yes, they are. They're just going to run back in, get a little bit more damage onto this Patron, try to end the game, and it's going to be close. Valhalla is going down left and right here. Buds has the rejuve. Everyone is going down, but the Haze is still alive. The Abrams is still alive. DMB just got back online, and I just don't know if they have enough damage on this Patron. No, they do not. A successful defense from PKP manages to hold the game strong, and now DMB is left alive to just try to farm what he can. A great attempt from Valhalla, but they're not able to push it through for the victory just yet.
What a base defense from PKP there, holding on to the very end. I mean, Valhalla had like 3 rejuves still going into that last fight right there, and honestly, PKP doing what they could to stay in the game and did what they could. They did, eliminating 5 of Valhalla, but DMB going out too early might have been, you know, their downfall there in the end. But that was all a testament to Goober getting that early Spirit Lasso onto DMB, making sure they had that fight in their favor, 6v5 before they coming into the base. And Valhalla still, even though they're 5v6, still went in. I think honestly, good, you know, good plays from PKP, making sure they have numbers.
Yeah, great job for PKP. I mean, they played that so patiently. They literally waited till the final second, the final chance for them to actually mount that defense, made sure they have every single cooldown up, make sure they drained as many of the Soul Rebirths as possible. So, I mean, great job for them. And now it's about even. The Walkers are all down for Valhalla, and while the Patron is dropped, it still means you have to win one more fight at the very least for Valhalla, you know, to actually win this game. So it's definitely not over yet, not even close. All the carries now for PKP after that fight are about even with Valhalla, and while this Warden does look scary, so does this Ivy, right? So does this Geist, so does this Mirage, so does this 7. As Ivy needs to be careful, though. The Scout almost finds the swap here, but it looks like another engage here on the bridge over nothing is going to come through, but the Ivy has enough damage to go down here. The first kill goes over to Valhalla, the second kill as well. It looks like they found the better engagement. They get the 7 as well, and it looks like that fight is all they're going to need to secure this game and to secure the staying in this series, staying in this tournament. and their chance to go back up against Hydranation later on in the day.
Valhalla finding those picks right there were huge, and I don't know, Saya was feeling pretty strong right there, and that might have been overconfidence because he was out and about, and if it was a 1v1 on DMB, he probably would have taken it, but honestly, being that far up, Valhalla took advantage of that situation, took out 4, 5, almost nearly all the members of PKP, runs to the base, takes out the Patron, and actually takes game 2 of the series here in the lower bracket finals.
A back and forth game the whole way through, to our heartstrings a little bit. PKP, we thought they came back, but like you said, maybe a little bit of overconfidence, maybe a little bit of overstepping punishes them right after that crazy defense from them. So well played for the defense, but it's going to be all Valhalla in this game too, who seemed like they had the control for most of the game as well, right? They were controlling the pace for the most part. They were controlling the urns the entire game. They were controlling those walker pushes. They were doing everything they needed to do, and all it took was just one final execution to finally win the game.
No, definitely. I mean, that game was a lot closer than it has been all day, and one of the more exciting games because it went back and forth about 4 to 5 times. We saw network swings. We saw urns get kidnapped by the Valhalla side so many more times. And that blast base defense from PKP and the sides almost looked like they're about to change just barely, but PKP actually getting picked off in the very end there to lose the game 2 of the series. And Valhalla making sure they're staying in the tournament, and they want that rematch against Hydranation. So let's see if they're gonna get that.
And we will see if they can get there, but we still have a game 3 to go, and we still have to break down a little bit more in depth of what just happened in that game 2. So I'll pass it over to the desk. Tanner, Metro, and Mox. I mean, take it away. What did we just watch?
Man, wait, hold on. Welcome to the Batcave. Wait, Mox, it looks like you've got a monologue, so I'm going to let you take it away. What did you think about the end of that one?
Long time ago on the streets of the Cursed Apple. No, it was an interesting game as the sun starts to set here on the East Coast. We change vibes, make sure we're feeling nice and cozy, enjoying our deadlock after dark. Anyways, but yeah, really interesting game too. Not exactly what I might have expected to be playing some of these characters, but Valhalla really kind of showing their class here, and like our casters were talking about, they were in control for nearly most of the game. A little bit of a comeback being made by our boys in PKB near the end, but overstepping just a little bit too far turns into kind of an easy base finish at the end.
Yeah, the things that we talked about in draft that you have to be afraid of become even more prevalent later on in the game. Role swaps kind of across the board, right? DMB actually piloting the Infernus, Buds on that Haze, Zerbzy rocking the Sinclair, their League playing the Warden, and did a really darn good job, especially in the early game. And you see it there in damage, in objective damage, right? Warden does those things really well. Yeah, it was Valhalla getting, I believe, the first urn, and that kind of put them ahead anywhere between 4 to 6k souls, and from there they refused to give up a lead, and it felt like there were times that PKP just biting off a little more than they can chew, right? It was the 16-minute rejuve. They try to jump on in. Axe jumps in on the Lady Geist, doesn't get a swap off, and I think 2 people died. I think it was Axe and Wage die at that point, and then that lead grows to 30k. And then the fight in the base happens, and I thought that was the end. I was telling you, I was like, okay, this is it, right? Like, they don't have to leave. They have 3 rejuves, and somehow, some way, PKP, they fend off the attack, right? Only 1 person alive, and then they just do that thing where they get a little overzealous, much like we saw at that 16-minute mark with the rejuve. They just overstep their bounds a little bit, and then that Abrams shoulder charge, it only takes 1, right? And that means death. And we saw Saya getting caught out, who admittedly played very well, right? Very farmed on the Ivy, a different role completely from, the Holiday that we saw previously, but just got a little too big for their britches, Mox.
Yep, and we could sit here and gab on about it, but why don't we take a look at the replays, and we will catch you guys on the other side for game 3. This is going to be the last one before the grand finals, so time to stamp your tickets, and let's see, best team wins.
Game 3 just around the corner. It's still PKP. It's still Valhalla. I'm still Metro. I'm still joined by Mox. I'm glad that I looked the right way here. Mox, this is everything that we have asked for thus far. I think the players playing certain heroes was a little less what we were expecting, especially in Game 2 on the side of PKP, but they're taking us to a Game 3.
Can't ask for too much more, and I think all of the series today have gone to 3 games, so it, one way or another, however you feel about, the bracket leading up until this point, I think at the end of the day, we're seeing, the best teams that are available to play in North America in one way or another. And yeah, I think that's just panning out from game to game. We're seeing a lot of, not stomps, but teams that are pretty firmly in control of these matches. Last one has had a chance to kind of burger flip in the other direction, but Valhalla managed to hold on, so we're going to see what happens here in Game 3 coming up. I'm really interested to see if these games can make it almost last even longer. I know that's a weird thing to say, but a lot of these games have been ending 30 minutes, pre-30, something like that. I want to see these teams like duke it out to the latest of late games possible and just see what Deadlock really has to offer us.
So we might be unfortunately falling a little shy of the later game mark now, which, depending on who's winning, maybe you feel differently about it as a viewer or as a fan. When they played each other just recently, 37 minutes was their longest game. The next 2 games, 23 minutes, 26 minutes. And I believe the night shift game, hold on, I have it here. Let me pull it up. 23 minutes. Okay, I thought somewhere I saw a 16-minute game, so maybe I was just seeing things. But it seems to be right around that 25-minute mark that these teams start to figure one another out. Now, the 25-minute mark, as I corrected myself during the break because I knew that chat probably would, that 25-minute mark was right when Valhalla went for a rejuve, and PKP kind of just threw their bodies at it, and 2 people ended up dying for it, and then they lose their entire base, almost the entire game, off of those split timers. So 25 minutes is kind of now that barometer of which way is this game going? Who is going to blow it wide open? We jump back on into it. PKP, they get side selection. They're going to take that Sapphire Flame. They're going to take away the Vindicta. Yamato gone on the opposite side. And Valhalla refused to give up this Warden.
It is interesting to see that there's almost a preference for the Sapphire side, although I think, actually maybe it wasn't, because Hydranation, I think, preferred probably Amber in their series, but as we say that, there's so many picks coming out. No time to talk about that nonsense. Holiday and Furnace onto the side of PKP. Valhalla grab a really staunchy frontline. Warden Abrams climbing up in priority, and Paradox round that out. Now Viscous, kind of PKP kind of picking the same comp over and over again, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, this is a near run back of Game 1, the way that things kind of played out. That Kelvin being banned away throws a wrench in things, but Valhalla put more emphasis on the Paradox. I believe the Paradox was banned away later in, I think it might have been the second ban for PKP in Game 1. So Scout didn't get that. Instead, Scout, I believe, got the Mo and Krill from Game 1. I know I have that somewhere. Yeah, Scout did play the Mo and Krill in Game 1. So it's this is kind of what separates the Scout Paradox from the Scout anything else. There was the clip during the highlights. The Haze is getting run down. Those buds getting run down. Inside the church they go. Saya on the move, drops the stun, and out of nowhere comes the time wall. And the Haze didn't survive. Buds died, but it just allowed Buds to stay alive a bit longer, to do a bit more damage, and then that fight continues to swing the way, right? You take that Haze out of the fight, maybe Saya's starting to get some resets. Saya's getting out of dodge, moving his way through the church, and it looks a little different for PKP. So Scout on the Paradox is absolutely a problem, and that is an asset to have for this Amber hand.
That does always seem to be the case with Paradox, just incredibly talented at stalling time, being some sort of time magician herself. And yeah, just always buying time, always finding a little bit more HP here, there. Swap comes out plus 200, fight turns on its head, Headhunter procs. All of a sudden you're like, how did Paradox just heal for it? I'm confused. where did all that come from? But as you know, talking about healing from one side, Lady Geist comes out for PKP, first one out of the bans, Lash and Kelvin. So you're talking about a big swap of life. There's your Essence Drain, and Valhalla picking up Sinclair a lot earlier than we've seen so far. Mirage actually falls to the second phase, which is kind of wild considering that both these teams fairly happy to pick up that hero.
Yeah, with Lash banned away, I do think it's interesting, although it goes in the same round as the Mirage, yeah, that the Sinclair goes early. I doubt that's something that PKP are looking to play. Obviously for Valhalla, probably looking to get that back in the hands of Zerbzy. Played it well. Kelvin's banned away. That seemingly just makes sense. But now, Shiv's still available. But outside of that, Lash gone, Warden gone, Abrams gone, PKP maybe lacking a little bit in the frontline department. We kind of pointed to that in the previous draft, and then they rounded out their draft with the Ivy. I'm wondering if they do look to maybe play the Shiv, pick that one up just to have somebody who's not afraid to be in the front lines and stay healthy while doing it. And then also, you're obviously granted that execute.
Wow, Calico. Calico is super interesting. We do not get to see Calico very often anymore. The hero has completely fallen out of priority for almost every team. Used to be a first pick, first ban powerhouse. Of course, she's had quite a lot of changes, including to box farming and her own health pool. Still an incredibly dangerous assassin. Can be tanky, but it's not in the same way that Abrams, Warden, or Yamato would be, even a Shiv in that case. But, you pair Calico and Hayes and Holiday, and you've got an incredibly potent pick team essentially set up. You just stick your Lady Geist and Furnace in the side lanes, and, that seems to be what PKP is aiming for. It's going to be really, really fun to see a Calico pilot and a Wraith to finish off Valhalla's lineup that we really have not seen today. I don't think in the now 6 games that we're going to be watching, this being the 6th, that we've even seen a Wraith today. Maybe it happened in the in the precursor game that we didn't get to stream, but really, really interesting draft this time around.
You know what? I was hoping that information was up for us. Unfortunately, it has not been refreshed. But yeah, Wraith sneaking their way on through. Wraith was question of a mispick in the previous draft, which is why we took a little longer to get things going for you guys. This time, they're just going to invest right on into it. Now, it made sense as to why it was a mispick previously. Valhalla didn't want to pick Hayes and Wraith. They wanted the Hayes and the Sinclair. Now that they don't get the Hayes, right, they need somebody, or they want somebody who not only is going to manage the waves pretty well, but also adds to some of the side lane pressure, much like PKP have, right? Somebody that can answer the side lanes or get in the side lanes by themselves. And then worst case scenario, right, project mine, just get out of dodge, toss out the ultimate, make sure they are staying away. But it also adds to that pick potential. So we were talking a little bit earlier, Griffin and I, about the AD carry, and Wraith, it just comes to mind, right? As like, that is your person. Hayes a little more assassin-esque, but it's interesting to see Wraiths phase in and out of meta for so long, and now Valhalla kind of, I don't want to say that they're putting their tournament lives on the line with it, because it is just one pick, but you expect good things from the Wraith if you are Valhalla to be able to make it to the grand finals.
There's a couple of really good reasons for Wraith here. Number one is telekinesis is really good against Geist, really makes her life problematic, but also you get something in a natural capacitor buyer. And capacitor is incredibly potent against Viscous Cube. Obviously it dispels it, and so we're going to see how that interacts with this game, but I believe we are ready to go into our game 3, so we'll hand it over to our casters to take it away.
Welcome back, everybody, once again to the Game 3, the final one of this Losers Bracket Finals. The winner will be going to face Hydranation in the Grand Finals here. Yet again, I am Jor, joined by Tridanium here. And, I mean, we've been seeing a lot of fighting this whole series, and these drafts make me believe no different here, Trid. I mean, want to talk about that a little bit more?
Yeah, honestly, I'm looking at the PKP draft coming in with Calico, Holiday, And that might be a pick haze on the PKP, and I think it's be a non-stop looking for deaths, looking for kills on the PKP side. And Valhalla actually coming in with their more of a normal draft, or what they're comfortable with their Warden Paradox pick, which is their typical, bringing in the Mirage and putting the Wraith in at the end. So their comp looks a little bit slower than the PKP side, and you know, we might either see more fighting, or we might either see more split pushing from the Valhalla side. But either way, it's gonna be interesting game 3 here in the lower brackets.
We kind of been seeing like a trade of aggression, right? Valhalla last game put on the pace a lot. They had, you know, the faster comp. They had a lot of the engage. For game 1, it was the opposite, right? PKP was go, go, go. They had all the pick characters. They ran at you over and over and over again. And I think we're seeing that a bit this game as well with PKP. But at the other end, right? I think there's a lot of answers for Valhalla, right? You have the Sinclair, you have the Mirage, you have the Wraith, you have these characters that are really hard to actually pick by themselves unless you invest a slowing hex, a curse, you know, a knockdown, whatever you want into them to actually stop them from escaping. So we'll see how it actually ends up working out at the end of the day. PKP versus Valhalla, we're getting into game now, finally, as these lanes get started. What are we thinking about these lane assignments?
I mean, honestly, it looks like kind of the same formula over and over again with Valhalla. You have the Warden and the Paradox always paired up together. Definitely a very strong lane, but it's against a Calico and Haze, which may not be the best of lanes. So, I mean, I'm taking a point over to Valhalla for that lane. Moving over to the middle lane, we have the Mirage already getting kind of zesty in against this PKP duo, actually going down to almost a quarter life. You know, Mirage in there with his Sinclair partner against a Viscous Holiday. Yet again, we've seen another super strong lane matchup. But let's take a look on this left-hand side over here. What do you think about this lane over here?
We're seeing it kind of unfold right now. The Geist and the Infernus, that's so much damage. And Wraith, definitely not the best laner. I mean, it has its times in its matchups where the lane can be alright. The cards definitely are doing a good amount of damage, but with an Abrams pairing, unless the Abrams is getting crazy with it, finding these shoulder charges right off the bat, I don't really see them winning that lane. I think the Geist and Furnace are going to be pushing them in over and over and over again until they take the tower, or until Valhalla can get some help over on that left-hand side. That's how I feel about it at the very least. Maybe when the ults come back up, you know, they can find, you know, maybe an Abrams ult and do a Wraith ult and do some chain CC, but before that, I'm a little bit worried about it.
No, definitely. And I'm still worried about this DMB running at a 25 HP. And then actually Goober looking for a little bit more HP, taking off the Mirage, but actually gets his cube taken away from him because he was in the middle of 2 members of Valhalla, but his HP manages to stay pretty okay. DMB still kind of looking low.
Yeah, DMB looking a little bit lower, needs to be careful here, and another engage from PKP means that DMB might be going down here. Looking at the health bar, yes, he does go down here in that middle lane, making Zerbzy forced to run away. A great parry actually going to be putting Zerbzy in an opportunity to find a kill on Desaya, but no, the turnaround comes through, and PKP start us off strong with a double kill here in the mid lane. And now an execute for Sai is going to reset him very, very quickly to get back into lane and not miss any of the action, just for those that were wondering what that was back home. And, I mean, PKP start us off with a big lead here.
No, definitely. PKP starting it off strong, and looks like they are going to make sure they're going to get some action on. And it's pre-3 minutes at the moment. I think in the last game, we didn't see much action until the 5-minute marks, but PKP said, no, not today. We want action. We want it now. And they took out 2 members of Valhalla in the middle lane, so, you know, they're looking to start this game off strong and fast, so let's see if there's any more action going on around the map.
Yeah, little 2k lead, not going to be too big of a deal here, and as you say, action, here comes action on that left-hand side. The Abrams is just barely going to get out of that one alive. Brayden with the Flame Dash almost has the damage to pick him up, but the Fish Cake going to be barely getting out of that one, and the Abrams sustain should be more than enough to come back into this lane. All right, over on that right-hand side, we're going to be seeing a lot of aggression from this Warden and the Paradox, which you talked about earlier. You know, the Haze and the Calico are not the strongest lane, as we're seeing right now. The Calico actually ends up going down. A Carbine comes through onto the Haze, poking him down even further. So it looks like Valhalla doing great on that right-hand side here, but not great anywhere else here as the Abrams getting taken down very low, but so is Brayden actually, who might go down. Yes, he does. It was a great engage from Valhalla. They find the kill, and it might be a double kill here, as there we go. John goes down as well here. The side lanes from Valhalla are doing wonders.
Valhalla matching PKP's aggression with their own and taking out members of their own right. Spirit Lasso actually comes out onto Sinclair, but he actually has the Spirit Assistant coming down and saving his life. Running away from Sai here. Sai is looking for anything he can at the moment, but Zerbzi juking left and right under the mid-boss sewers, and he might be going up, down, we don't know yet, but he is hiding for his life at the moment, sneaking away, and he manages to actually get found by Sai there, hiding underneath the sewer walls.
And the crouch animation
Yeah.
from Sinclair just looks so funny. He's
Like a
"Please
Scooby-Doo,
don't
like, hey, how you doing?
Yeah, so, I mean, hey, the kill manages to go through. The tower, the Guardian, manages to go down on the mid lane. So PKP are still doing well on that front at the very least. Still up about 2k, and they will be getting that casting buff onto the Holiday, who 4.9k souls right now, ahead of the entire lobby. Except for Goober, the lane partner at 4.8. So well done, PKP, in that middle lane. But over on this right and left-hand side, it's pretty back and forth overall here. PKP is trying to defend this right side Guardian, but right now it's not working out for him as one member goes down. The next one might be soon to follow here, but no, DMB actually is the one looking incredibly low, and a great kill over for PKP is going to trade them up, keep their Guardian alive just for now. But it ends up going down anyway. So they trade 1-for-1, trade the Guardian mid and right side. And now, you know, about even overall for both teams. It's really going to depend on the first earn in about 4 minutes is when we see the game start to break.
Yeah, we're seeing a similar story unfolding from the first 2 games. The more action, the more better. Right now, they're trading off, you know, Guardians left and right here, and they're making sure they get trades off because nobody's walking away with the free Guardian right now. And it looks like Goober is actually getting out with a sliver of HP away from Buds. And there's more engagement going on around everywhere at the map right now. And we're hitting up the 6-minute mark, and it looks like things are getting spicy everywhere, especially here with Zerbzi going down to Wage on the Haze.
Yeah, the Haze starting to get some souls, starting to get some kills. The first one finally coming on the board. A pretty rough laning phase for this Haze, but a great lasso picks the Paradox out of the sky, and that should be more than enough time for Scout to go down, and that's now the second kill for Wage, who finds a sleep dart to allow the Holiday to get out of that one, and some great plays from PKP put them even more in the lead, only about 2k for now, but that could change in a blink of an eye as Valhalla now pushing that middle Guardian, but it looks like the members of PKP should get there in time to defend, I would like to say, but that Guardian is going down incredibly quick, but no, they will get there in time to defend. But they might die here. They might go down. DMB gets incredibly low, and the Holiday, rather the Calico, ends up taking them out. The Holiday is in base, going back out to that right-hand side, but the fighting somehow is just not over yet. The copied Calico ult is going to be enough to take Calico out herself, it looks like, and the re-aggression from Valhalla is going to be on the winning end of this fight here. I say that though, but Zerbzi goes down, and it looks like it's going to be a 1v1 here over with the Paradox and the Haze. Both people are backing out for now. Now we go yet to another fight over in the church on that right-hand side. The Guardian's still full HP for Valhalla, so they have something to fall back to, but they need to be careful because now, with only one member defending, that Guardian is starting to look incredibly low, getting absolutely nuked by this Holiday. The Guardian looks like it will be going down momentarily, and Valhalla going down in objectives this early in the game is not what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, like, going back to the trades, I mean, it looks like PKP is actually getting an advantage on the objectives now, leading the objective mark by, I think, all the Guardians. Yeah, all the Guardians of Valhalla are taken out, actually, and PKP is up 2 Guardians. Not only that, they have an early game lead with 8k at 8 minutes is actually kind of huge right now. So PKP utilizing their early game composition and draft to take advantage of their momentum right now. It looks like Calico is getting into a skirmish with Scout here and Paradox, and he is getting out with his nick of his life, and he's actually getting taken out by the Calico.
Calico doing pretty good this game so far. Had a bit of a rough laning phase, but it's been doing pretty good. Some of these skirmishes later on now into this mid-game. It's about a 10k lead actually for PKP, who we have a bit of a Guardian lead here. 3-1 for them. And they have that flex slot as well, which is not going to matter this early into the game anyway, so not that big of a deal, but they have to be careful here. The Calico's been doing well so far. We'll see if they can keep doing one. A great parry is going to keep them alive underneath the Guardian here and put this Abrams back down to about half HP, and might actually be going down completely. 70 HP, 80 HP, but the healing is going to be more than enough here. 20 HP now as the Holiday is chasing and manages to get the kill onto the Abrams. PKP lose their Guardian, but they get a kill in return, and now as the urn is spawning in about 20 seconds, they should have enough pressure, especially with this other pick, but no, Wage goes down on the other end, so it's going to be a 1-for-1, and now PKP are the ones on the back foot, and I think Valhalla is going to be able to take this urn.
Definitely. I'm thinking right here about Valhalla gets a little bit later into the game. They actually might have an advantage. Looking at the draft here, I mean, Valhalla, I think their characters are definitely more deadly when it comes down more to like the mid to the late game. So if they can hold on to that point of the game, they might be able to come back here, whereas PKB wants to keep the pressure up and wants to keep that adrenaline as high as possible at the moment, getting as many engages as possible and taking whatever they can.
Yeah, I mean, Valhalla, we saw it last game, right? Is they were so good about denying the urn. But this game, I mean, they got the Guardian, they did not quite grab the urn instead, and that might cost them as PKP, they have the soul lead. It's only about 4k, but it definitely isn't nothing this early into the game. And if they can get their hands on this urn, it's going to make leaps and bounds in terms of their soul economy. Keep their carries fed up here. But oh my gosh, the Vicus burst is so much damage. DMB didn't even see him coming there as Goober just takes out the members of Valhalla and might get yet another one here. The Gooball somehow frozen there. Not sure exactly what happened there, but Scout should be dead anyway. The scatter plus the express shot combo takes down 2 members. And now it looks like PKP are in full control right now. Gets the urn, gets the kill, and now another fight here. Another parry fest here. A little bit of burger boxing going on between both teams, but it looks like PKP are getting the better of it as they get cake down. And now it could be Mirage soon to follow, but it looks like DMB might get out of this one okay, but no, cannot quite find his way out of there. And another pick onto Hayes here, going with that sleep dagger, with the slowing hex. The Warden needs to be careful, but man, there's no way he doesn't get out of this one okay, as the Haze does get captured. League manages to find the cage, manages to get out of that one all right, but PKP, the damage has been done. It's now a 12k lead from about a 4k it was about a minute ago, and they're on to pushing this Walker.
Yeah, honestly, Lee getting out of that was actually kind of amazing because there was about 3 people on him. He has slowing hex on him. Right after Dagger with Saya coming in from the back end, Lee coming out alive was actually kind of a miracle, and maybe the miracle that they need here, because they need every single one of their members alive to find any sort of lead, any sort of advantage here, any sort of way to farm and come back to this game. And it looks like Saya here is actually catching Zerbzy out and about again with his Spirit Lasso, but does not manage to take him down, and Zerbzy uses his assistant to finally get out safely alive. And we're looking at over here Brayden farming away, pushing their lead, making sure they have advantage. And Valhalla, if you're looking on the map, the pause coming through, looking on the map, Valhalla is actually kind of taking space here in the middle. And with that space, maybe, hopefully, they could take some farm away from PKP and maybe stay up alive, try to come back to this game. Because they need the farm right now. They need a way to come back. And their carries, DMB, is looking kind of weak at the moment with 8.6, but Buds with 13k, that might be their ticket to win to these next fights.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Valhalla, they have a way back into the game for sure. You see a little replay of the burger boxing action here coming in. All those parries over on both members, but you can parry as many times as you want, but with the fixation stacking, it's not going to end well for you. Over on the side, looks like the readies up are happening for both sides. And one thing to note here, Trid, is it's a 10k lead raw. Like, there's no objectives being changed here. Objectives are even. It's all Guardians down on either side. It's just a straight up 10k lead for PKP. So that is really, really good for them in terms of finding this lead. A great attempt there on a play over from Valhalla with the last stand, but nothing manages to come through with it. John gets out alive, and it looks like Holiday is actually hunting in the middle of about 3 people. Gets taken over here, does not have the lasso, so I'm not really sure exactly what she's hunting, but finds the barrel over onto Scout, and Scout going incredibly low here, 1 HP, but here comes the Wraithful, here comes all the pressure back on to Saya, and now Scout gets out alive, 30 HP, and should be able to find a way out of this one. The over-aggression from PKP might bite them in the butt, but no, they actually end up just taking Zerbzy instead, and a Walker for their trebles on the left-hand side.
And they actually managed to take out Axe 2 as a Calico. And looking at it now, Valhalla finally having buds in these engagements is actually super beneficial. And actually gets taken out. So with all the trades he has managed to give out, he is getting traded himself on the hands of John. Valhalla going down with 2 members, Fishcake going down as well in these trades and these engagements, losing also a Walker. So in the grand scheme of things, PKP coming out ahead, pushing away with an 82k lead all over the Valhalla 69k at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Valhalla, they got a winning fight, but at the cost of their Walker, and now this is not a raw 14k. This is a straight-up advantage here. The Walker going down means a big cash influx, so even though Valhalla won the fight, it doesn't actually matter, as the money is still going to be in favor of PKP, at least until Valhalla can get a Walker of their own. We see another bit of a little skirmish here as Buds needs to be careful. A lot of burst coming in, but I think the Wraith should be able to get out of this one all right, but no, they're actually just going to push forward as the members of Valhalla are here to fight back. It's going to be a 5v2 as Hayes needs to be careful, needs to try to get out of this one, but I think everybody is out all right. It's just a little bit of aggression from PKP is the difference. Great swap, no, on to the Calico is going to make them a little bit scared for their life, but at the cost of Scout's own, who dives underneath the Walker to make it happen. So it's not actually going to work out for Valhalla at all. It's the re-engage from PKP from their own base, where they're going to take 3 kills underneath their own Walker now. With buffs up, with earn up, they have everything they need. They have the picks, they have the space in order to secure pretty much any objective they want.
Scout grabbing that swap onto the Furnace into the Walker. I mean, I know he was looking for something, anything, to try to bring them back, but then that Walker slamming him down and taking his life away, I mean, kind of took it away. Valhalla did lose 2 more on top of that as well, totaling 3 casualties in that fight. Valhalla is looking further down into the pits right now. Even though they're looking for any advantage they can, they're actually losing on all fronts at the moment. And yes, they do have the urn right now, but PKP is in a position where they could just deny any space Valhalla wants to take from them to get that urn in place. But D&B, actually League, is moving his way up into the urn spot and may be able to turn it in. And it looks like they do turn it in, helping Valhalla come back into this game. And let's see if they actually can come back into this game at this point.
Yeah, so they managed to get the urn, keep it at about a 10k soul difference, with the Walker being taken, which means that it's kind of a fake 10k, but at least for now, they still have to do the work in order to get that Walker for it to be fake, you know? So it's, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. As we're seeing a bit of aggression on this right-hand side here, Valhalla mounting an all-out defense, 5 members against the 4 over a PKP who are looking for a kill, looking for any sort of aggression here on to the members of Valhalla. Bud's getting a little bit low, has to walk away for now, but it's really just a very split fight for PKP, who are finding as much aggression as they can, but they need to get something going as a team, where they're not going to be able to find anything here on this fight. John hides in the closet, but manages to find the ultimate to escape his way out of there, but Buds is actually going to be the first one to fall. KP start us off with one of the kills, as all of the members from both teams are starting to convert. Fishcake is soon to follow, and so is Zerbzy. It looks like Valhalla were the ones that might have been too split. PKP had it under control the entire time. That's 3 picks for them. They have the mid-boss. They have 2 Walkers to push. Let's see what they end up taking.
Yeah, John hiding in that closet for his life. Even though he was a little scared, he did manage to delay the Valhalla push onto him as much as possible for PKP to come out behind them and actually take out half of Valhalla in that team fight. And John actually coming out alive in there as well. Axe was almost taken down as well, and just kind of just made so much space for them, just allowed them to get an advantage. And Valhalla going down in the end, and PKP going away with the mid boss free rejuve here, so they're just getting more ahead with more control here at the end.
Yeah, I mean, PKP, it looks like their skirmish-heavy team comp is starting to, work out for them. The Calico, the Lady Geist, the Holiday, this Haze, they're able to survive and kind of hang out in the wings for so long until they can find their picks. And once they do manage to converge onto one person, that one person on Valhalla is in for some hurt. Is definitely a very, very tough comp to survive against if you are the target. And we've been seeing it all game. Bud's going down, Zerbzy going down. Even though they're high mobility characters, it's hard for them to move around when you have Slowexes hitting them, when you have lassos hitting them, when you have a Calico on top of them, right? So we might be seeing it yet again. Fishcake, yeah, now the one going down. It looks like DMB is starting to be hunted next as he's waiting up on that roof there, but should be able to get out of that one all right. Now with Fishcake down and the rejuve taken, PKP are more than ready to start taking some of these waters.
Yeah, 100%. And PKP with their team composition right now, I mean, we were talking about it earlier. This is like a full step, whole W type of draft where, at no point in time did they want to let Valhalla farm at all, especially with the Wraith there, especially with Warden, especially with Mirage. These are like late game characters that do very well with farm, but they're not allowing to get any farm at all at the moment. With PKP actually pushing into this Walker and getting into engagement on to League here. And we have Calico running in and dodging away from that lockdown. Gets swapped by Scout and actually gets taken out, but he do have a rejuve. So he'll be back in about 2 seconds, coming in back into the fight. Bud's joining in, looking for whatever he can. Scout's looking for whatever he can as well. Half HP, threw down the bomb, actually gets taken out by Sai here. And with no rejuve, he's not going to be able to come back. And PKP coming away with this fight. With a trade, 2-2 trade, but they do have a rejuve coming back. So in the end, PKP coming in with the advantage yet again.
And that's what we've been saying with this new rejuve change, right? I mean, it's one of those things where you can afford to take a bad engage. You can afford to take a subpar fight because it's going to work out for you in the end. We saw Axe get swapped. We saw Goober just kind of sitting in ball, taking a ton of damage over and over again. Both of them going down, but not actually dying because they do have that Soul Rebirth to play with. And if they can get 1 or 2 kills from that, which they managed to get 2, it ends up in a winning fight, right? And now Fishcake is the one in trouble. Needs to be careful as the Abrams does go down. Zerbzy has to walk backwards into his own base. And, I mean, PKP are just slowly choking them out. It's now a 25k soul lead here. 1 soul rebirth is still available for PKP, but with a minute to spare, I don't think they're going to be pushing the base too much more as the urn is up. That left side buff is up as well. It looks like they're just going to secure the soul, secure the item buys, and be even stronger in this next game.
Yeah, it looks like here, the only way Valhalla, in my eyes, is going to be able to come back is if they do successfully do a good base defense, right? So, with all their ults they have and then all the control they have that PKP has, the best thing that Valhalla can do at this point in time is just defend their base well enough to actually come back and turn the tides if possible. But right now, with PKP holding onto their urn, the comeback urn that Valhalla, needs so much right now, is kind of like holding them out, starving them out. So Valhalla, as much farm as they need, they can't find it at all. PKP just pushing in. They might actually turn in this urn going in with Geist on the other side of the map, making sure no one's pushing, no one's picking any walkers, and Valhalla engaging in, coming in, finding whatever they can.
Getting the fixation stacks onto DMB, but Wage is actually the one that's going to be going down, using up that last rejuve, which only had a couple seconds left, so great usage of that. Zerbzy now is actually going to be the one going down, and that's what I'm talking about. Wage takes the subpar fight, jumps in and for the aggression, gets the damage, goes down, but has the Soul Rebirth, so comes back online, and now you have even more damage to come through here. So Valhalla is going to be the one losing 3. Axe finds a great parry, actually, onto Fishcake, who's trying to find one in response, but now cannot, due to the health bars being a little bit too high for them. But no, Bud's going down, and it looks like Fishcake and League are left on their own to defend the entire base. Everyone but Brayden is up and alive for PKP. No mid-boss available, but they have more than enough members to take down these shrines. I mean, it's 6 for 1 for PKP. Might be enough to seal the deal, as it's now a 40k soul lead. They're at least going to get the patron, and we'll see if they push in for one final fight.
Valhalla maybe have one more fight in them. I hope they do, because I kind of want to see Valhalla kind of come back here a little bit in the late game. Maybe win maybe they win the game 3, but PKP looks like they're a little bit closer to winning that game 3 and that matchup against Hydranation here.
Yeah, another kill going over, this time to Valhalla though, catching Saya in the back there. It's going to be 40 seconds without your holiday, but I think that's going to be more than fine if you are PKP, looking here about 40k souls up. And I mean, maybe it's too soon, but starting to think, you know, with either of these teams and how they've been playing, is this actually going to be enough to take out Hydranation, right? Like, if Valhalla can somehow come back, they will have a really good swing and a really, really good, I guess, momentum swing, rather, coming back into grand finals, possibly getting into, you know, good spirits to take on Hydranation. Whereas on the other end, PKP are just steamrolling their way through this game, and if they can secure it and win one more fight, take that patron, they're going to be looking really, really good going into that grand finals. So definitely something to start thinking about as we start to near the closure of this game. Or maybe not. Maybe Valhalla finds a couple good team fights. They find a way to rally back into this one. And with this pause coming in, I mean, maybe giving them time to breathe.
No, definitely. I think fatigue plays a huge factor for, I mean, this game and probably the next one as well. I mean, Hydranation, they've been having a break this for the past, you know, maybe an hour already. So they do have the energy up and ready. And Valhalla, if they're going to come back here, they're going to use everything they can, as much as they can, to put all their energy into this last win against PKP, where PKP is up in the up. They're already up, and, you know, playing from being ahead takes a little bit less effort than playing from behind, coming up in the end. So, I mean, if Valhalla actually does manage to come in the end, they might be a little bit more fatigued than PKP, and especially Hydranation would be. But at this point, I'm actually kind of curious to see how PKP would fare against Hydranation with how fast they're playing. PKP with a little bit of more action, a little bit more oomph, a little bit more adrenaline in their gameplay. And that might be the change that we need to see against Hydranation.
A little bit of fast-paced, life-changing action here, as we're seeing some excitement for PKP, and maybe that's what it will take to take out Hydranation. But I think we need to finish up this game first, my friend, as this haze is going to be going down. Valhalla seem to be mounting a little bit of a comeback, as that bag is fairly big from the haze, so that's a lot of souls that you do not want going away, finally getting out. But as I say, that axe finds the return kill. That scourge is going to be enough to get the kill onto Buds. And another another pause here, talking about bug abusing, I guess. I'm not really sure exactly what's going on here. Both teams maybe are on edge here. Tense things going through on either side. Hopefully we don't get another pause, as we can just get into the game here. DMB will be going down. A little bit of bug abuse talk, don't know about that. We'll talk about it later, possibly. But Valhalla looks to be on the losing side of this fight, and if they fully lose this fight, they will just lose the game, as their patron is dropped, and it looks like that's exactly what's gonna happen. Scout and Fishcake do not, I think, have what it takes as the characters to really end this fight. It's going to be a 6-man wipe. All PKP have to do is push these waves, and they will go to the grand finals to meet Hydranation.
Grand finals indeed. So PKP is going to move on, and I think, honestly, we saw Valhalla do what they did earlier to Hydranation, and, you know, obviously it didn't work out the way they wanted to, but let's see what PKP can do here as they rounded up the end here, taking out the patron of Valhalla, and, you know, bringing up the you know, bug abuse on DMB that brought up. You know, Goober throwing in a punch right before ulting. I mean, I think he utilized that multiple times to actually win the advantage on a lot of engagements, 1v1s. So I don't know if that's going to be, I don't think that's the game changer anyways.
Yeah, not sure if that really changed much of the game there. You know, a little bit of BM coming in through the end. Definitely not what you want to see, but obviously, you know, emotions high. You know, you come in from the winners finals. It's a rough loss, so definitely understand the frustration for Valhalla there, who is going to be ending the tournament at third. But hey, they still get a good little chunk of the prize pool, so they definitely did not play for nothing. You know, well played to them. Thanks for showing up to the tournament. We appreciate you guys nonetheless, but really, it's just in that game 3 going to be all PKP coming in and kind of regrouping after that game 2, taking that win away, and now they're ready to go through a pretty great losers run. And going up against Hydranation in the grand finals up next. I mean, we can sit here and talk about it all we want, but we might as well leave it up to the desk. But before we do that, Trid, we've been casting here for the last 4 or 5 hours or so. I mean, any shout outs or anything you want to do before we get out of here?
I mean, I just want to give a big thank you to Deathy, the team, Kashi, everyone in production, Jord, you've been great. And I just want to say, I appreciate you guys for having me. I came in last minute, and I'm just, glad to be here, casting for you guys. And I'm excited to see the grand finals up and coming. So I will see you guys in chat over there.
Well, that is going to be the end for us two casters. Thank you guys for having us so much. Hopefully you enjoyed our casting as we have enjoyed the time with you guys, as we will have a new set of casters for the grand final. So definitely be excited for that, but no extra shout outs for me. !! merch if you want to check out that. That's definitely something that we want to be pushing here on Deslam. All the proceeds will be going towards the staff and the company themselves, help us run more tournaments in the future. So definitely check that out. But enough of the talk. Let's send it over to the desk here to talk about that series and to prep us for the next one over here in the grand finals.
Mox, we're back at it again from the Bat Cave. The sun sets not only on the East Coast, but on our series. PKP managed to get their revenge. I do want to give a huge shout out to Jord and Tridanium for holding it down for, well, really all of the day as we look to, sunset these last two series and get on into our grand finals. But let's talk about this last one. Game 2, we scratched our heads. We said, man, these guys are really playing a little bit of everything, kind of all over the place. And then Game 3, they locked back in. Is exactly what we expected for who was playing what, and PKP get it done.
Yep. Messiah Holiday. What can you say? He's a good character, good player. I mean, as we talk about it, we look at the stats. I mean, Goober fucking loaded up 12-0 and 13. That's insane. John on the Geist, 8-1 and 14. That's insane. Huh. Why does he have 19,000 healing? That seems like quite a lot. That can't be Radiant Regeneration. Surely, guys. Right?
Yeah, we love that from John. Another game where John kind of stands head and shoulders in some of these stat lines. Obviously, the Saya Holiday, an absolute problem. I do want to kind of what seemed like we could put a nice bow on this game was what you had mentioned during the game, right? The carries for Valhalla didn't really get a time to farm up and get to the point that they were trying to get to.
Yeah, I was just scratching my head so often, looking around like, PKP is really pushing pace here, and for the first time we were really seeing a team execute a grand strategy rather than let's just execute, a particular game plan or whatever. They said, we're going to continue to push this pace. We have all of these characters. If the Wraith and Mirage get online, we're in trouble. And so they never let it happen. I just kept looking around like, wait, Wraith is in this fight. Wait, Wraith is in this fight again. Wait, why are they fighting again? Is he being called into this? Like, it's just chaos. And you saw the Wraith build the Veilwalker, and listen, I have not looked at a Wraith build in a long time. I don't think that is a very common buy. I think it was a necessity buy to get some healing, to get some sort of maneuverability through the jungle areas. It just seemed odd. I'm sure somebody in Twitch chat will tell me it's on every top build, but it's just, it speaks to a greater issue where Valhalla couldn't slow the pace of this game to match their draft.
Yep, I think that's a great way to put it. Always on the back foot, could never really get things comfortable for them. They put the armor on and it was just a size too big there. And that one, so we do say goodbye to Valhalla. They leave us in third place. However, that does mean great things for PKP. PKP going to be moving on into the grand finals. Hydranation have been sitting and waiting for them as we take a look at our bracket and how things have shaped up to get us to where we are. Mox, I know that this does things for you on the day. You've covered the last couple of series. Before we get on out of here, we've got a grand finals ahead of us. Hydranation, Pure Kicks Puppies. What are your thoughts?
Kisses puppies.
Kisses. Yes, kisses. Love that. Well, what do you think? Give your thoughts on the grand finals before I let you go.
Yeah, listen, I think the most important thing is, at the end of the day, I was right. PKP won 2-1, and that's really, that really sums up Deadlock right there. I am the genius, I am the machine.
True.
And that's it. No, it should be really, really cool. Like I said, there's there's a space for teams to claim that they're second best, because right now it's pretty well defined that Hydranation are far and away the best team. And we could see them completely wipe the floor with PKP. We also could have completely seen them wipe the floor with Valhalla, which they did in the second 2 games they played earlier today. But there's a lot of contest, and you're never going to show us that you can beat Hydranation unless you play Hydranation. So, up to bat come PKP, and they're going to show us what they got. They played a really good series against Valhalla, who were a very good team, by the way. And so I think, you take a big grand look at the whole bracket and you say that it's been a really competitive tournament overall. Had some really, really interesting games, and now that we come down to the grand finals here with our 2 teams through a double bracket, I think there's not too much else you could have asked for Deadlock this weekend.
Yep, not at all. A fantastic weekend. Again, shout out to Deathy and the production crew for putting this on, making this possible, on top of the league that is going on as well. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of Chiefs, and we've got a fantastic crew that have made it possible. We do have one more series, one more best of 3 just around the corner. PKP, they're on their Cinderella run, but it may come to an end as they take on Hydranation in the grand finals. We're going to hop away for a short break, get it all set up, and we'll see you guys on the other side. Welcome back to the Death Slam Invitational. The grand finals are just around the corner. But before we get there, introductions are in order. Hi, Halo. I'm still Tanner Metro. I am joined by my good friend, my man, Orbital. Orbital, you got a chance to take a look at what happened on the day yesterday and today. Now you finally get a chance to talk about it. How are you doing, my man?
I'm doing all right. This has been a thrilling day. I mean, the storylines practically write themselves, but, you know, as much as we want to talk about fantasy and fairy tales, reality hits a little bit harder. So I'm excited to see what wins out, reality or the fantasies that I tend to have in my head. So, you know, I'm sure it's going to be a good grand finals.
Don't remind us that reality. Let us live in our fantasy
I have
worlds,
to.
man.
You brought me in for the grand finals. I have to bring reality here.
Okay, so grand finals just ahead of us. If you guys have been watching, then you know who it is, right? Hydranation taking on PKP. If you haven't been watching, let's go back. And if you're just joining us, let's revisit how things shaped out. Hydranation at the top of your bracket, top left, have made it all the way to the right side unscathed. Whereas PKP Orbital, they get knocked down to the lower bracket. They find their revenge in this lower bracket run, and now they have a chance at the Titans.
Yeah, they have had one of the best kind of Cinderella story-esque moments, except if Cinderella were to literally go through war and fight her way through, because it's been 2-1 to 1-2s all the way through. It's not a Cinderella. To me, Cinderella is pure 2-0 magic all the way through. You had a little bit of stopping ground. Obviously, you saw Goblin Gang. They 2-0'd Goblin Gang, PKP did, and then they ran into a hurdle. Since then, though, they have fought to the bitter end, which is both a positive and a negative. Positive in the fact that they are here. They are now at least second place. The con to that, though, is the fact that they are probably very, very tired. They are the only team right now to have played 2 series in the day. Not only that, go all 3 games in each. They have played the maximum amount of games that they could have done on the day, which is 6. That is a hell of a lot of deadlock to play at the level that they are playing.
Yeah, absolutely. Which brings us to our sponsor, Death Slam coffee, energy drink, maybe something. Maybe we spin something up for our players that do have to spend these long days, because we all know that sometimes we do just need a little extra matcha, a little extra caffeine to keep us on going. But as competitors, there is a difference between playing a video game all day and doing it in a tournament setting, but I'm hoping that we get the best PKP that we can see. Meanwhile, Hydranation, fresh off the couch, they watched that 3-game series, they come into the draft side selection, and when we saw side selection from Hydranation before, it was Amber Hand, and they are going right back to it, and they're showing respect right off the rip here, Orbital. Holiday banned away. Saya is a problem, and they are trying to find the answer by banning away that Holiday pick.
Yeah, which is very interesting because I believe Holiday was actually left through in a few of the other matches for PKP. So it is nice to see that transference of, okay, Holiday is a very big issue. Now, the one that we do expect to see over here, there it is. The Vindictus has been banned away. It's the most banned against Hydranation so far, now added on from the 5 before. It is now 6. It's understandable. You cannot hand that to Hydranation. Here's the problem, though, is Hydranation have one of the most consistent game formations in their draft so far. They go Yamato, Mirage, Lady Geist, Mo and Krill, maybe a 7 or a Viscous to boot. Yamato is always that first pickup for them. They love it so much, and they will grab it every single time. So, I mean, this is within their wheelhouse. And Hydranation, I respect this because it also means they're not really messing around. They are sitting here saying, we want that Grand Finals win.
Yeah, you know, the Holiday ban comes through, the Vindicta ban comes through, you know it's going to be a Yamato pickup. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Viscous Warden. So Warden going to be in the hands, played by PKP, not piloted, but they're taking that one away. We saw Valhalla playing it a little bit. Now we get to see PKP rocking that one there. And we've seen just how much the Viscous means. What we also have seen is that Wade just kind of messed around with the Viscous. Goober's messed around with the Viscous. A lot more success found by Goober, just kind of being the goo ball that he is. Goober is known for this Viscous. So I'm hoping, right, game 1 of the Grand Finals, you put it in the hands of somebody so incredibly competent on that pick as Infernus, Paradox, Mirage also making their way through here into the picks.
Yeah, the Infernus, of course, lining up with PKP style. That'll most likely, I believe, go to John, if I remember correctly. Either that or it's a braid in my eyes always do deceive me. But it's a very good mid-range combination for PKP. This is their bread and butter. But, of course, for Hydranation, like, this is up there. The Paradox, of course, maybe not one that they use too often, actually. If I was looking back through their match history through this tournament specifically, I think this is actually the, I want to say this is the first time they've actually picked it. And if I'm wrong, please, you know, push me off the cliff or whatever. But I do believe this is the first time they're actually picking it up. And this is just kind of like, we're going to see if this works in this game number 1. We have a little bit of wiggle room. I appreciate it at the moment. The Ivy as well banned away. This one makes sense. PKP just don't want to allow that, or Hydranation don't want to allow that flyer. And then the Kelvin ban on the flip side. You don't want that battle range to be drawn so cleanly.
Yeah, Ivy gone. Mo and Krill now picked away. There's a world. I might be overcooking here. Mox had said it. Tanner, stop saying Bebop. So I'm going to stop saying Bebop. And what I'm going to say...
You really do need to stop saying that.
There's a world where Shmeebop makes its way through. There's a world, right? Viscous. Yeah. So, Holiday gone. Ivy banned away. We've seen Saya play those two picks specifically. Saya has also in the past played Viscous, which might not be the role that Saya's filling for this PKP squad, but maybe something that allows, with no pick potential really left on the table for PKP, do they slot in a Bebop towards the end of this one? Not quite yet. Shiv gonna be locked in. Big front line, big execute, but yeah, the ability to displace somebody, really a lot of it falls into the hands of Lash and hitting a Lash ult, which items like Counterspell, items like just running out of range, that's not real.
I mean, they've done it before. So PKP have done it before. They played the McGinnis, but it was only once in this entire tournament thus far, if I'm not mistaken. However, this landlocks a little bit more what PKP are wanting to do, which is it good? Maybe. Against the likes of Mo and Curl, I can understand, but I don't like how defensive PKP currently are set. They don't have a great forward push. They had the Lash, they had the Warden. These are great rundown tools. They have a lot of damage output, but my fear is that they rely so heavily on damage overload and they don't have enough CC to actually deal with these opponents. The McGinnis is such a kind of errant stray bullet that I have no idea how it's going to fare here.
Yeah, it does add a little bit to pick potential. Toss up a wall, catch somebody. It also helps with controlling lanes or just shoving lanes. You can put McGinnis in a side lane and just be an absolute menace. We'll see. I do think, to your point, what worked for PKP was just the constant forward pressure, and it does take a little bit away from that constant forward pressure. Meanwhile, Abrams locked in the big blue menace on the side of Hydranation. I mean, they just have a team that is not afraid to be in your face. Yep. And we know, and I don't just mean their picks, right? This team alone is not afraid to be in your face. So that is a very scary draft for Hydranation.
Yeah, and I honestly think that Abrams is actually a great cap-off. When you look at the side of PKP, they want to stay in formation. They want to kind of stay as a group, and they will run you down once they wear you down. What's the best way to deal with that is you just drop basically a hammer on top of their head. Abrams is the hammer in this game. Outside of, you know, a black hole or anything like that, we talked about it before, but we don't talk about that hero's name because we never see it in this tournament. Abrams is one of the best, in my opinion. You get the slam and also the unique factor of entry. You can slide that Abrams in from anywhere along the map. I appreciate this. It not only means that Mo and Krill doesn't have to go in alone, but a secondary engage tool is always necessary, especially if you're trying to break in, if you're trying to find Infernus, if you're trying to find McGinnis. Abrams is perfect. Mo and Krill can help with the soloing out of anyone that scatters. Even if Viscous is able to save one, you can't save them all. I like what Hydranation have done.
It's a very scary team to play against. We saw PKP try to remain flexible in their roles, try to remain flexible in their hero picks and who can play what, and it didn't quite go their way. That was game 2 against Valhalla. Meanwhile, Hydranation just have so many options for this team, for really whoever, and a lot of eyes on that Mo and Krill to just be an annoying front line. The Paradox obviously doing its thing. This is it. Game 1 of the Grand Finals is just around the corner. Now, PKP, they got their first taste of defeat. That was against Valhalla. That was a 2-1 loss. They got knocked into the lowers, and they have grinded their way out, and they've tasted revenge as they took down Valhalla. Now, Wednesday, these two teams met. Hydranation took them down 2-0. We'll see if PKP can continue their revenge story. We've got F-Dot, we've got Deathy just on the other side waiting to take you guys into game. It's all yours, fellas.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I've been in chat all day, but here I am by the camera. Really, really excited for this Grand Finals. Before we get into it, just a couple things. You know, this is the final game. This is for all the marbles. And if you've been enjoying the show like I have, we've had a lot of incredible games today. It's been a lot of fun, and yesterday was good as well. There's a few ways to support. You can obviously buy exclamation point merch in the chat, and you can buy merch, and all the proceeds are going to go towards Death Slam events. And you can also exclamation point donate to the prize pool. And on top of that, if you just like to support the channel, you know, using your Prime subs, gifted subs, I mean, anything like that, that's always good. If you're watching on YouTube, much love to you guys on YouTube. It's my pleasure to stream there as well. If you want to do like membership, stuff like that, bit of a sellout moment, but you know, we got to keep the lights on. Anyhow, I'm super excited for this grand finals. Really hope that we can get some close games, maybe even 3 games. We'll see. How are you feeling, F?
Dude, I'm so excited. Thanks for having me, man. I mean, we've got some good North American action. Hydranation's on top. Grass is green, water is wet. Just another day in the neighborhood, I suppose. But we have some real competition coming on. Some of those lower bracket games are really exciting. And as we jump in here, everybody's like kind of excited for the new content patch that's about to come. So this feels like the end of a moment. Like, everybody needs to make a statement here at the first Death Slam Invitational. We're going to do more of these, obviously, so you want to be first.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, it's been a really long time. I mean, I said yesterday, but for people, for context, the last time that we had a tournament of this scale in terms of prize pool and structure, as well as like the double elimination, best of 3s, you know, prize pool above like $1,000, it was December, early December, 2024. So it's been 9 months since we've had a tournament of this scale in North America. I don't think people quite grasp how long that is for teams to only play best of 1s in Fight Night and then into a best of 3. Now, I want to give a shout out to Night Shift, which is the new Fight Night. For those of you that are wondering what happened, Fight Night, unfortunately, you know, something happened with Fight Night. Now they rebranded. They are Night Shift. They're continuing. So Wednesday night, make sure to check them out this week as well. We're going to have an update this week, so maybe it'll be before Night Shift, in which case it would be really excited to see. But make sure to check them out. They're great, and we have a great relationship with them. But, you know, I'm a competitor. I like seeing a lot of matches. I like seeing best of 3s. I like seeing double elimination. And so there was nothing out there, so I created what I wanted.
Beautiful. I mean, that's what we have to do here. That's what esports is. You look at, I mean, people like Ludwig and Hungrybox putting on their own tournaments for their own scenes. Deadlock is, you know, I'm a boomer. I've been around. This feels like old school grassroots esports. The big companies aren't here. It's just us. It's just Deathy. Buy a mug so we can give the players more money, reasons to play. Like, that's the beat there. And like, I love Uber. I love ZP and everything. And I love that show. It's a different show from seeing 2 days worth of competition, adjustments for BO3s and stuff. This is where I think, like, you really can see those tier 2 teams, you know, small scene, tier 2, what does that mean? But those teams that are like one step behind, moments like this, you know, this is really where you get that extra oomph to level yourself up as opposed to the one and done of some of those flash shows. So, you know, it's tough to put on something like this. Took 9 months to make the baby Death Slam Invitational, but next time, maybe, you know, it's a little smoother since we got it breaking down.
Yeah,
but
of course.
Now we're in.
So far, yeah, it looks like we're in the game. So far, I think it's been pretty smooth. I'm very excited. Of course, for everybody watching, give it a sec for the names at the top. I know that they're not correct, you know. So, you know, you always have to give it a second. Sometimes they're correct, sometimes they're not. It's because of the way Valve codes the lobbies, okay? It's out of our control. And when they are correct, we will go over the rosters. But in this mid lane, we've already got a little bit of action with McGinnis brawling Yamato. Now, generally, brawling Yamato level 1 is not what you want to do, but they're making that decision. And, you know, she's definitely coming out on top. Nope.
Well, game is paused. Audio. There it is.
Well,
that was immediately going to be my question, straight up and down. I heard Tanner and Orbital kind of, you know, scratch their heads a little bit about the McGinnis pick. What's up with her? How does she fit in here? And, I mean, we can both agree that fighting the Yamato early, probably not the right plan. What is the right plan?
Yeah, so in this lane, McGinnis Warden is a very old classic lane combo that used to, you know, it's been played for a long time. And the idea is simple, right? Is you have wall and cage. So if you wall someone off, usually cage is going to be guaranteed, especially with the minus stamina from the flask. But I've just gotten info that the names are correct. So if I'm seeing this correctly, Goober is on Warden and Wage is on Viscous. Is that real? Okay, no, never mind. The names are not correct. We got baited. Just kidding. I was way too confused. Okay, so Goober is on Viscous. Okay, Goober is on Viscous and Wage is on Warden. I was about to be confused for a little bit. But anyway, we got the correct information. But yeah, in this, the mid lane, you know, the McGinnis-Warden is a classic matchup. I'm interested to see how the McGinnis will do. Maybe we'll get a chance to talk about that later. But the pick, in theory, has its merit, especially against the, like, tankier, beefier targets that just kind of want to stand there, right? McGinnis's biggest weakness is her mobility, so if you just have really big targets to shoot at, her damage output does get very, very crazy.
Warden getting crazy here, sent back home by Lord NM. And that's what I was going to talk about there. You know, next to the McGinnis, you have the Warden. I feel like this Yamato Paradox lane is going to be giga aggressive, and that's exactly what we just saw. The Warden feels like the defensive bodyguard for McGinnis, who's just going to get bullied. So putting the Warden down early just feels like the best play.
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure that I would have put the Warden McGinnis lane mid. I feel like it would have been better in side lanes, and also they got a little bit unlucky with the matchup. I feel like if they were against either of those side lanes, they would have like a much better time. Going against Paradox Yamato is definitely rough, although they definitely could have predicted that Paradox Yamato would be mid, because that's like the standard thing to do, essentially. As we're seeing all the little mic icons light up as they're using the in-game comms, which is something that we started doing, you know, on Ranger's advice, like back in, I want to say like February we started doing that, but people are still doing that.
Where you use your Discord for like team comms and then the in-game mics for just lane comms, or vice versa?
Well, basically you mute in Discord for the laning stage, and then you only use in-game, and you mute everybody that's not your lane partner in-game. So what that does is you only hear your lane partner in-game, and that's in an effort, because lane is quite chaotic, especially with 6 people, and it's in an effort to kind of give you more synergy during lane, allow you to kind of like be a little bit better about your microaggression, cooldown management, all of that little stuff, you know, even itemization, etc.
That's huge. I like the technical side of it. Reminds me of like F1. You know, you got to like be able to pilot your character well, but also like change your tires and stuff. So being able to figure out how to effectively communicate with the squad. I mean, I've been saying it since like Dota 1, dude. Like, if you communicate better than the enemy team, you probably win straight up. And I don't think Deadlock is a stretch away from that. I think it's really largely about being able to play throughout the macro and make strong team-wide decisions. The crazy one-man carry in the lane can get off to a lift, but Deathy, you need your whole team.
Yeah, definitely. It's a team game, and we've got a lot of aggression here on the side lane of the Mirage Abrams coming out on top, and in general, the laning stage not really going the way that PKP would want it to go, as we see a lot of their players are below half, taking a lot of damage, and they're behind on souls a little bit as well, and all of their towers are taking some pokes here, so definitely not the start that you would want, especially, you know, if you're PKP. Axe going down as well. We didn't see that, but here we've got Mo, low main. Is that really low main on Mo? I'm like, I'm a little bit surprised by that, but, you know.
Always scary, you know, with the name update. You're like, I don't know if I should commit to analysis on this or if it's just wrong, but you know, it's like we said,
low main, but you know, I don't remember the last time I've seen him play Mo. But speaking of which, he's going on Brayden, grabs him, gets his first stack off his ultimate. He will die to afterburn. Oh, never mind, he will not. Nope. He lives with 10 HP. Okay. Oh, but he's dead.
Interesting choice. Yeah, Hydranation, making it happen. Getting the reset. Also making sure that guys can just finish that off. Really, there's just no downside, so just take it. NM gets a kill as well, and everything coming up Millhouse for Hydranation. I will say, you know, I think that this is a great answer back, as Hydra himself winds up falling down, and it looks like Goober might get punished for it, and he does. So a good retribution kill from Lefa. But I look at Hydra's draft here, and AVG and Rokane, both on the Geist and the Yamato, these are characters that excel in the early game. So, like, seeing those lanes pushed up and seeing them do well, not really overwhelmingly surprised. One tower going down, I'm not upset. I'm not afraid if I'm PKP. But if this continues to roll in this way, 4Ks, whatever, but if it becomes 8, then we got to talk. So right now is the point that something has to happen.
Yeah, at the same time, you know, super early on, like we're 5 minutes in, like you know, the soul lead does matter, but like it can fluctuate one way or another really, really quickly. I would say that basically until 10 minutes, unless it's like really dire, it's usually you can come back. Usually it gets out of control if like they manage to win the laning stage and then get the first urn without you getting anything in return. That's kind of like the point of no return, where it'll become incredibly difficult to come back from that point. But yeah, all 3 towers going down within 6 minutes. So, you know, incredible aggression coming out of the side of Hydranation, and we saw a similar story as Rokane does actually go down. So, you know, a little bit of hope for PKP. We've got the Mo ult in the mid lane, and we're gonna have the response from Wage with the Warden ult going onto the Mo. Should be able to get the trade kill, and he drops a little bag, and all of a sudden only 3k behind despite having lost every tower, as AVG joins the fray into the mid lane. A little bit of a light melee attack coming out from Wage. Gets backstab, gonna reset the swap from the Paradox, says no, you're not getting away, and Wage just trying to escape. He's got a bit of a bag, so if he can live, it would be really huge. As we've John coming in from the skies, swap from AVG. Wage is still fighting, extremely hurt, gonna be going down with the bag. Can John avenge him? I guess we'll see. Don't think so.
Any other character falls down there, AVG winds up just healing himself up like insane. AVG is the one that comes up out on top there, sure, but that's a win for PKP. As you said, the kill bounty shortens up the lead. Lead's more of a win sock right now, so I'm not going to go too deep, but PKP played this fantastically. They had a 2-person setup, and they separated the Mo and Krill from that McGinnis. They took out Saya and Wage, the Warden, excuse me, separately. It's the only way they're going to win that exchange. Very important that they chose to do that.
Yeah, I agree. I do think if Wage just like lived, it would have been so much better. But Saya with the aggression here, looking to show us the vision with the McGinnis pick, as we've got the cage onto the Paradox, going to be connecting. Paradox,
Another
1 HP, goes down.
Another time where we're going to see the 2v1. PKP and Hydration does get the retribution kill. So PKP, this is the second time now that they're finding these picks, but Hydranation are never too far away. And they're hitting the comms, they're saying, hey, I'm caught out. And they're making sure that they at least get that trade. Every time PKP gets that kill, if it's unanswered, it's a win. But instead, since Hydranation's making sure to get that retribution kill, Peer kicks puppies. It's like 1 step forward, 1 step back. They're doing the hokey pokey, dude.
Yeah. And now, with 8 minutes coming up on the clock, the center sacrifices come into play. For anybody that's been playing recently or even following high-level play, you know how valuable these are. And this is really where leads can start to build, right? Where you can start to steal the enemy center sacrifices. And right now, Hydra has every tower. They've got a slight lead. And if you're the side of PKP, you do have to kind of hope you get something soon. But with the new item system, ever since May, you know, you're not so limited on flex slots early, generally speaking. Most heroes are going to get some bigger items. So even if you're down all towers, it doesn't really become a massive issue until later in the game, like maybe 15 minutes. So PKP doesn't really need to force things here, but they also need to make sure that they secure their center sacrifices and don't fall too far behind.
That part, like when I look at an early deficit, I'm not like, oh no, I need to make a play, because there are so many avenues for return. It's really about ensuring the stop. Like, the water's just flowing so much, you got to make sure that you can play a little more defensively. And right now, Hydranation doing the opposite. Abrams goes on.
That's a huge
that
bag
time
on Abrams.
defensively.
That's a huge bag. I mean, look at him. He's got on his hip. He just got back from shopping. He's holding all of his wife's shopping.
He got his Birkin bag in hand.
Yeah, he's got the Birkin bag, and he's just gonna walk away. But that's a really, really bad death, unfortunately, from the side of Wage. Like, dropping that bag, you know, that's like a huge soul swing, because not only is it the souls from the death, but it's also the unsecured souls, right? So think about it. Abrams gets maybe 500 souls for that kill, but then he gets maybe 800 unsecured, and Wage loses 800. So just one kill can result in a nearly 3k soul swing this early, just because Wage had farmed a double center. So really, really solid play by the side of Hydranation, who now almost have a 10k lead at 10 minutes.
Very important here, though. Warden walking down right side, and Infernus is going to meet the answer in the jungle. So Warden pushing on the tower, everybody else fighting slightly to his left. And it looks like Warden might stay in the lane for this macro. Like the choice, it doesn't matter if Brayden wins this fight or not. He's just trying to provide, he's being a bouncer, essentially, for this right side push. And now 3 players from Hydranation are going to be sent over there, and that pushes Peer Kicks Puppies away.
Yeah, so here we're getting into a very, very crucial part of the game, which is Hydranation pick up the urn. They've got a significant lead. If they manage to get this urn in without PKP getting anything in return, the situation will become, I would say quite dire. However, if PKP managed to trade this turn, either contest it or trade it for 1 or 2 Guardians, it might not be so bad. But Saya getting gone on in the mid lane here by Hydration, gonna manage to reset, but Hydranation doing an incredible job of keeping all the lanes pushed out. They get the urn for free, and PKP's not able to get anything in return. Even though they're trying to 2v1 the guys on the side lane, they're not actually going to be able to take down AVG, as we've got Axe diving onto AVG. They really want this kill. He's 1 HP, does get executed, but they don't have a wave. They can't even get this tower.
That said, I mean, the kill, like, you're taking kind of anything that you can get. As you said, once you get that urn unanswered, it becomes, you really start to feel the temperature rising. And so, stretching, I think I would be more critical if they wound up dying for the kill, you know? Obviously, it's not best case scenario, but I'll take anything you're selling right now if I'm PKP, because we're 11.5 in, down just about 10K, give or take, more like 7. And Hydranation still wind up having this advantage. They're doing a great job of providing space for their teammates, and that's kind of what they've always been able to do. They take these fights that they don't hard commit to, just to allow their teammates to push objectives. Pretty much what PKP was doing there on the right side for Wage. That's what allowed Hydranation. Hydration just brought the urn home for free because everybody decided to fight up around that tower in the mid, forcing PKP away from that urn. They couldn't get past the front line. So really, really good job of fighting away from the objective and make that happen.
Yeah, in the side lane, we've got an engagement here. Rokane forced to pop his ultimate, goes down immediately. Mo and Krill, Lomain going to be going down as well. Leffa teleporting in, but perhaps he has bit off more than he can chew as Goober going in, stunning him once. Doesn't manage to connect the twice. He does connect onto the second hit here as they're still chasing Leffa. Going to be 1 HP, goes down at his Walker. Going to be dropping a little surprise bag for Wage as well, as that's a triple kill for Pure Kicks Puppies. And if you're a PKP fan, that's absolutely massive. That's what they needed.
Another a tower as well. And it's going to be a retreat.
Yeah, good
so
movement
that
from X there.
Guardian. Yeah, the tier 1 Guardian on the right side gets taken down, and they immediately bail. I think that's the right choice. Keep in mind, they're still relatively down, you know. Individually, I'm scared of Geist and Abrams, I guess, but you can take a couple of one-on-ones or a couple of one-on-twos if you're PKP. You don't want to deal with the entirety of those first responders to that Guardian. So as soon as you just take it down, leave it, great play.
Yeah, I mean, that's very, very good stuff. PKP is still losing a bit of their jungle, so Hydranation's so efficient about just always, taking the enemy's resources. You can see Leffa's positioning. You look at the side of Lord's positioning, Hydration, like everyone's on their side of the map, always upping the aggression here. As we do have a bit of an engage on the left side, but not sure if anything's going to come of it. Axe goes on top of Lord NM. Lord with the slowing hex here, going to try to maybe reset. Swap does not connect, unfortunately, onto Wage. Hydration looking to strike back with the charge. Going in, the punch, but I think we're just going to see a reset most likely here.
I think we might see a re-engage. Pure Kick Puppies are around here, and Lash is going to make the rotation as well. Geist on the run from Goober, and she'll be able to get on out. And McGinnis is the one in a questionable spot, but there's the real retreat. And it looks like teams will head towards the mid, blue team specifically. PKP want to make sure that they protect this Walker that they have in mid because, well, they've got no tier 1s. All they have is Walkers left, so they got to protect them.
Yeah, this is starting to get to the point where if you're a PKP, some of your heroes are going to start to get slot locked here. Like, you're going to start to need to get a flex slot suit. As Lomain, beautiful parry from Lomain. Oh my, he actually hit the double parry there. I mean, that was nice. Unfortunately, only delaying the inevitable, but Goober gets picked on the other side of the map as we got a fight. Axe gets swapped as well. Warden ult going off onto Lord NM here, going down on 300 HP, gets executed. Second target is AVG. No ultimate on that guy, should be going down as well as Axe is chasing, but Leffa has something to say about that. Takes down Axe first, protecting AVG, and should be able to clean up Wage here, as Wage is going to be looking to maybe just get some tower damage or delay time. Goes up on the high ground, trying to move his way out of the position, messes up the movement a little bit, ends up going down.
Always so funny watching big characters like Warden really bring out the movement. But get stuck in the mud there.
Yeah.
Nice play from Leffa. The whirlwind right away to get that CC and just delay. That's a lot. And I think that's the big thing. Damn.
I was just gonna say this Walker play is just like Brayden almost got the Walker. It was 1 HP, but unfortunately gets taken down. And Hydranation getting 3 kills, but all on their side of the map, so it might not be able to do much off of these kills.
Yeah, you got like 20 seconds on the bench for PKP. So I'm with you. Not a real opportunity. Instead, it's going to be a defensive one, and they'll split as well. So Hydration already halfway across the map with the urn. That'll be the
We've got the
second
bug
one.
abuse statement. I can maybe clarify that for the people at home. So what they're referring to when they're talking about bug abuse, at least as far as I'm aware, is the viscous punch thing. So basically, if you queue up a heavy melee as you viscous ult, you will heavy melee right out of viscous ult. And it's basically, it is a bug, to be clear. I mean, okay, we think it's a bug. We don't know for sure,
well,
as we've got low main grabbing someone, but it's almost certainly not intended. But unfortunately, there's a lot of bugs in Deadlock, so it's not allowed either.
And that, man, I have so many feelings about this. Like, Smash Brothers Melee, wave dashing is a bug, dude. Like, when we play games like this, creative use of game mechanics is the euphemism. If it's not in the rules, do it. Like,
yeah, the hard part about that is that, like, basically we can't make the rules fully exhaustive in the sense that, there's probably a bunch of bugs that we're not even aware of, right? And so basically in the rules we just have it like, hey, unless something is game breaking, it's basically fine. Like, some bugs are really, like, there are some bugs that you obviously shouldn't use. Like, you can use a holiday, you can, like, lasso someone, like, across the map. Like, obviously
I've seen that. Yeah, that's silly.
Not
yeah,
be done. But as we're talking, we're just yapping. I mean, 3 people from the side of PKP go down. Hydranation kind of staying on top and staying in control, but PKP doing a great job not falling too far behind. Down 9,000 souls, certainly not a great situation for them, but it's definitely not over.
Everything was working out for PKP actually in this mid game until that triple kill. Honestly, I'm not sure if it's going to completely stop their momentum, because I mean, to oversimplify things, early game belonged to Hydranation, and it felt like this mid was going the way of PKP. But 3 kills on one side, and all of a sudden we shove mid, and Hydranation's able to take down the big guy in the middle. Rejuvenator not down just yet, and looks like PKP are going to filter on in here. Hydranation playing on outside. And the Rejuvenator's down. Blue filters in. Rejuvenator taken by AVG. And it's going to be some problems as PKP's puppies lose 2, make it 3. Wage can't handle it. The front line in some trouble. Brayden winds up falling. The second time he made use of the Rejuvenator as well. And this melee in the middle belongs to Hydranation. So, see you later.
Definitely not what you want to see if you're a PKP fan at home. They're down almost 20,000 souls, 2 rejuves still in the pockets of Hydranation. It is starting to not look very great here, as Hydranation are going to look to push their lead, try to see if they can siege a Walker with this advantage. And the good news is at least PKP has their first flex slot, right? So they're probably not super slot locked yet. The bad news is they don't really have like a pick hero, so to speak, to get these kills to come back, right? I think that one of their best ways is trying to defend a Walker and basically winning that fight with something like a Lash ult or a Warden ult. They do have some trump cards, like Spirit Warden has been unbelievably strong recently. Hydranation grouping up on this left Walker to start the pressure.
Left side, Mirage, low ground, and a little bit of help upstairs as well, as Hydranation bringing up the business on the right side, already brought down low though, so the carry's on the left side. We'll have to dance around, and they're running. We're in the trenches, because all of PKP's puppies is here. P.S. 2-on-1 on the right side for the yellow team, so Hydranation going to be able to take that Walker, but the left side looks like it's going to be defended here by PKP.
I mean, you say that, but Wage is like delaying a lot on the other side too with Wall. Like, I mean, he's still defending, and they've got some zip speed boosts, excuse me, and they might be able to get there in time, although it does look like it will just fall.
The 2v1, too powerful. McGinnis, cute pick. Not really looking too cute right here, as she herself gets picked. Big combo into the Dombo. Leffa.
Be careful. Be careful how you speak about McGinnis. She's got a very dedicated fandom, so McGinnis was looking however you guys want her to look, whether you want her to look cute or not. She was looking exactly that way in that moment.
Whatever you think.
Yeah, exactly.
Shout out chat.
It's like talking about Ivy, you got to be careful.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, I made that mistake once. Trouble in my DMs. Trouble
Abrams
for PKP
does pick up the
though.
urn, though.
Yeah,
There is indeed
this
trouble.
is the third urn. This is the third urn for Hydra. PK didn't interact with the first or second one. Do they interact with this one? Do they play defense?
I mean, they kind of need to because, well, here's the thing. Rejuve's got a minute left on it, right? So they could go with the option of, all right, let's stall, but there's only one Rejuve credit left for the side of Hydranation, so stalling's probably not great. We do have the Lash ult onto mid. Hard to see how many people it connected into. Mo and Krell does grab Saya. Gets saved by Viscas, though, as Goober's trying to create space, trying to make something happen. EVG does get revived. Saya and Goober on life support at the moment as the Warden ult is going off, trying to shift the fight, see if they can turn it into the favor of PKP. The first one to go down, though, is Saya. Hydration does get traded out, as we do see Lord and M deep. Goober goes down, and it looks like the fight will heavily favor Hydranation as 4 go down from PKP.
I got excited for a second looking at Axe. He wound up taking a kill on a Hydration without using the Execute, meaning the Execute was available to take out one of the other frontline characters. Problem was, for as cool as Axe was looking, everybody else was not looking as cool. 5 players sit down in Pure Kicks Puppies jerseys. The rest of Hydranation are just swarming into the baseball. Shrines are going to be taken out easy peasy. And it looks like this one, well, just the right one, actually. I'll test myself. It'll be easy peasy, though. And just like that, Hydranation have grabbed control of the game. And are they listening? Do they want to make me a liar? There's 1 HP left on the Shrine. God.
Well, you know, they want to keep that for later. They are up 40,000 though. I gotta be honest. I mean, I'm a little bit biased because obviously I have some ex-teammates on PKP, and you know, they're generally, I would say, my friends for the most part on that team. But, you know, it's looking pretty bleak. I think if you're PKP, your best bet is to surprise Hydranation in some capacity, right? And usually in these situations, like, you have 2 options. You can turtle on your base and just hope for the best. That usually at a pro level, that's not going to work out. You know, in matchmaking, that might work out. At a pro level, generally, you want to kind of subvert expectations. Kind of like exactly what Saya is doing right now, which is trying to find an isolated target and just taking the fight here, and a surprising amount of damage coming out of Saya. However, he does get silenced, disarmed, tries to run away, but goes down, unfortunately.
Oh, silenced and sandwiched. I was like, oh, cool, a 1v1. And then homie just shows up from the other side and butters the bread. Saya and Wage are both sitting down. Paradox making it happen. On the chase, that's going to be kill number 3, is run away from Paradox, meet up with Hydration, baby.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually, like, I don't even know what disarmed McGinnis there. But anyway, I mean, looks like Hydranation are just going to walk right into the base.
Pure
and 5
aura.
people down. Yeah, pure aura just disarmed him. But John, last man standing. I think he's just going to be sitting in spawn for a little bit and being like, all right, you know, I'll wait for my team. Maybe when they come back, I can try to hit a lash ult. But yeah.
This is the moment every player dreams of, right? Like, I'm gonna hit the 6-man lash ult into the throne room. I'm gonna get them all, guys, and then immediately dies. Like, just somebody throws Unstoppable, like, just immediately dies. So we'll see.
That would be pretty funny, but. Well, I mean, you know, I'm trying to think. I'm like, okay, all right, like, what do they need? I mean, realistically, okay, so if they somehow manage to take out AVG, he's the highest net worth on their team. If they can burst him down somehow, I don't even know if they have silence or anything, right? I mean, he's got, I mean, I'm not sure how you're going to kill him. He's got Berserker, Spirit Resilience, Phantom Strike, Healing Tempo, so good luck. But if you somehow manage to burst him down, it could work. We've got a big fight here on the side, and Lomane getting so much damage on the Mo, grabs Brayden. That's Brayden and Goober going down, going in with the big fists, punching Axe to death. Axe on 1 HP going to be going down next as well, and it's looking all but over for PKP.
Unironically, I think this is the best play PKP makes, right? Like, if you fight in your base, the enemy team just targets the patron and you lose.
I mean, the enemy team is just going to wait for mid-boss, and, you know,
exactly, yeah. Like, you run out of base and you take the fight, and the cool thing about Deadlock is that's not a 100-0 fight like it is in most other, like, itemization MOBA-y games. Like, you hit your shots, they don't. So, you know, it looks silly, but I'm going to tell you, that's the best shot they had. 25 minutes, Hydranation wins this one, 50K up. That's game 1.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. And let me get back in nice position there as I was lounging a little bit, you know, enjoying the show, feeling like, All right, so we got game one. I was hoping we were gonna get a bit of a closer game one. However, we did not. Hydranation dominating. They are definitely the favorites coming into this. So now they just have to win one more game to win the entire event. However, PKP have secured second place. So I think if you're PKP, the morale is still pretty good. Probably. They're probably happy that they beat Valhalla, and so I don't think they're going to be worrying about that game too much. They'll probably be going fresh into game two, maybe try a different draft strategy. The McGinnis didn't pay off, but I don't think it's the reason they lost the game either, even though it was a little bit of a...
Feel that.
You know.
Well, I mean, that mid lane, again, it didn't lose the game, but that certainly didn't
like
help
McGinnis
them from
is a good laner. So I think it was just like, you know, like what hero would they have picked that would have won that mid lane? I don't think there would have been a hero that they could have picked that would have won it. So it's just, I just don't think you need it. I just don't think they should have put McGinnis Ward in mid, in my opinion. I think they should have put that on the side lane.
Hard agree there. I think the biggest thing for me was that it wasn't so close, but it wasn't a stomp. There were concerted efforts, there were responses, there were answers back. And that's the big thing for me. We got a game. Is the big deal. We didn't just get a rollover and die type beat. So a real big chance to get a chance to see some of that nonsense. PKP coming through and jumping into game two. McGinnis probably going to change things up. I also want to see some numbers because I feel like the damage on the side of PKP was a little low, and I don't know how to diagnose.
You're trying
right?
to find
like
who to blame, you know?
Well,
you're like, okay, which player on PKP underperformed? Let's just see it, you know? Was it someone? Was it everybody? You know, we can talk about it. I can DM them, maybe hype them up a little bit. At the end of the day, I don't know if it was one person. I mean, you know, this was one of those games where I actually think PKP did a really good job in the mid game to kind of stay in it. But I think one mistake that PKP is making right now, and, you know, we'll see maybe the desk or the analyst have something else to say about it, but I think that they're forcing a little too hard at times in the mid game. So I really like that they're going very aggressive. They're going for more of a like, hey, let's keep pressure on the map constantly, you know, keep them guessing, keep them rotating, let's use our high mobility heroes to create that. But one moment that I remember is like when they forced the play on their right side at the tier 1 tower. They dove the Geist, you know, they didn't have a wave, they end up getting collapsed on. Like those types of plays, to me, when they were only down 4,000 or 5,000 souls, the game was relatively close. You know, I think you got to focus a little bit more on the waves and the fundamentals rather than like trying to force at their tower without a wave.
Hard agree. I think when you're down that little, that early, you're making the big play. You're gambling on the defensive plays. Like, I'm gonna defend where I might not because that's where I want to get the stop, but I'm not really gonna push. I don't really need to get giga aggro. That's for later on in the game, but maybe I'll get a little giga aggro in game 2. For now, we'll jump back over to the desk. Let's say what's up to Tanner and Orb.
Woo! Orbital, game 1, and did it go the way you were expecting?
Oh, that's a question and a half. I think I think some of my expectations were beaten, and then some of my expectations were not exactly met in both regards. Number one, Hydranation obviously came out with the victory. Early game was very proactive. I mean, at 6 minutes, they had every single thing that they could have wanted. You know, the Guardians were taken. Yeah. And at 25 total, like, they took off. We see all the kills and everything. Like, the fact that Low Main and Hydration were matched in kill count, these two as the tanks were rocking up with the DPS as well. Like, that is impressive work at the end of the day.
Well, yeah, and I mean, and to that point, right, by 6 minutes, all Guardians are down on the side of PKP, right?
Yep.
Hydranation have got all 3 Guardians, but it's only a 4,000 soul lead. So in this early game, right, we saw signs of Hydranation playing the game like they do. It's very aggressive, it's very in your face, and then much like what we saw from PKP earlier in the day, they don't let you get your footing, right? Yep. Hydranation, once they've got a lead, they hang on to it, and they constantly pressure you backwards. But there were moments, right? The first urn that wasn't really contested. 4,000 souls is so, like, remedial in this game. Unfortunately, 4,000 souls turned into 40,000 souls, and things got a little out of hand. But I know there are some things that you want to talk about, right? Some of these moments where we started to see either glimpses of hope or glimpses of, those times where things do get out of hand.
Yeah, and that actually came at about 14:30 into the game, which I think Deathy and FDOT actually brought up very, very cleanly, which was the fact that you were only about 4 to 5k souls down. You weren't really offhand, but you feel like you are. And that's the thing. Even though you're only down 4k souls, again, you feel like you are losing. As PKP, you feel like these weights are bearing down on you, which is fair. Keep in mind when we talk about this, I want to pressure once again. At 6 minutes, all the Guardians were down on the side of PKP. For 6.5 minutes from there, I counted, there were no Guardians taken from on the side of Hydranation. Hydranation actually kept their entire base side completely clear. Yes, they took damage, but at 14:30, there was this first fight that really got pushed on. That was like the first major break I think that we saw. Or no, that was about 12. The 14:30 one was a vastly different one. This is that overextension. This is that piece of the puzzle that we sit there and go, dang, that probably wasn't the right move, because it became such a it became this kind of overwhelming mark. So we take a look here, and this is the I believe I had the ability. Yes, I want to pause and I want to take a look here as you can see this full flush side. The entirety of this map on the right side, it's a little bit of an overextension from Hydranation. You can see how far back they currently are, and as we play it out, you can see that the entirety of PKP, they push this like nothing else. I want you to take a look at the right side of this map. That was a win for them. But then on the left side, Hydranation, they say, okay, look, we can try and take a fight. We're gonna try and blow this out of the water because PKP actually pushed. And then look on the right side now. As we move further on, they were going ahead and saying, okay, now we can push down. That extended further into the first walker being taken, which is great. Following that, though, was a left side push from the side of Hydranation, which ended with the almost walker take as well. When we talk about the fact that for PKP, this felt like a rush moment, that was like their first gasp of air. To me, that's what it really felt like. They got the win, they saw left side being pushed, and they hard committed to the right side. And it just, like, that entire cataclysm of events was what really kicked off this almost arms race of, we need souls, we need all this action. That 30 second clip unfortunately couldn't show everything, but it was enough to get a little bit of a glimpse.
Yeah, and it was signs of life from PKP, where just before that, they did the same thing, but the problem they ran into is much what Deathy spoke about at the end of that game, right? Forcing the action a little too much in situations where maybe you can't, but then also not managing the waves well enough, right? Just before that pick at 14:30, or the 2 picks on the right side of the map, they did the same exact thing. They picked up 2 kills. They went to go play the game again and get their first Guardian, and all the lanes were shoved into their walkers, and they just couldn't. So signs of life from PKP, unfortunately, just not enough there to get it done. But Orbital, they're going to have themselves side selection. I know that I'm sorry, before I get into side selection, I start talking about draft again. Was there something else that we had to break down on the telestrator for you, Orbital?
Not really, if we don't want to. It was just the mid-boss fight, obviously, that I wanted to bring up. It was this moment of just like cataclysm effect. It felt, and obviously we can talk about so much. Like, this is the fun thing about the Deadlock, is you can dive into this one. This was after one of the bigger fights that we saw, but this kind of cacophony of death that ensued. I want you to keep eyes on where Hydranation currently are. The entirety of Hydranation was bottlenecked in one area. They were so comfortable on the ground floor here that you actually saw PKP on the top side try and push their way in. And so it just didn't work. Granted, PKP were behind at this time, and this only served to continue on with the winning momentum. So I give a lot of credit to Hydranation. I feel like these clips, I appreciate the production, but these clips went on far longer. You know, like these are like minute-long action sequences. But this was the big moment where we saw PKP fall down those stairs, fall down that, oh crap, the snowball has hit, everything has kind of collapsed. Granted, that's what we see with mid-boss all the time, but this was like the definitive, all right, things are out of control.
And mid-boss works a little differently. The risk versus the reward for trying to steal this new mid-boss. I mean, we saw it. One went the way, I believe Axe got one charge of that rejuve, and then it's just used immediately in that fight, and then he just dies again. And that was really, again, like you said, the falling down the stairs for PKP. That 4K lead becomes a 40,000 soul lead and a Game 1 victory for Hydranation. But as I said, Game 1, we've got more action coming our way. It is a best of 3 here in the Grand Finals. We're going to hop away for a short break, but the Death Slam Invitational.
Oh.
No, never mind.
Yeah.
No
Straight
break.
in.
We're jumping right on
Straight
into
in.
it. Hey, I'm here for it, man. Every time we go to break, I'm like, the viewers are going to hate us. No, I
we
love
talked
this.
too long. We talked way too long, and they're like, yo, get ready for the draft, man.
I love this. And so with side selection, this brings me back to the side selection thing. I thought maybe PKP up into Amberhand and try and get something early, right? Try and get a very, very comfortable pick for Saya. We know that the McGinnis wasn't the reason they lost the game, but the McGinnis didn't really get going. I guess nobody really got going. So let's just go and scrap Game 1. We go right back to, I'd imagine, the same exact thing. Hydranation, gonna get that first ban, gonna get that first pick. But what changes for PKP? Do they opt into a Yamato ban? Are they trying to find ways to try and slow down this Hydranation squad with their first ban here?
I think PKP don't sit in the comfortable position. I think the McGinnis was a comfortable laning pick. And I love the fact that F-Dot and Deathy also said the exact same thing. They're like, hey, we don't think the McGinnis was a bad pick. We're just not sure if there was anything else available. It was kind of the, like, you know, that's the two evils. And I think for PKP, it was more the situation of you drafted a comfortable laning phase. You did not draft for an overwhelming laning phase. You drafted for the, we want to deny Hydranation from getting that availability, from getting that agency in the laning phase, but you didn't have the oomph to push faster. Instead, you were landlocked at that middle ground. So I personally, I don't know what else could have been done, because I personally think Hydranation, like any heroes that they pick, will always have valuable pushing power. They'll always have that value of the early games. So it really does come down to comfort, and McGinnis is the only comfort that you got, then do it, because right now we still see the Holiday and the Vindictus band away. And we know what this pick is going to be. We knew the Yamato was coming.
We knew it was coming. Warden Viscus, I mean, very reminiscent of what we saw previously. I get it, right? Warden, just a very strong pick in its own right. Take it away from Hydration, Mirage Paradox. This is what I'm getting out of this. Maybe there's a world where they feel like there's something in the early game that unfortunately we could not get unlocked. There's something, we were jimmying it. We were trying our best. Unfortunately, lock picks, our hair tie or hairpin, whatever, it broke. We just couldn't get past that threshold. So maybe they do feel comfortable in running it right back with a very similar comp with or without the McGinnis, because really until mid-boss, it was a game where PKP were never really out of it, right? Hydranation getting a lead, we expect that.
Yeah. I will say I agree that up till about that mid-boss fight, it felt even. Like, we were even mentioning that PKP were the first ones to take a walker. This I like. Okay, so this is actually what I really do prefer. I was mentioning it before in Draft 1. I said PKP just needed a little bit more oomph. They needed another engage tool. They needed something instead of just safety. The Abrams is nice. Now, pair it with something. Pair it with another engage. I know that takes away lane agency, but you just had no in. You had great scatter ability, but that only means that you have to win lane. If you're trying to force the opponent to come to you, you need to win lane, and you need to win it handedly. Abrams is a nice fallback plan in case that, hey, we don't get lane control, we need to engage, bring the Abrams. It also takes it away from Hydranation. I appreciate it.
Moen Krill still up for grabs. 7 also was a pick that PKP, leaned on in terms of, there's a lot of stopping power in that. You throw a stun on somebody, sure, you're going to stun that one person, but the AoE to it, the ultimate, it really deters a whole lot. Lady Geist will be scooped up, Moen Krill, and I mean, it smells pretty darn good. Whatever Hydranation are cooking up, it smells pretty darn good. The only adjustment they have to make now is they lost the Abrams. So what do they do in that play?
Okay, so here's the deal. I know you're talking about all this, comfortability and like what they're cooking. They're not cooking anything different, Metro. They literally drafted the exact same thing. It's PKP that are bringing some differences. They bring the Sinclair and they bring the Bebop, which I believe PKP are one of the teams that has actively used the Bebop a lot. 3 games so far on record with the Bebop, now a 4th.
Yes! 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 Shmeebop has made their way on through. I manifested. I spoke it into existence. Okay,
Yep.
this feels really good because unless I'm dumb, I think we could still get a really strong Viscus. I think with Saya Viscus, I'm assuming, and it can still be great. You can still get just as much value as you've been getting with the Viscus, with maybe a little less heavy melee goo balls. And now Bebop finally comes on through, and you've got, Paradox Abrams, cool. Swap somebody, shoulder charge them. How about Bebop Abrams? Grab somebody, shoulder charge them. Your Bebop is staying safe. They've crafted the ability now to just get somebody out of place and secure a kill without having to do too much, which was the downfall in their previous series against Valhalla in the game that they lost. And it was their downfall in that last game where they're just trying to push the pace too much. Now they can slow it down and play their game with that big robot, baby. Let's go!
Yeah, they do. Here's the other side of that, though. Hydranation have identified that, hey, you're going to have tankier members. You're going to have a little bit more survivability in the mid-game. So let's just fully overwhelm you. Keep in mind, Hydranation were the ones that took all 3 Guardians ASAP. They have lane control, and now you're opened up even further. If you're able to work around the Bebop and the Abrams, hey, all of a sudden, the only dangers that you have are the Warden, Infernus, and Sinclair, and you can just bully your way to a victory.
Well, the ball is rolling orbital, and I'm not talking goo ball. The second game is ready, so we're going to toss it right back over to the casters to get you in the action. Deathy, it's all yours.
Thanks, boys. Welcome back. Game 2 on the way. And listen, I couldn't be outdone by you, Deathy. I had to.
Oh, okay.
I had to get right for
No, I
game
respect
2. Could be the
The only
last
thing-
one. Go ahead. What?
I was gonna say the only thing that can make your outfit better, it would be a Death Slam hoodie, exclamation point merch.
You know what? Exclamation point merch. Got to figure that one out.
Exclamation point
You know
merch.
what?
But other than that,
My
you
crew
could have
next
the
in the
little,
mail.
you could have the little card design, the little slam card design. Actually in chat, I'd love for you guys in the chat to tell me what you would want the next design to be, following the same card style. Right now, I'm kind of stuck on the idea of the cat with like a calico with like purple undertones, and I think that goes hard personally. But any ideas that you have, put it in the chat.
Ooh, what if each Death Slam, and like this was the Death Slam Invitational, right? It's Lash themed. What if each Deathy Invitational is themed after a different character, and each merch drop is different vibes for? You feeling what I'm putting out there?
Yeah. I mean, that would be really awesome. That would be super awesome. I'm just thinking, like, man, that would be so much more work to like do an art package every time. That would be awesome though if we did that.
Yeah.
Who knows? That's a possibility.
That's the cool part about like this merch drop right here. Like, who knows if it comes back? Right now, you get the foundation hoodie, right? You get the foundation. In my world, I got the crew neck, right? And so like, I got the first one. I don't know what the second one's gonna look like, but I was here. Like that's a big moment for me. So I was here as we jump into it. I want to give my man Tanner Metro some love here. He has been begging. You think it's just on screen? He yaps in my ear all the time back. As soon as we go to ads, he's like, you think they're going to play Bebop? You think they're going to play Bebop? We finally got the Bebop. So can you talk to me, memes aside, about what the Robo is, what's Bebop going to bring here, and how much do we like it?
Yeah, so Bebop is one of those heroes that's like incredibly loved and incredibly hated at the same time. It gets a lot of emotions out of people one way or another. I'm personally a bit of a Bebop hater. As far as what it does bring, it brings that kind of like wild card, that pick potential. If you're hitting the hooks, the hero has incredible potential for sure. And the damage that the hero outputs is still no joke. Now, as far as who's playing what, we'll see exactly. I do believe I have the screenshot right here. So John is on Bebop. As far as the names, we're adjusting them. Brayden and Goober are swapped. So obviously Goober is on the Viscus. Brayden will be on the Infernus. The rest are accurate for the side of PKP, and for the side of Hydranation, let me just tell you which one is wrong. Hydration's on the Mo, and Lord is on the Paradox. And Rokane is on the Yamato, and AVG is on the Geist, and I believe that we have mostly the correct names now. So we're gonna be getting into it. This is game 2 of the grand finals of the Death Slam Invitational. If PKP lose this, they're out of the tournament, and Hydranation will be the grand champions. If PKP win this, then we go to a game 3.
Game 1 went in the direction of Hydranation. We were talking off screen just like how lopsided it was. What I have to say about game 1 is I was excited that the PKP, answered. They wound up stumbling once the late game got kind of established. They made some questionable choices, too over-assertive, in my opinion, in that mid-game. But I like that they were making some choices, making some changes right away. I don't like that they're first-blooded. That's the same as game 1. So I want to see a little bit more of that.
Well, traded quickly, though.
That's what I want to see more of, because in game number 1 we saw these answers in the mid game, not the early game. Now we're getting them.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking at this mid lane again, and Yamato is actually falling really low here. Parries the bebop. There's no way. Manages to take him down 120 HP. Can Goober avenge John? 29 HP does end up going down. So little Goob gonna be getting revenge for his big brother John. Not all in vain.
I mean, they got the retribution kill, but let's be real, Rokane still got the clip. Like, you still got clipped on, man.
Insane. Like, yeah, I mean,
that was cool to watch.
That's one of those parries where, it's a cool idea to go for there, because you're getting uppercutted anyway. Your movement locked for a little bit, so you're not losing too much. But if you hit it, you get, oh my God, speaking of parries. No, Wage with a second death within a minute. I mean, Wage, I love you, but that's so unfortunate. Now he's behind over 1,000 souls in his lane, and man, if you're facing elimination, that's really not the start that you want.
Yeah, and that was a rough one. I mean, that was just telegraphed. You kind of knew you were going to get parried. That was not the best play that we've seen Wage make here today. I say that because I usually like Wage's play, so I'm allowed to be a little negative.
Wade has been getting parried a little bit today on the Abrams. I'm going to be honest. I think he's had a good games overall, but the Abrams has, I don't think it's been his hero this tournament. Out of all the heroes I've seen him play, but at the end of the day, it is still an even game, and it's not all in vain, because we do have Goober on the Viscous, who is just as rich as anyone. And here, Lomain getting gone on by Warden. The bolt does not connect. Saya extremely hurt as Hydration on the bow decides to go in, not able to clean Saya up. Now, a quick little throwback. I don't know if you saw this yesterday, but Saya did play Sinclair yesterday, and he did go something like 0-6 or 0-7.
I did.
It went really bad. So this is kind of like redemption. He needs to get redemption here, as Wage is dead for the 3rd time, unfortunately.
Yeah, because the beginnings from game 1 was okay, cool pick. It wasn't as strong as we wanted it to be. Magician yesterday was oh, you should have done that. It was a little really rough. One of the things I do want to bring up, PKP's been playing all day, nonstop.
Yeah.
Hydra's been chilling, which is usually viewed as a negative. Like PKP, they're hot, they're coming in here. I mean, Wage, he's been playing all day. He's getting parried. That's the negative side of it. I think it's always a plus and minus for both teams here. So, in the jungle, get the 1v1. Paradox gets bowled over. Goober and the teammate wind up getting. So it's 2 down for Hydranation. And all of a sudden, Pure Kick's puppies are the ones making moves. And it's going to be right side.
That's a lot of tower. That's a lot of tower damage in this mid lane. John, he goes for the ultimate here. This is a kind of a classic maneuver on the tower here. He's going to go parry. Yeah, I think he might want to commit for this. Bombs the tower, goes for the double melee. He's got to be careful of getting carried here by Yamato. The parry does not connect. He ends up getting the tower. And, even if he dies at this point, I mean, he got the tower. Yeah. He did what he came to do, but he's going to be taking the 1v1 against Rokane. The light melees, the hook. Can John do it? Baits the parry. 120 HP and a dream. He's got bomb in 2 seconds around the corner. Oh, they're both baiting each other. Oh! He trades. And he gets the stacks.
I love the in-game chat after, just bruh. Okay.
He's him.
Oh, man. So, those are the plays I want to see. Force that fight. Force that tower. Love that from Pure Kicks. So we move over to the right-hand side. Hydranation defending their own tier 1. The Cuphead just battling the minions. And Magician doesn't really want to step up. Would be a poor choice. But good defense here from Hydration. Nothing really that needs to happen.
Yeah.
Even game.
We've got two lanes that kind of stomped, it looks like, right? Where the Geist lane stomped, and then in the mid lane, for the opposite team is stomped, so it's not a disaster. Saya does end up going down. Lomain incredibly hurt in this lane, so there's good damage here, so I don't think they'll lose their towers. Lord NM once again going down. That's got to be like his third death potentially in the mid lane, as John and Goober seem to be kind of the unstoppable duo. You've got the responsible, mature Bebop and the X Factor, in Goober, who's the youngin'.
Well, it's working out here. It's working out for them for sure. 6K on Goober. Almost 5.5 for John. Everybody else kind of trailing.
Yeah.
Guys doing well, though, as well. AVG has been picking up a lot of farm.
Yeah, exactly. It's like AVG is going to be scary, and it's like, would I rather have like a super farm Geist or a super farm Viscous? In most cases, I would say super farm Geist, but I do have to say that, Goober is probably the best mechanical Viscous out there, in my opinion. Like, is he the best Viscous, period? That's hard to say, because there's a lot, but as far as mechanics go, I would say he probably is, and so, you definitely don't want him fed if you're playing against him, because he's gonna do some nasty stuff. As Saya here, trying to redeem himself for his Sinclair performance yesterday, does narrowly escape with his life. John's had enough of the mid lane. He's decided to pay some visit here. He does get parried again, but another kill, and the stacks are gonna start piling up for John as his bomb's gonna start doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, the 3v3 on the right side. As soon as Lomain falls, Hydranation bails. That's what you want to do there. Can't take on the 2v3. But I like that PKP didn't leave. They're gonna look to shift the momentum here on the right side as we visit Yamato in the mid, the 1v1 against that Goober, and the tower, of course, but it's the right side where we see the melee. Two separate players wind up falling down. It's a 3-for-1 exchange on the right, with Hydranation looking good here in the mid. The Guardian stands up. No, she can't force it, and Rokane winds up falling down. Pier kicks puppies. They get aggressive, and they even stop the steal. Big play coming out from the blue team, especially after game one. Geist on the run here, trying to escape. And it looks like Mo and Krill shooting to the sky. 3 separate blue jerseys and a 4th one making the rotation. Hydranation still not all the way out. Goober could jump in here.
Goober with another kill on the 3-kill streak, almost 10k net worth, and just like that, Goober an average just a minute ago, it felt like they were neck and neck, but now Goober's 3,000 souls ahead of basically anyone in the lobby. And if you're a PKP, I mean, we were talking, in all honesty, guys, before the game, F asked me, do you think this is going to be a 2-0? And I said, look, right now I think it's kind of like 90-10 in favor of Hydranation, because that game one was kind of brutal. But
he was
PKP
sad about it, though.
Showing up. I was sad about it. But PKP showing up, and now it's a fully even game, looking much better than game one, and they definitely have a strong fighting chance after this early game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, it's funny. I think one of the more pivotal plays in game one was we saw Pier Kicks Puppies get a little aggressive and force a fight that they really shouldn't have, and then it kind of all went Pete Tong after that. Well, this is the other side. We saw Pier Kicks Puppies kind of force a fight, and it worked out for them this time, in that lane. And so as a result, they're able to make 1, 2, 3, 4 decisions off of it. But take a look up top. It feels like all the momentum in the world belongs to Pier Kicks Puppies, but I think that's just contrasting to game one. As far as structures are concerned, we're tied. Souls, we're tied. Here in the fight, it's a 2v1. Hydranation on the bad side, but in comes Mo and Krill. Hydration combos the Infernus. That peels him. And so the Bebop throw the bomb, and they will moonwalk away.
Yeah, and all towers already gone down, fully even game. I mean, the player to watch out for is, like, once again, I gotta point out to Goober, he's 11k net worth here. We've got the Mo and Krill ultimate stolen, used against him. Hydration drops a massive bag, and just that kill is like a 3k gold swing, as we've got Pure Kicks Puppies taking a very, very small lead, as earn and buffs are going to spawn in just a few seconds.
That's big, because again, it's a 4k lead now, but Hydro was up 1,000, so we're talking about a 5,000 to 6,000 soul lead per the moment. Bebop in some trouble, just wrong neighborhood. Yeah, 3 people surrounded him. Rip.
Yeah, gonna be taken down. Lord Adam here on top of the bridge, getting punched a little bit, looking for the Karma, does not quite connect. Tries to go for the parry, no more parry here, getting charged in by Abrams, punched by Saya. Very, very low, does get one parry, but unfortunately gets taken down, as we've got the swap connecting onto Wage on the Abrams, looking to redeem himself for his rough start here as he's charging in, just holding the Q button. Gonna be taken down by Rokin very, very shortly as he goes down, and then Saya will follow. 2 kills for both teams, completely even trade, but Hydranation have the urn.
Man, I'm sorry. Like, Wage really needed to not die there. 2 separate players on Hydranation falling down. PKP coulda, shoulda, woulda. You know, that's a moment.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the front line falls. Wage is struggling here. How do you help him? Because I think Wage needs help in order for him to help the team.
Yeah, we've got Hydration here, who's looking to shut down John as John gets ulted here. Goes into the Veil, tries to buy a little bit of time for Wage to come back with the rotation here. Backstabber effect onto him, juking around the Veil. Will get taken down as Wage is now going in, but opts to ult back into the fray. Gets parried, unfortunately, once again. But Saya comes to the rescue, bunnies all of them, buying him a little bit more time. Wage is punching back in, will go down at the end of the day. And like you said, maybe he does need a little bit of help there as he is outnumbered and unfortunately goes down as Saya juking, trying his best to live, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. We do have Axe coming in with the counterplay here with the Warden ult as Goober also shows up, 13k, and looking to clean this one up. Lord NM going to be the only one to go down, I think, as Mo and Krill probably will escape. We'll see. Yeah, he does burrow out.
Magician on the run. Nobody chasing. He'll be all right.
No.
He'll be okay.
Could be good.
Yep, he on out of there. I want to ask you just a straight-up directed question. I think that Pure Kicks Puppies has been doing a really good job, and the fact that their frontline, Wage, is having problems is preventing them from moving forward. Is this Hydranation specifically targeting the Abrams to make sure that scenario is what's up as we see another pick? Or is Wage just kind of the one getting picked and it's not a concerted effort by Hydra?
I don't think it's a concerted effort. I think it's just it's happening. One thing I will say is that the net worth split on PKP right now is kind of ideal. What I mean by that is that if I had to choose the 2 lowest net worth heroes on PKP, I would almost certainly choose Sinclair and Abrams, right? Just because of their ability to still be useful while on low net worth. As I say that, Saya is gonna end up, getting taken down, but John immediately strikes back with the hook towards the Walker, but I think Lord will probably manage to escape. We do have a fight on the side lane, though, at the same time. Hard to see what's happening there, but Hydration is half health, so maybe we'll see something. But there's still action in mid here. Lord does hit the Carbine, and Furnace ult going in, or will they manage to catch anyone? Doesn't look like it's connects, and Axe and Goober both going down on the side lane, so disaster has struck for PKP.
2 more deaths here. Not really an opportunity for Hydranation to do anything off of it, especially with the drop onto Letha. Very important answer kill there. And now it's going to be Paradox chasing down John, and again, the Robo falls on down, but not really a moment for Hydra to do anything, not really a moment for Pier to do anything, so just a couple of, like, scrappy kills happening here, and I think an all-out reset.
Yeah, and I think the next fight is really going to determine a lot, because if PKP don't manage to get something going for them in the next fight, then it could get out of control pretty quickly, especially, if Hydranation managed to get the next turn, and then it could potentially go into a mid-boss. But if PKP manage to at least, do decently in this next fight, just the comeback souls will kind of keep them pretty even. So if you're on the side of PKP, you really have to be careful about the sort of engagement that you take, because 1 or 2 bad engages here could mean like a really, really difficult comeback for you.
Very happy that we have a different game 2 from game 1. And actually, let me backtrack that a little bit. I feel like this is the maturation of game 1. Like, PKP have done a lot of the same things they did in game 1, just at better, more opportune times. This is not one of them. 3 people are just going to surround the Bebop, and actually a little bit of wiggles. John not completely shut down, waiting for the teammates to show up. As you've got the Warden here. John still clinging, finally falls down, but Goober's here now. So it's going to be Goober versus the Geist and the rest of the world. Geist down to half HP. Warden on the floor as well. Geist with the swap. Goober goes up top onto the roof, chased out by the old lady, and she's going to push. Warden.
Oh, Goober escapes on 1
strong.
HP.
He's out.
Live. There's no way. Wage comes back in. He's like, get off my Goober. I'm gonna defend it with my life. And maybe he does indeed do that. I mean, he does give his life. I don't think he needed to, but he does end up going down. And Axe looks like will be next as well. So just unfortunate. These engagements are like, if these engagements were not extending, they would be completely fine for PKP, but it's just that extension by an extra, 20-30 seconds where they've already used all of their resources, and then they just go in a little bit deeper than they need to. And the urn is a comeback urn, which is kind of like the saving grace for PKP, but they really need to be able to contest this or at least get something in return.
Without a doubt. Contest is probably the right choice because I don't think that they're in a position anywhere on the map as far as troops are concerned to really push that. So I think, yeah, I think you do defend here. That said, you've got Mirage pushing up right side, so you're going to lose this Walker as well. They got the urn. So many bad things happening here for PKP. Oh, no. They've got to defend the right side, the left side. The urn has already gone. Mirage working here. Infernus is going to walk on in, get a couple of shots, and Mirage just looking at the OBJ. Halfway down, Walker taken. Mirage still alive. Infernus ultimate down. Mirage finally falls. Infernus spent all of it, but Brayden was late, and the Walker falls anyway.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely not what you want to see if you're the side of PKP, but for Hydranation, it's looking very, very good. As Lomain here opts to take the 1v1 against Brayden, gets a nice sleep dagger on him, gonna go for more damage, and Brayden does not quite manage to escape, so that's gonna be another kill going in the favor of Hydranation, who are now at 15,000 souls, and they can feel it. They're really, really close to winning this other tournament as Hydration gets the grab onto Saya. John trying to protect his buddy, punching them away. Not going to be quite enough as Saya, 200 HP, uses his clone, teleports away, but still goes down, and John going to be going down with him, and that's 2 other kills, and perhaps Hydranation may be looking to go into mid-boss here.
Certainly the look. You've got Warden and Abrams local. Both characters do a good job of kind of defending against the Rejuvenator, but well, it's 12k versus 22k for the Warden and the Geist. I don't know if that one works out in blue team's favor, but you heard it. Mid boss already down.
Looks like they want to contest this though. PKP is really, really close. Goober probably wants to go in. They've got the Warden ult. They've got the Viscous ult. This is all or nothing here. AVG secures the first one. Brayden gets the second one. Rokane gets the third, but all of them are being stunned by Viscous. So much space and damage being created here by Goober. Wage, the first one to go down, unfortunately, has been the story of this game. Lord and M low HP. Lefa, Lomain each get a kill of their own, and nobody is dying on the side of Hydranation, and they still have 2 rejuve. This is completely insane that nobody went down. I mean, look at their health.
Rough, as a dog would say. Just not the best situation, man. Like, I don't really think that there's a lot of analysis there. I think that Deathy, would you have made that play? Is that the right play for PKP?
I think it is the right play. I honestly think that should have gone better for them. Like, I think like execution-wise, something must have happened. It's really hard to say without looking back at the replay, but perhaps our analysts can look at it afterwards. But honestly, like, taking the fight into the pit there, if they get mid-boss, it's really bad for you. So taking that fight is not so bad because you've got Viscous ult, you've got Warden ult, you've got Sinclair. Like, all of your heroes, in theory, are quite good in the pit. But it just, like, didn't go nearly as well as I thought it would, and so
is there a number where that becomes, because I'm right there with you. I think all of the abilities are great, but like I said, I mean, the 23k AVG on pull, how do you deal? So like, the number just seemed insane, and Hydra right there just proves it. AVG on the it's Rokane also with 23 after that play, and Lomain with 22k net worth. Peer kicks looking up at Hydranation. Another scuffle here in the mid lane. Actually, numbers favor blue team, but it doesn't matter. Rokane on a 4-kill streak winds up taking down Wage. That's the frontliner, and everybody else gonna fall down like dominoes. Brayden, Ding, John could be next, but Warden steps up, and Geist, 80 HP in a dream, finally gets taken down by Sinclair of all people. Shout out Saya here. And all of a sudden, Peerkins Puppies underneath their Walker here in mid lane, digging their heels into the mud. And here comes Geist to ruin all of that positivity. Walker down to 10%, and the Green Lady's gonna make it into 0. The defenders are coming out of base, but Hydranation barreling down mid, pushing down Goober, looking for more.
Yeah. I'm trying to find. Let's see. Let me think. Positive thoughts, right? Let's think about puppies in our head. Not the ones getting kicked.
Please don't
Let's
kick
just,
them.
obviously don't kick them. Be nice to puppies, right? But let's just think about some nice little happy puppies, just kind of like walking through the forest, and maybe if we channel our energy to PKP, and we just think of positive things, that might help them.
Chat,
because that's what
actually,
they need. They need a miracle.
Yeah. Chat, everybody put their favorite dog emote into chat. Maybe if we just post puppies, that will bring them the power. Because I'm looking at some of the plays here, and again, Goober, 23k net worth, can absolutely dance with the rest of this team. Warden can absolutely dance. Wage on the 16, if he gets it, needs to be the secondary initiator, and I think that's one of the big deals, is that Wage has consistently been caught out. If the rest of the team, if the fight happens, and then Abrams from out of nowhere like Randy Orton, that works out. But if Wage is the guy leading the charge, they just shoot him in the face. And that's been the problem. So
we do have the start of the fight, though, as, Hydration tries to go for the urn, does get a parry here. John first one to go down. They're not able to get the turn in. Looks like Goober wants to grab the urn here, try to get a turn in. Hydration still there, just trying to punch people. Does get parried, will go down as well as the urn, but Hydration is still alive on a sliver of HP. He does end up going down, and PKP get the urn, but at what cost, as the four of them give their life for it?
I'm gonna be like real Reddit forehead here, but like you just got to kill him there. I don't know what else to say. He just has to die faster. Because you brought this up earlier about how the fights kept getting extended, and that's exactly Hydration should have died 6 seconds prior. Instead, he doesn't. Stretches it out. The team survives, walks up, and takes out everyone else on the planet. Walking in here, Patron taken down, phase 2 on the menu. Hydranation will peel on back. Deathy, I think we've got 1.5 fights left before this one's all out.
Well, we'll see. If John gets picked here, we may have 0 fights left here, as it looks like John does go down. Wage here trying to strike back. Goober going in onto low main, but he's got Siphon Bullets. He can live for quite a while, as we do have the Moan Krill ultimate as well coming out. Nice little parry coming out of low main there, as Leffa takes one down. Goober next to fall. 3 dead for the side of Pure Kicks Puppies, as Hydranation look to march into the base and put an end to the Death Slam Invitational Tournament. GGs are going to be called for Pure Kicks Puppies. Hydranation are your first ever Death Slam Invitational champions and are going to take home 55% of the final prize pool, which will be determined later tonight, and I'll keep everybody posted. But congratulations to Hydranation as they win the tournament.
Huge stuff. Congrats to Hydranation. Love to see it. Also, that last bit there, how you were going to clarify the prize pool. Shout out to everybody putting this one on, including y'all out there in chat, because you guys have been contributing to that prize pool, which is why we don't have that number. So, again, thanks for everybody for showing up. But Hydranation absolutely showed up and made this one happen. I think they had to walk uphill a little bit more so in Game 2, but they were tested. But I don't think they were tried. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. It's a bit unfortunate because I think that PKP had a really pretty good start this game, but unfortunately they just didn't manage to make it happen. And it really does feel like that's what I said, of a lot of engagements in small numbers were good for them at first, but then people kept trickling in, and it felt like Hydranation was always just a little bit faster at those executions. And Hydranation, one of their biggest strengths as a team is they've always been very, very good at the micro side of the game. And for a long time, the gap in North America, yes, Hydranation was good at macro, but one thing that set them apart from a lot of different teams was the fact that they were really good at the micro play, where, even I remember talking to AVG about this, like, now he's on Hydranation, but like maybe 6 months ago. And I was like, I don't think the gap between Hydranation and other teams is that massive. I think a lot of it is just micro. And he was like, I kind of agree, but at the same time, it's just really hard to win fights against them. That was exactly his words. And now he's on that team and it hasn't changed. It's just, they always make you work for it. Even the fights that should be good for you, they're stalling that extra 2-3 seconds, buying that extra time, executing just at a level that people aren't quite there yet, and showing why they're the best in NA right now.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw when 4 players in red jerseys and 4 players in blue jerseys show up, PKP won some of those fights. That is what happened. But too often, as you said, they would Hydranation would just stretch, extend, jump, dodge, duck, roll, do everything. They get killed, and then the police show up, and everybody else on the other side winds up paying the price. And that really, I think, that extension was the big play here for Hydranation. Also, big picture, you also have to keep in mind like this, there's that secondary layer of the reason that play works is because nobody's ever in no man's land. You're always close enough to respond, and I think that's something that sometimes that like separates great from greater, is that idea of like, I need to be tethered to my teammates in case something goes wrong, that I can just snap back, as opposed to like, I can't help, I'm 7 parsecs away in right lane, sorry, and then your team dies and you're like, whoops, right? Like, so I think that's a big part, is Hydranation always makes sure that they play with the buddy system. They're always around.
They do. Yeah, they're very effective at that, and they're also very effective at just, playing around the rotations. But for further analysis, we're going to be throwing it back to the desk. Thank you for having us. Take it away.
Thank you, Deathy. Fantastic cast for what game? It's like, that's the best deadlock you could ask for the first 18 minutes.
Yep.
Right? So close between those two teams. But then Hydranation, they just always find a way, right? They're given some extra tool. They grab that crowbar, and then they just make that forced entry into through the mid game and into the end game, and they do it in pretty stunning fashion. 23-minute finish here, and the first ever Death Slam Invitational winners here. And Hydranation, hashtag 55%, because that's what they get from the prize pool.
100%. I mean, you can see here in the scoreboard, they put in a lot of work, about 30k soul difference. Once again, very, very close, and just about a minute 45 faster than their game number 1, even though this one felt much more competitive. And I think it is because when you take a look at PKP, they pushed a lot more in a lot of this sense. You were mentioning that this game felt a lot more competitive in the early stages. Well, by 9 minutes, all the Guardians have been down. I would 100% think that PKP pushed a little bit harder this time around.
100%, and the risks that they were taking, I guess the way that they were forcing in this game, there was reward to it, right? It was, there's some stuff to break down. Ultimately, I know I'm going to let you handle that. I don't want to get a little too deep, because my wires will get crossed and we'll get crazy. But in the early game, and again, creeping into that mid game, anytime that PKP were looking to kind of push the pace a little bit, it seemed a little more put together, or it seemed like, I know that I have the facilities to make this happen, even if it costs my life. I'm not going to just die for nothing. I am going to die for this. And that lasted about until that mid boss.
Yeah, and that actually dives into a lot of stuff that's going on in there. One of the things that Deathy and F. were talking about is Hydranation are very good about the macro, but they're also good at the micro, and I don't know if people understand this as much, and I'm sure a lot of the Deadlock veterans and gamers in general, if you played in competitive scenarios, you know this, but one of the big deals is whenever you're taking a look at this game as a whole, take a look at where the fights are occurring and why the fights are occurring. And if you want to break down why we talk about micro when it comes down to Hydranation, a lot of the fights, if you go back and look through even games 1 and 2, you'll see that PKP, whenever they fight, it's a fight for fight's sake, or it's a fight to make up lost time. A lot of the time, it's like, hey, it's a response to a chase, or we just had a walker taken, or we just had a guardian taken, we're trying to chase down fights, or one of the members of Hydranation got a little bit overconfident and they were pushing. That's what we're talking about when it comes to a fight for fight's sake or kill for kill's sake. The reason the micro was so important a lot of the time is Hydranation, every time they take a fight, it's 9 times out of 10 on the opposing side of the map. It is always pushing a guardian, always pushing a walker, always after chasing down an opponent. It always feels they got more than just the kill, and that's why the micro is so important, because they also turn that on a dime. They always knew that, hey, if one of our sides is getting pushed, they're willing to allocate resources in less than like a second's notice to the other side of the map to try and make a play there as well.
Yeah, and so one of the things that PKP did in this game was making sure they had the facilities to make good on their promise. And I know you had a clip that you wanted to break down Orbital in John and Bebop, making good on a promise that he made early in the game.
Well, not just John, but to you as well. This is one of the big moments that we talked about in game number 2, where we did see a lot more gamble heavy. PKP actively looking to try and kind of go for that 60-40 instead, which actually ended in a really good moment where we saw John just go, well, it ain't really working. It ain't working, so I got to do something crazy. Sticks himself, gets ready for the battle, and then drops one on. That is the most sacrificial play that you can get, and it's a great heads-up moment. Again, when we talk about PKP, it's the understanding of things are going south. How do I make the best of this moment? That was like a prime real estate moment.
Yeah, and again, hey, I need to get this Guardian, right?
Yep.
The wave state was also in a better position for the majority of the early game for PKP, so they had a lot of they made good adjustments. I guess that's the best way to put it, from game 1 to game 2. Unfortunately, didn't quite go their way. We've got other moments, Orbital, where they get a little too far outside themselves. And something that Griffin actually said in the green room earlier in the day is, Griffin said, I really appreciate the way Hydranation uses their HP, their health, as another resource in this game. And we have another breakdown, Orbital, in which, hey, the HP is another resource.
The HP is one resource, but this overall fight is a whole different story. I also want to say, this is our longest clip of our highlights here, at least that I want to go over. And I just want to point this out. Hydranation, start the side off. Again, it's low main to start. And then we take a look at something totally different. PKP, they collapse on in. Take a look at the minimap. It is fully conversed in. Everyone's starting to line up. You can see PKP looking. We're going to swap to someone, and it's AVG, who had the highest kills in this game, 13 here. I want you to take a look at where they're positioned on the map here, and watch how quickly they decide to bring the side to assault. They jump on in as the first, and then watch this hauling ass straight backwards all the way down. There's no divergence. This is the micro that we are talking about. AVG understanding the map state, understanding where they're at, just overall better game sense that actually turned this around. And PKP, they're the ones caught in the crosshair. That is a perfect execution of playing with your HP, playing with map understanding, and making the most out of a situation that could have easily gone very bad. AVG could have gone down at just about any moment in there.
Yeah, and the health bar, right? Lulling PKP into this sense of, man, there's a kill right there. And we've seen it all weekend, right? PKP, they overextend for that. They try to get a little extra where they can. And Hydranation, in that clip specifically, were there to punish as that lady guys went ahead and got out of dodge. Now, the game didn't go much longer than that. Yep. But if that wasn't the moment where things really opened up for Hydranation, much like the first game, we had another fight right around that mid-boss. And, well, you guys already know who won the game, so we know how that fight went, but I think there's a bit to talk about there too, Orbital.
There is. There was a moment where I believe PKP could have had that moment, could have had the opportunity to steal away a lot of these redo pieces, but the engagement just went a little bit south, and quite honestly, I couldn't keep my head around it. But the fact that Hydranation, almost none of them were really touched at the end of this. Yes, their HP bars are low, but that engagement from PKP just wasn't as solid as they wish. Wage went down so quickly, and then the rest fell as well. This was that big turning moment. Once again, PKP, they lose out pretty heavily, and Rokane was able to pick up a lot of kills, so that was that turning moment at the end of the day. And I wish I had the fundamentals, because I know F-Dot and Deathy calling things out like absolute bosses during that battle. But that was the fight where PKP could have come back, and it's just small timings at the end of the day.
Yeah, and when we saw the build for John and the Bebop, there was zero spirit going into that one. And you just wish maybe if we just had our purple Kamehameha wave in that fight, it just shakes things up a little bit for Hydranation. But they picked such a great time to fight. In game 1, they had found 2 picks. One of those picks was Goober. And having the goo ball out of the pit when you're taking the mid boss, that's huge, right? It really can turn things around if Goober's there. And then in this one, same thing. 2 picks. Sinclair wasn't there. Bebop wasn't there. So neither was that special beam cannon, and things got a little awkward. It just was a recipe for success for Hydranation, and they get it done. So congratulations to them. I know some math is happening on the outside, but 55% of what looked like it started at $700 and raised upwards of $2,000 for the prize pool. That's insane, man.
Yeah, I mean, the Death Slam Invitational has been such a treat for myself to hop on. When I got asked to do this, I was so curious about it. And hopping in, Deathy actually was talking about it before and saying, hey, I was on a team before, and I really wish that there were more tournaments like this, so we're going to bring more tournaments forward. And it was awesome to be able to see. I really, really like the fact that someone is stepping up, saying, hey, let's bring it. And not only that, the community even coming in and saying, hey, let's go ahead and have some fun. I know, I took a look earlier. There was like 400, 500 of you all tuning into this, and it's been amazing to see that there is such a dedicated community to these matches, to this tournament, and showing love for the game itself.
Yep, absolutely. Now, speaking of our winners, our community, you guys are the winners of this ultimately, but we do have an interview queued up for you guys. The winners, Hydranation, Lord NM, is going to be joining us here on the desk to maybe just talk a little bit about the weekend. Lord, do you have us on the line? Can you hear us, my man?
Yeah, I'm here.
Beautiful. Okay. First and foremost, mustache on point. Absolutely love it. A big win here, right? Death Slam Invitational. It's the first one ever. It's an event coming from a player in the scene who has a big heart for the scene in Deathy. I mean, what does it mean to not only be on this Hydranation squad who's been dominant throughout North America for so long, but to get a win in a tournament that is so heavily loved and crowdfunded?
I mean, it feels great, right? It always feels great to win, but even if you lost, you should still feel good. Like, there's tournaments, there's crowdfunding, there's an audience, there's a future for the game, obviously. So win or lose, you should be happy that this is here. So
yeah, I mean, I 100% kind of feel that behind. I know you sitting there on Hydranation. Hydranation been around for a while, played through the opening, played through the middle, now, of course, rocking into the high grounds of Deadlock here. I want to dive a little bit further in to this tournament, though, because you guys basically sat in the top ropes. You only really struggled once, and that was against the likes of Valhalla back in the Winners Finals earlier today. I want to ask you, at any point were you ever really worried moving into this tournament, or were you guys pretty rocking, pretty chill all the way through, and even through that 3-game series from Valhalla, you were like, nah, this is no worries, we got this on lock?
Well, maybe I should be humble, but let's just say...
Nah, you're the winners, you don't have to, come on.
Let's just say all our teammates woke up right as that 2 p.m. started, and that was the warm-up game, right? No one was talking. People, like my teammates, are talking about how they can't see, their eyes are still blurry. So, I mean, it was just a little bit of. I don't think anyone was worried, but we did have to lock in there for a second. But yeah, we're pretty confident going into this and going into every tournament.
Oh gosh.
So it makes sense that you guys dropped the first game. Everybody's still. You know what? Maybe you should be a little humble because you're hurting people's feelings, man. So. You're, relatively new coming into this Hydranation squad, slotting in, and do you feel, was there any pressure, right, to perform? Obviously, as a competitor, you're confident in what you bring to the table, but the Hydranation, since the beginning, has just kind of had this air about them, right? They've got all of the aura when it comes to NA. Did you feel any extra pressure, or do you feel any, going game to game with these guys?
I've been on this team before, back in February. When I rejoined, I actually had no pressure. I feel the best that I've ever felt as a player, because you're just in an environment where you're all lifting each other up, and you play better when you have better plays around you. You know what I mean? Like, not once have I gone in with doubt or fear or thought like, oh, I need to perform better. I am really confident in our team. I think we have the 3 best carry players on the region, and then the 3 best utility players on the region. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about anything, and I don't know what else to say. Like, there's the best.
You're just confident, man. You're just confident.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm always curious about that, because I'm also curious about you guys' composition overall. I mean, obviously you guys played the fewest number of games because you guys never dropped down into the lower bracket, but considering you guys 2-0'd a majority share of your opponents, I do want to ask, you guys obviously rock a very four core to your matches almost every single time. We see a lot of that rolling out. If I can remember, it's like the Yamato, the Mirage, the Lady Guy, Samoa, and Krill, and it feels like no one's really checked you is that just comfortability coming out, or is that more just like you feel it's the strongest in the current meta, and it like if you get it, you automatically win? What's the feeling behind that?
Well, I don't want to leak too much about the draft.
Yeah,
bio,
don't give me everything.
Exactly.
It's
But-
something that is very obviously noticed looking through the rest of the match histories.
So, I mean, I don't know how to answer this without leaking anything.
All right, you know what? We'll skip it. Just say it feels good, right?
Leak.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's bring this, at least from me, to a close. I apologize for almost asking you to bring out the notebook of information. This grand finals, were you ever in doubt in this series specifically against PKP, because you did play them in night shift just a couple days ago? Moving into this, you 2-0'd that one. Were you expecting a 2-0 here, or do you think they kind of set to the plate? Did you feel like they kind of challenged you this time around?
I thought we were going to play Valhalla in finals.
Okay.
That's all I'm going to say. I don't know. Something happened there. There's like some weird bugs going around or something.
All right. That's
Bugs,
fair.
man. It's the you know what? We couldn't crack you. We tried, Lord, but we are grateful to have you here on the broadcast with us. Thank you for taking the time. Obviously, you've had a long day, so we will let you go. Congratulations again. Before we do let you get on out of here, though, any shout-outs, any last words, any love you want to give to the teammates, the friends, family, community?
Shout out to all my teammates. Average is a go on Geist. DMB is Chop, and Axe is a noob. And thank you, Deathy, for hosting this tournament. And Crayon is a leech. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Ooh.
Well, thank you, Lord. Maybe some fighting words, maybe spicing things up for the future as we move on forward. But again, thank you, brother. We really do appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
I
My guy.
wanted those strats.
All
man.
right.
I wanted those strats. I wanted to know all the intel on that.
I do respect the, because like you said, it's very apparent. You could just go back and look and see right where their priorities lie. But I do respect Lord being like, you know what? Maybe I'm not the one who should be sharing this information.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can, so I'm not going to. So
Respect on
that
that
just
one.
shows respect for the team and what they've been cooking up. But maybe there's something there, right? If you're other teams right now, or if you're in your solo queue games, Yamato, Lady Geist, Mirage, Mo and
Maybe
Crow.
not in solo queue. Practice in the norms first. Don't do solo queue right off. Please don't.
I'm the guy who, admittedly people get a little too angry at, because I don't want to win that bad. I just want to have a good time. So I'm out of myself there. But Orbital, we do bring things to a close here. 55% to our first place team. We would be remiss if we did not mention PKP, our second place team, making it all the way as well. In an underdog story, right? You heard it from Lord. I would imagine maybe other people felt that same way, that it was supposed to be Valhalla in the grand finals, but Pure Kicks Puppies, they made it there instead.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is no slouches to Valhalla either. I think there's a very big difference upon someone dropping the ball and another team stepping up. And I really do think PKP, they stepped up to the bat. They stepped up to the plate, hit a home run in that game 3. They got all of their general comfort heroes, and there's only so much you can do. I think PKP played their best. They took a couple steps forward, and just Valhalla wasn't really ready to go in that game. So no hate to Valhalla. PKP just played better on the day.
Yep, that they did. They got their revenge, but they fall in second place, still walking home, I believe, with 30% of the prize pools. Before we do go, we do want to remind you guys that this is not just a one-off, right? There's a league that is happening. There are going to be more invitationals to come. Deathy is cooking up some fun stuff as we've got some patches just around the corner and some new heroes to make their way into the game. So please keep your ear on the ground. If you're not following here already, start following here right now. It'll be the best decision that you've made in your Deadlock community, or in your Deadlock career, because of our community. And if you're not following the B stream, where we put things on, Death Slam events on Twitch, you guys can go check that out and follow that one too, because day one usually has 2 streams going at the same time. Now, I know what you guys are thinking. I've been watching Deadlock, Tanner. I'm already following, Tanner. Like, just let's go, caster. Start the next game. Start the next tournament. but wait, there's more. Please, if you haven't already seen in the chat, Death Slam's got its own merch, and all of the funding from the merch is going to this, is going to production, is going to prize pools, to players, right? Making this beautiful, right? Upgrading production packages, making sure that our prize pools are hefty ones, so that way we can get as many teams as we want. So if you haven't already, please do check out the merch, from t-shirts to mugs. You can get it all over there, and there will be more to come. And I mean, just like anything, right? You buy some merch now, we see how well that does, and we can start to invest in some more and branch out into some other stuff. And then if you haven't already joined the Discord, make sure you get in the Discord, because if you're wondering, Tanner, how do I keep my ear to the ground? I don't even know where to go. Like, this is it for me. It's Sunday night. I have work in the morning. No, you're going to go ahead at discord.gg/DeathSlam. You're going to jump in there, and that is how you're going to stay up to date on all of the Death Slam events, between the leagues, the invitationals, and the one-offs. That is where you can find all the info. So please, please, please do us a solid. It really helps us out here. It lets us know as well what the man, the word is escaping my brain. It just lets us know what the demand for something like this is. The more that you guys are putting in, the more that we know we need to put on for you guys. So please do that. As we close out the day, Orbital, any final words?
I love everyone here, honestly. Deathy for putting this on the desk here. You, obviously, F-Dot, as well as Deathy on the broadcast. And then, of course, Kashi in the background, our entire production staff. Everyone that stepped up on the earlier desk in the broadcast as well. And then day one staff, like, not only to the community, but please go ahead and show some love to those that put in a lot of work in the background that make us look good here on the desk. Like, it's a huge undertaking. And a lot of us do it out of the love of our hearts. So not just from us here on the desk, but please show love to all the production staff as well.
Yeah, as much passion as this community has from the chat, we also have it here behind the screen. A huge shout out to everybody who helped put this one on, all of our production, and the people who held it down earlier in the day. George, Redanium, Soren, and Mox. Orbital, thank you for joining me here. Unfortunately, this does come to a close. So we want to thank you guys for being awesome. Thank you for the watchers who watched, the chatters who chats, the players who played, and we'll see you guys in the next one.
Stop